Part 3. Roots. Beauty, strength, youth are flowers, but fading seen. Duty, faith, love are roots and evergreen. George Peele. Love is strong as death. Jealousy is cruel as the grave. Song of Solomon, Chapter 8, Verse 6. Chapter 21. As she filled 2 tall glasses with ice, Morgan did a little dance. Out the kitchen window, beyond the patio, the Zen frog tossed water into the air. Now she could imagine her ladies smiling at it while they enjoyed their morning coffee or evening wine. Through the rest of the summer and into the fall, before the air blew too cold. Picturing it perfectly, she opened the refrigerator for the pitcher of lemonade, then paused when the doorbell rang. A delivery, she supposed, as she went to answer. Still, the rules of her life had become the habit of her life. She checked out the front window first, and all the simple pleasure of the day drained away. She opened the door to the 2 federal agents. "You'd have called if you'd caught him because you'd want me to know right away. That's not it." "No, Morgan. I'm sorry. That's not it." "Can we come in?" Beck asked her. "Yes, of course." She closed the door behind them. "Who was she?" "Let's sit down first." "Sorry, yes, She looked back toward the kitchen. "I'm not alone. I have my—" "What?" She couldn't say boyfriend. He wasn't a boy. Partner, no, she didn't think of them as partners, not really. Lover was true, but not all. "Out back. Miles Jameson. We're involved." That sounded reasonable and true. "He was helping me with a project. He knows about all of this." "Yes, we've spoken with him." Morrison glanced back as she did. "Do you want to go out? Include him in what we have to tell you?" No, she thought. She wanted to sit in the sunshine with Miles and lemonade and watch the frog fountain. But he'll need to know anyway. I work at the resort. His family owns the resort. And as I said, we're involved. I was just getting lemonade. That sounds so normal." She laughed, shoved a hand at her hair. "So summer Sunday afternoon. I'll get 2 more glasses." She walked them back to the kitchen. She could see Miles had already wound the hose back on its reel. Now he stood there with his hands in his pockets, studying the frog fountain. "Can I help you with that?" "No," she told Morrison. "I'll get a tray. You should go out. I need a minute. I just need a minute." She worked on steadying herself as she got a tray. Now she saw Miles turn, saw his bemused, relaxed face tighten. She filled 2 more glasses with ice, then carried everything outside. They continued to stand, the 3 of them, while the sun struck light against the copper bowl, while the frog smiled his peaceful smile. She couldn't say why it meant so much when Miles crossed to her, took the tray. He said, "Sit down." Even though it sounded like an order, it steadied her a little more. When she sat, he poured the lemonade into the glasses, so the ice crackled. It sounded like machine gun fire to her ear. Howell laid his head on her knee. "Who was she?" Morgan asked again. Beck took the lead. "Her name was Quinn Loper, age 28, single. She owned her own business in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. She fits his profile top to bottom, though she was substantially more financially well off than most of his victims. And in this case, he was also able to access her grandparents' accounts. He didn't harm them physically, but skimmed $100,000. He could have taken a great deal more." "He took their grandchild," Miles countered. Beck nodded at him. "Yes, and maybe that was enough this time." "He rented a beach house, a 2-month rental under the name Trevor Kane," Morrison continued. "While he may not use that identity again, you should keep it in your records. He posed as a writer." They laid out the facts and evidence they'd gathered. Then Beck took over again. It's our conclusion he rented a house rather than booking a hotel, because it's an area where beach rentals are common, and he'd attract less notice. Beck leaned over, laid a hand over Morgan's. Morgan, I know it might seem we've made no progress finding him, stopping him, but we were able to track him from New Orleans, and eventually we found the agency where he rented the car he used to drive to South Carolina. He'd changed his appearance, but 2 of the staff there ID'd him, so we knew the name he used, the look he used. Using those, we tracked him to Myrtle Beach. We found the hotel where he'd stayed a couple of days. Morgan said nothing, just nodded. We alerted local law enforcement. We'd begun canvassing the rental agencies when the alert on Quinn Loper came in. We missed him by hours. But she's dead anyway. I'm sorry, I understand how much time and work you're putting into this, but she's dead anyway. Yes, she is. The regret came through, enough that Morgan wished she hadn't spoken the horrible truth. We weren't in time. But he made mistakes. He stole her car, a high-end Mercedes convertible, and he didn't disable the tracking system. I'm not sure what that means. I'm not in the high-end car club. It's an embedded system. It means they tracked him. Tracked the car. Miles's eyes narrowed. But you don't have him. No. But we have the individual who bought the car, and who's previously taken in trade or in sale other vehicles from Roswell. We have this person in custody. He knows where Roswell is? Morrison took over. He claims no, and we believe him. He claims he thought Roswell was a car thief, that he knew nothing about the murders. We tend to believe him on that, especially since facing potential charges of accessory after the fact, multiple counts of murder, he's cooperating. We know the vehicle he took in trade, Beck told them, and the name he used for the registration. We have his description at that time, and which direction he took, when he took it. These are major mistakes, Morgan. A breakdown in his discipline. We have an APB out on the vehicle, on the name he's using. Is he coming here? Our information is he brought up a map on his laptop while his new car was prepared for him. He mapped out a route west, likely as far as Kansas, so not here. Our conclusion is he's not ready for you yet. Beck opened her briefcase, took out an evidence bag. He put this on the victim. My bracelet. In the summer sunlight, her skin went cold. The one he took when he killed Nina. He wants you to know he's thinking about you, to keep you on edge. But the fact is, Morgan, he's on edge. He wouldn't have made so many mistakes otherwise. He knows cars, he knows tech, but he forgot about the tracking system in the Mercedes. We can put you in a safe house, Morrison began. My mother and grandmother live here. What if he comes for me and hurts them instead? The thought of it, the risk of it, turned the hard knot in her belly to ice. And how long do I stay shut away somewhere? A week? A month? A year? I can't live like that. No one can live like that. Miles... No, he said. You can't live like that. We're doing everything you advised us to do. If there's more, tell us, and we'll do that. How many times is she supposed to let him take what she has, what she is? How many times does she have to start over? Saying nothing, Morgan watched him. His voice stayed absolutely calm and turned cold enough to freeze the air. The invisible suit, she thought. He put on the invisible suit. For me. What he said, how he said it, meant in that moment everything. She shook his confidence. Isn't that it? Miles demanded. You have profilers. Isn't that the reason he's fucking up? She dented his shield, so she has to pay. But he has to make sure he dents hers, too. Shakes her confidence. Otherwise, he'd have gone after her right away. It's got to eat at him, but he's waited more than a year. She scares him. And he damn well should be scared of her. I don't disagree, Beck said. But unless we stop him first, he will come sooner or later. Because yes, it eats at him. The 3 women he's killed since Morgan survived, they're substitutes. And a substitute never satisfies like the real thing. Then you'd better find him first. Beck sat back, picked up her glass, set it down again. If he'd waited one more day in South Carolina, we'd just walked into the agency he used for the rental. If we'd walked in a few hours earlier. But we didn't. And he didn't. It's hard for me. Morgan stroked Howell's head. It's hard for both of you. It's the job, Beck began, then both her and Morrison's phones beeped. Excuse me. She rose, stepped away. Is that your dog? Morrison asked Morgan. No, he's Miles's dog. More or less, Miles muttered. It wouldn't hurt to get a dog. A dog's a good deterrent. You could— We've got a break, Beck interrupted. He checked into a hotel in Kansas City, Missouri. Local Leo's responding now. We've got to go. We'll be in touch. Morgan stood to walk them out, but they were already rushing away. Good luck, she called out. Maybe this time, she said to Miles. Maybe. You're okay. You think? No panic attack. There's that. I want to tell you it meant a lot, what you said. I said a lot of things. That I'm not going to let him take my life away again. That he should be afraid of me. You stood up for me. It matters that I know I'll stand up for myself. That you believe I can and will, and you'd still stand up for me. It matters. He said nothing for a moment, just watched her as she sat, the dog stretched out under her chair. Morrison had a good point. You should keep the dog with you. I don't know if he's much of a guard dog, but he'd make noise. And give up that fancy doghouse? I'm pretty sure he'd sleep out in the rain if you'd give him a pat on the head. Smiling, she gave Howell a rub with her foot. You're his home. And his roots. I know what it's like to be uprooted, so no. But thanks. Those agents, this isn't just a job for them. They want to stop him, and it's not for a government paycheck. She paused, drank some of her lemonade. I think I did dent his shield, the way they said. If what happened to me and what didn't shakes him enough to help them find him, stop him, I'll be good with that. More than. And I hope he knows that despite everything he took from me, I have a good life here, with more than I knew I wanted. I hope that shakes him too. I'm just going to get this over with. He surprised her by reaching out to take her hand. He rarely made gestures of casual affection or intimacy. Am I going to like it? That's not the point. I'm attracted to you. That's obvious, or we wouldn't be here. I like being with you, and not just for the sex. For some strange reason, I like the way you make a fountain out of a frog. You helped. I was just the muscle, and don't interrupt. I'd enjoy watching you work behind the stick, even if it wasn't for us. It's like a freaking ballet. I like your body, and I appreciate it has a good brain to go along with it. But all that aside, as they're really just different aspects of attraction, I admire the hell out of you. Her earlier surprise shot straight up to stunned. Oh. Well. Wow. Don't interrupt, he said again. I don't know how I'd have handled what you've had to. If I'd lost what you lost, and the way you lost it. If I'd had to face losing someone close to me, family, the way you did. Because that's what Nina was to you. She was family. I sure as hell hope I never have to find out if I have that kind of courage. You can talk now. I'm pretty sure I'm speechless. That'd be a first. Howell stirred, muttered, then pushed out from under the chair. I think your ladies are home. Before he could draw his hand away, she tightened her grip, then reached out to take his other. You've just turned a really hard knock around. I'll think of more to say later, but right now, you turned it around. Miles! How nice to see you! Seriously pretty in pink, Audrey stepped out, No, don't get up. Don't. Oh, and this is the sweet dog Morgan's told us about. Aren't you handsome? Audrey all but purred it while she bent down to pet the wagging howl. And listen to you. I agree. She laughed as he talked. It is a beautiful day. And a busy one, she added as she straightened. We nearly... Oh, Morgan! Where did you get that? It's wonderful. A bird bath, a fountain, a yoga frog. It's adorable. Mom, you have to come out here and see. Amused, charmed, Miles just sat and watched. Morgan's mother, pretty as a cupcake in her pink sundress, bounced on her toes with her hands pressed together under her chin. Morgan had that chin, he realized, and those long, narrow hands with long, slender fingers. Then Olivia Nash came out, teenager trim in white linen pants, a sleeveless lipstick-red shirt. And he saw Morgan there as well, in that same chin, and the cheekbones. What in the world, Audrey? Hello, Miles, and hello, Howl. Don't you have the sweetest face? Thanks, Miles said, and earned a laugh. Both of you. Mom, would you look? To make sure of it, Audrey took her mother's arm with one hand, pointed with the other. Oh, well, Morgan got us a yoga frog fountain. She built it, Miles corrected. I didn't build it. I just found the pieces for it and put them together. Morgan, that's the definition of build. It's that old concrete base your dad could never figure out what he wanted to do with, Audrey. And that's Doug Gunn's copper bowl. I saw we'd sold it, but nobody mentioned we'd sold it to you, Morgan. I asked them not to. Is it okay there? Do you like it? Studying the fountain, Olivia patted a hand on Morgan's shoulder. He would have gotten such a kick out of that. Then she bent down, kissed the top of Morgan's head. He'd be so proud of you. I love it. I love it almost as much as I love that some of his cleverness rubbed off on you. With a hand on Morgan's shoulder, her other holding Audrey's, Olivia turned to Miles. I'm betting she drafted you into hauling that ton of concrete over there. He just flexed his biceps. I hope you and Howl will stay for dinner. We picked up some nice tilapia on the way home, and I've a mind to blacken it. You like spicy, Miles? What man would say no? That's settled, then. It looks like you've already had some company. Morgan rose, picked up the agent's glasses. Sit down, and I'll get some fresh glasses and tell you about it. Audrey stopped her with a touch on the arm. This is about him. About Gavin Roswell. Yes, but it's not all bad. Let me get the glasses first. Audrey watched her go. I'm glad you were here, Miles. I'm glad she wasn't alone. So am I, but she's right. It's not all bad. Olivia sat. Whatever it is, we'll deal with it. They listened, with the summer sun streaming, with the faintest breeze just whispering in the air. And he watched as Audrey took her daughter's hand, as Olivia never took her eyes off Morgan's face. He made her care about him, Audrey murmured. He took all that time to gain her trust, and more, make her care about him. Because the cruelty is the point. He didn't kill her grandparents, Olivia continued, because that's not what he does. But more? I think more because he knew how much they'd suffer. The cruelty is the point. What a sick, twisted life he lives. It's time he lived it behind bars. It's way past time. Morgan gave her mother's hand a squeeze. That may be coming, Mom. He made that mistake, not disabling the tracking system, and they got all that information from his... I'm not sure what I'd call him, the car guy? He could switch cars again any time, Olivia pointed out. He could, but they know where he is. I didn't get to the last thing. While they were here, they got an alert. He'd checked into a hotel in Kansas City. The local police were responding. They could have him already. It could be over. He wanted to do some shopping and walk around to stretch his legs, and get a feel for the area surrounding his hotel. He always made a point of checking out the traffic patterns, the local hotspots. Plus, he'd grown tired of the beach look. His current identity called for a more arty wardrobe. Italian sandals, a pair of animal-striped Vans, black jeans, some new shirts, and a straw boater. He enjoyed himself enough to stop and take an outdoor table at a bistro, order a glass of Malbec and a French dip. With his shopping bags tucked under the table, he set up his laptop, checked out the news reports for Myrtle Beach. There she was. A very nice photo, all smiles and beach blonde hair. The artist's drawing of Trevor Kane, suspect, wasn't bad, he concluded. Then again, Trevor Kane was as dead as Quinn Loper. He read the report while he ate, and found himself mildly disappointed they'd yet to connect him, the real him, to Kane, or the murder. They would. He counted on it. A man needed recognition for accomplishments, after all. He wondered if those bumbling special agents Beck and Morrison were on the case yet. He hoped so. It gave him such satisfaction to frustrate them time after time. Had they told Morgan? Oh, he really hoped so. He made a mental toast as he imagined her shivering with fear in a dark room, door locked, while her mother and grandmother wept in concern. His mother had spent plenty of time locked in dark rooms nursing black eyes, cracked ribs. He congratulated himself on not disposing of the junk jewelry he'd taken from Morgan's drawer. Leaving those pieces on the women he'd finished? Inspired, if he said so himself. And he did. What would she think when she found out a corpse wore her cheap, tacky bracelet? He drew a picture in his mind of her curling into a ball, crying, hysterical, begging for someone to protect her. He'd see that, he promised himself, in reality, in the fucking flesh. And that would balance the damn scales before he finished her. He finished his wine, paid the check, and because his musings put him in a fine mood, added a generous tip. Carter John Winslow III could afford generosity thanks to a hefty trust fund. It allowed him to pursue his art without worrying about a paycheck. Not that he needed that background story at the moment. He wouldn't stay in Kansas City more than a couple of days. He planned to head south of the border, book a suite at a resort on the Pacific coast. A nice R&R. God knew he'd earned it. If he hadn't taken that walk around, done some shopping, stopped for a bite to eat and a glass of wine, he wouldn't have seen the police cars and the black SUV pull up in front of his hotel. He wouldn't have been half a block away when cops poured out and rushed into the hotel lobby. He wouldn't have been able to keep walking, just keep walking, with his heart pounding in his throat and sheer shock ringing in his ears. How had they found him? How? He'd ditched the Kane ID before he killed the bitch. He hadn't left a trail. He kept walking. Somehow he had left a trail, and now his Winslow ID was useless. And his things, cash, other IDs, other electronics, clothes, they'd have those now. The sweat that slicked his skin turned icy as he went into a drugstore. He needed hair dye, some hair-cutting tools, some basic supplies. No Mexico now. No, he couldn't risk a border crossing now. North. He'd go north. Montana, maybe Wyoming, where cows outnumbered people, and people minded their own fucking business. He couldn't get to his car, so he'd have to steal one. Some old junker he could hotwire. He had to find a place to deal with his hair. Cheap motel. He had cash on him, and ways to access his accounts. A cheap motel. Change his look, steal a car. Get the hell out of goddamn Kansas City. No, steal the car first and get out. Roadblocks. Manhunt. His mind whirled with fear, with what-ifs. He walked out without buying anything and kept walking until he found a bus stop. He got on the first one to come by, kept his head down and turned. Buses had cameras like every other damn thing now. He reminded himself he had the laptop. At least he had the laptop. But his hands shook, and more sweat pooled at the base of his spine. It took him nearly an hour of walking, riding, walking until he found a likely car in the vast parking lot of a Walmart. They hadn't bothered to lock it, and it stank of pork rinds and loaded diapers, but he thought the car seat in the back would provide some cover. He got it fired up, wound his way until he hit Interstate 29, and headed north. He cursed when he had to stop for gas, but he needed to keep going until he got clear. He paid at the pump with the Luke Hudson Visa card he'd kept to remind him of Morgan. A lesser risk, he thought, than going inside, camera, or using the Winslow card. He'd get to somewhere in Nebraska, he decided. Find that cheap motel. Deal with his hair. In the morning, he could buy what he needed to generate a new identity. As he drove, he beat a hand on the wheel. All of his things! All of them! Gone! He had to slow his breathing, concentrate on his driving. If he got stopped, he wouldn't get stopped. Couldn't get stopped, so he wouldn't. Get to Nebraska. He rocked back and forth to calm himself. Find some crap motel where they didn't look twice. He'd have to ditch the stolen car. Airport, long-term parking, to buy some time. Some bumfuck airport in bumfuck Nebraska. Or maybe a junkyard. They probably had plenty of those piled up in the goddamn cornfields. Switch the plates. Ditch the car. Maybe buy a new one for cash from some yahoo. Or rent one. Wait and rent one once he had the new ID. He couldn't decide. He couldn't think. He had to find somewhere to hole up first. To hole up and figure out what he needed to do next. Because for the first time in his life, Gavin Roswell was on the run. Chapter 22. Morgan sat in the quiet of the empty house. She still held her phone, and half expected to have to use it to call for help when the panic attack came. But it didn't come, so she stood, stuck the phone back in her pocket. She'd work, she thought. She'd take her mind off things with work. Summer would end, and with fall, new drink specials. She could do some research and maybe start fleshing out the vague plans she had for après with Halloween. She could sit outside and work. Let Totally Zen keep her calm and level. When the doorbell rang, she jumped, felt her chest constrict. She pushed the air out, telling herself not to give in, and braced on the back of a chair, keeping that air going in and out until she could walk to the door. Out the window, she saw Miles and a man she didn't recognize. She opened the door.
Morgan, Clark Reacher. He's going to install your home security cameras.
My what?
Miles laid out what you need, so you don't need the sales pitch.
Reacher, a man of about 40 with a pleasant face and a wiry build, smiled at her.
Best we've got. I'll explain it to her. Why don't you get started?
But Miles just took Morgan's arm, steered her to the back of the house.
You'll have security cameras front, back, and on the side door. Somebody tries to get in, you get an alert. With the doorbell package, you won't have to look out the window when somebody rings the bell. You just look on your phone, your tablet, whatever. Clark will fix it up.
I didn't order this. Did Graham arrange for this?
No, I did.
But you just can't...
Let's go outside.
Miles, you can't arrange for all this without talking it over.
I did, so I can.
He nudged her outside.
I don't think I'll get an argument from your ladies.
You're getting one from me. She stood her ground. You can't have all this installed on someone else's property. It's beyond pushy.
I'll give you pushy, but I am having it installed. You, your grandmother, and your mother will have more peace of mind. And so will I.
He waited a single beat.
You wouldn't take the dog.
Oh, for God's sake.
What about when you're working nights, and they're here alone?
That's not fair.
Those eyes. Those tiger eyes went jungle fierce. I don't care about fair. I have no fucks to give about fair. I thought about what it would be like to lose someone I cared about, someone who mattered. I don't like it, so it's not happening. You matter.
That's really not fair. She turned away, scrubbing her hands over her face.
I agree there. I didn't want you to matter, but you do. So this is happening. It's pushy. It's not fair. Deal with it.
She'd never had anyone just order her around. The colonel hadn't cared enough. Her mother had cajoled. Now she tried to figure out how to handle it. You could have suggested we do something like this. We'd have thought about it.
While you're thinking about it, it's getting done. If your grandmother wants to have a conversation with me about it, I'll make myself available. I don't like these damn systems, he added. I don't like the whole idea of them. But right here, right now, it's necessary.
I don't like being rolled over this way.
Don't blame you a bit. It sucks. And I'll apologize after that son of a bitch is in a cell. If it's any consolation, when he gets done here, he's putting one of these systems on my place. I don't like it any more than you, but you spend time there.
She turned back, dropped into a chair. It makes me feel helpless.
That's stupid. And you're not. You dented his shield, remember? Now you'll have one, and he won't dent yours. He sat across from her. Part of you still feels coming here, living here, makes you a failure. A weak one. That's bullshit. Coming here, starting over after what happened to you is what proves you're strong. Strong enough, Morgan, that when someone hands you a shield, you take it and you use it.
It's really unfair when you're logical. She pressed her fingers to her eyes. It's just been a day, and still has a ways to go. She dropped her hands back on the table. I got an update from the FBI.
Okay.
I need to walk. Can we just walk around? I need a little zen.
Sure. Give me a second first.
When he took out his phone, she pressed her fingers to her eyes again. You have to get back to work. We'll do all this later.
Don't be ridiculous. Give me a second. He rose, moved away. As he worked with his assistant on some rescheduling, he wondered why a sensible, grounded woman like Morgan found it so hard to accept help. When he walked back, he held out a hand. Let's walk.
They don't have him. I should get that out of the way first.
But?
He wasn't in the hotel room when the police went in, but a lot of his things were. Clothes, IDs, electronics. And the car he'd gotten when he sold or traded his last victims was in the hotel garage. They have the name he used to book the suite. He'd gone out shopping, had some lunch. They have credit card receipts. She paused by the fountain, so they stood a moment. He waited while the water fountained, and the sunlight struck the copper. From the timestamps, they posit he saw the police going into the hotel when he was walking back from his lunch, charged on the card under the new name. It was all about the timing. Miles rounded it up.
So they have what he left in the hotel room. Have the car.
Yes, and more. He walked some distance, caught a bus. They had his new description from the hotel, from witness statements and the lobby cameras. He caught a bus, and they have him on that camera too. And from where he got off and when, they believe he stole a car from a Walmart parking lot. They have the make and model of the car, the plates. He used the ID he had when I met him to buy gas. They found the car in long-term parking at the airport in Omaha, Nebraska. That's where they are now.
He's running.
That's what they said, yes. They're canvassing hotels, motels, car rentals, stolen car reports in Omaha. He didn't go into the airport, they seem sure of that. He may have stolen another car from that same lot. They're not sure yet. She hadn't just dented Roswell's shield, Miles thought. She'd obliterated it, and that worried him.
He lost his tools, his equipment.
He was carrying a laptop bag when he left the hotel, Morgan told him. He has something, but Since he used the Luke Hudson Visa card for gas, they think he doesn't have any ID on him that isn't compromised. For now.
He'd need supplies to make more, and a place to hide while he does. He's in or around Omaha, Morgan, and you're not.
I know. And I know they're frustrated. I could hear the frustration in Agent Beck's voice, even though she's good at sounding very matter-of-fact. Frustration that they were so close. Minutes, really. And excitement that they were that close. So, that's where we are.
He's screwed up, and he has to know it.
He may have felt frustration, but all Morgan heard in his voice was satisfaction.
For someone who knows so much about tech, he didn't remember to disengage the tracking system. He used the blown ID for gas when he should have risked going in, paying cash for it. It would have taken them longer to track him that way.
She hadn't thought of that. Everything happened so fast. Maybe.
Pretty likely. Some little pump and go off the highway. Then the long-term parking. He's used that ploy before, hasn't he? Better if he'd changed the plates and driven the stolen car off the road somewhere.
Yes. Yes. The sheer, cool-headed logic of it calmed her nerves. It wasn't smart. He wasn't smart.
He's headed into sparsely populated areas. Why not use that to his advantage? Instead, he goes to a population center. Or take the car in for a cheap paint job. Get more miles out of it before ditching it. Check the ads. Buy a junker direct from the owner for cash and get more miles.
Frowning, she turned to him. If I'm ever on the run from the law, I want you with me. What would you do next? He answered without hesitation.
Change my pattern. Cheap, off-brand motel where nobody gives a shit. Get the supplies I need to change my appearance again, and generate a couple of fresh IDs. He has to have access to his money.
Thinking out loud and wanting to distract her, he walked with her around the yard.
Time for a population center, where I'd open accounts in at least 2 different banks, so I could have some funds wired in. Ditch the junker, buy a new car through my new bank accounts. Then I'd continue breaking pattern by finding a scenic and remote area, renting a house or cabin. I'd settle in so I could think about the multitude of ways I'd screwed up.
He glanced back, saw Clark installing the camera on the back door.
After enough time had passed, Miles continued, I'd book a private plane and fly to maybe the Canary Islands and settle in for a nice long vacation.
The Canary Islands?
For instance. A lot of miles between here and there. But he's not going to do all of that.
No, he's not. But why do you say that?
The evidence is pretty clear he can't admit mistakes. If he realizes they tracked the car from South Carolina, it's not his fault. It'll be the guy who took the car in trade who's to blame. Whoever he stole the next car from, their fault it wasn't filled up with gas, so he had to use the old ID.
And my fault most of all, because I'm alive.
That's right.
He took her by the shoulders, turned her so she could see the installation.
So this is happening. He's also not going to do all that because the pattern is who he is. He needs the pattern. He may change it briefly, but only because someone else is to blame. But he'll go back to it. He hasn't got the guts to uproot his life and plant it somewhere else in some other way.
What you're not saying is because of that. Because of who he is. He'll have to come here.
I don't have to say what you already know. But the odds have shot up, Morgan. Way up. They'll find him first.
Do you really believe that? I'd rather have hard truth than a gentle lie.
I do. With everything you've just told me, I do believe that. He's running, he's panicked, and he's fucking up. You're not doing any of that. And he's alone.
The hands on her shoulders ran down her arms, up again.
You're not alone.
But I have to learn to live with having cameras on the doors.
Millions do, apparently, and like it.
They'll help keep my ladies safe when I'm not here at night. She looked up at him. But it was pushy.
Right. And your point?
She only sighed, then tipped her head toward his shoulder. I guess he'd better show me how it all works so I can show the ladies. But I'm not saying thank you. At least not yet.
I don't care. Just like I don't care you're going to balk when I say you're going to start texting me when you get home after closing.
Oh, for...
One quick text. I'm home. All clear. Fuck off. Sent after you're inside and locked up.
You do know what time I get home.
I'm aware.
Because she couldn't help herself, she reached out to stroke his cheek. I'm just going to wake you up.
That would be my problem. I'm only asking you to text a couple words. Don't make me pull out my mother's rarely used but highly effective guilt power.
He knew he had her when he saw amusement rather than annoyance in her eyes. What's the power?
You asked for it.
He adopted a long-suffering tone, twined with glittering affection.
I just can't understand why you'd want me to worry this way. It's not like you to be so selfish. It's such a little thing to ask, and would do so much to relieve my mind.
Oh, that's masterful.
She doesn't use it often. Doesn't need to, he added with a hint of aggravation, as the after effects can last for years, possibly decades. Just a quick text, Morgan, after you're safe inside.
No. No one had ordered her around before. And no one but her family, her ladies, had ever worried about her like this. A remote version of you watching until I drive out of sight or go into the house. Okay, fine. But don't blame me for messing up your sleep cycle.
Let's go get that tutorial. He claims there's nothing to it.
I'm not going to thank you for the camera and doorbell thing. But, taking his face in her hands, she kissed him. I'm glad you came by so soon after I got the call about Roswell. I'm grateful I had you to talk it through with, and appreciate you rearranged things at work so I could. So I'll say thanks for that.
I told you. You matter. Now let's go find out how this damn thing works, since I'm getting stuck with one too.
She took his hands again. I like that part.
Can't blame you.
When he left her, Miles called his office and rescheduled something else. He'd work late, make up the time. Unlike a psychopath, he could change patterns and habits when necessary. So he drove back into town and to the police station. He considered himself lucky to find Jake in his own office, coffee at his elbow as he scowled at his computer screen.
Thank Christ, a distraction. Paperwork, the root of all evil. Close the door, he waved at it. I'm taking 5. Who let you out of the cage at this time of day? My door's always open.
Even knowing it would taste like overheated tar, Miles helped himself from Jake's coffee pot.
Have you heard from the feds today?
Jake propped his feet, clad in his usual black Converse low-tops, on his desk.
Why would you ask? Because I just got an update from Morgan. I haven't gotten any new information since Morrison let me know they missed him in Kansas City, but found a nice treasure trove in his hotel room. Fucker's luck's got to change, but from the look on your face, I'd say it hasn't changed enough for them to have bagged him. Not yet.
While Miles filled him in, Jake sat back, sipped his coffee. Someone who didn't know him well might have thought he was drifting off. Miles knew him, and very well.
He's not only running, he's leaving a trail. He's breaking down. He's not used to things going south on him, and in a lot of ways, they've headed there since he missed Morgan.
Not just the same page, Miles thought, but the same paragraph. An advantage of knowing someone a lifetime.
Do you think he'll keep running? For a while. He needs to find a hole he can live in, and with, and replace some of what he lost. He needs all that not only to continue what he sees as his work, but to regain his confidence. How can you feel superior when you lost some of the tools that help you feel superior? He's got to be scared, and he's got to be pissed. And if you piss off a rabid dog, Miles, that dog's bound to go for your throat. Still, there's a human brain in this rabid dog, so he's going to do whatever he needs to do to protect himself before he goes for her throat.
Jake drank more coffee.
You don't have to ask. We'll keep patrolling by the house, and I'll add to that. I had Clark install one of those home surveillance systems that you can check on your phone. He's putting one on my place now, since she stays there sometimes.
Jake let out a snort.
Miles Jameson's putting one of those smart and fancy security systems on the old homestead? Son, you've got it bad. I've got what I've got. Plus it's temporary. Morgan? Or the system?
Miles started to speak, then settled for a shrug.
Well, I gotta say, I never figured you'd settle in on anyone like that high-end brunette. The blonde now, yeah. She's right up your alley. I don't have an alley. Pal, we've both got alleys. She's a looker, no doubt. But that runs second or third in your personal alley. She's fucking resilient, and that lives in your alley along with smart, responsible, and rooted.
And, Miles realized, the disadvantage of having someone know you for a lifetime.
She hasn't had a chance to root. Wants to, though, doesn't she? That's easy enough to see. I like her, but even if I didn't, I'd make sure we do our best to keep her safe. I know it.
Counted on it.
I've got to get to work. Me too, but before that, I should tell you, since I live in the friendship lane of your alley. Alleys have lanes? Ours do, so I'm telling you, I talked your sister into having dinner with me.
Miles had started to stand and now sat back.
What? It took some doing, but we had dinner last night, and having worked a chink in that wall, I convinced her to go kayaking next Sunday. None of that should be a big surprise to you, seeing as I told you when we were, 10? 11? How I was going to marry your sister. You also told me you were going to climb Mount Everest and pitch for the Red Sox. Well, some dreams fade with time, some don't. Or in this case, some fade for a while, then come back in strong, bold colors. I don't want to think about this,
Miles decided.
I don't want to think about Nell being right up your alley, or the two of you in strong, bold colors. It's disturbing.
Jake only grinned.
I've been your best friend for 20 years or so. If you can't trust me with Nell, then who? You don't have a sister. That's true. So I'm not going to think about it.
Now he stood.
Except to say, she's got soft spots. They may not show, but they're there. Miles, I've known Nell for 20 years, too. I know who she is. I'm going to tell you. The unvarnished truth is she's a hell of a lot more likely to hurt me than I am her, as she's been my soft spot off and on since I was 10. Either way, I end up pissed off at one of you.
Shaking his head, Miles walked to the door, then stopped.
You and Nell haven't...
When he broke off, Jake smiled again, lifted an eyebrow.
No, forget I nearly asked. I don't want to know.
He drove back to the resort, intended to go straight to his office, then walked into Nell's.
Miles, great. I was just finalizing some of the changes for next week's picnic, and...
Why didn't you tell me you and Jake were dating?
Nell angled her head. She looped one of the trio of chains she wore around a finger, smiled at him.
Because that comes under the heading of, what is it now? Oh yeah. None of your damn business.
You're my sister. He's my oldest, closest friend. That sounds like it falls right into my damn business.
She picked up the bright blue resort water bottle from her desk.
Miles, you're not seriously going to attempt to dictate who I date.
No, but this is different.
In what way?
Sister.
He lifted one hand.
Best friend.
Then the other.
And you know Jake's had half a thing for you for years.
One he's contained admirably, or annoyingly, depending on the viewpoint. Either way, we had dinner and enjoyed ourselves. Alert the media.
Knock it off. You're going kayaking on Sunday.
Eyes slitted. She slammed the water bottle down again.
Does he tell you everything?
No, and I don't want to know everything. But there's a goddamn code, Nell. A friend's dating your sister, he lets you know. It would have been nice if my sister let me know she was dating my friend.
He's my friend too, and it was dinner. Just dinner. If I decide it's going to be more, that's my choice and my business. So butt out.
Now he sat. I had one date. One. With that... I can't remember her name. That girl who was part of your high school pack.
Candy.
Yeah, and the name should have put me off. But anyway, one date, and you snarled at me for weeks.
I've matured. How about you?
I love you.
Back at you, moron.
I love Jake.
Jesus, Miles, I'm not going to drag him into bed, use him up, then toss him away. Or vice versa. You should know both of us better.
Don't talk about bed. Temper dissolved into amusement.
I'm going to sleep with him. There may or may not be a bed involved.
Please shut up.
If, she added, we decide to have another date or two, and if we're both of that frame of mind. Meanwhile, I've gotten to be friends, outside of work, with Morgan. It's hard for me to find or make time to have friends outside of work and family. But we've had lunch, and we had drinks. You could almost say we're dating.
Now he just covered his face with his hands, scrubbed hard.
You're sleeping with her. Should I be worried?
Nell.
Miles,
she said, in the same overly patient tone.
You and I don't take or make relationships lightly. And though it falls in that same category, none of your damn business, I'll tell you I've had half a thing for Jake for a while.
Well, hell. You never said.
Remember the heading,
she shot back.
I'm also going to say that seeing what Morgan's been through, how she's dealt with it, brought it home to me how quick life and plans can change. If Jake hadn't asked me out, I'd have asked him. I want to see where it goes. You'll just have to live with that.
I'm going back to not thinking about it.
That would be very wise.
Morgan.
He got up to grab a Coke out of her cooler.
I was just over there.
Notice me not asking you what you were doing over there in the middle of a workday.
I'm having one of those camera systems installed on the house.
Ah,
she considered, nodded.
That's a very good idea.
She doesn't like it, but she'll deal with it. She'd just gotten an update on Roswell right before I got there. I'm going to give you the highlights, then I have to get going. I'm way behind today. You could fill in the rest of the family.
All right. She took notes while he told her.
I'm meeting with Mom in, 5 minutes. I'll tell her. Look, let's grab dinner later. Talk this through. You told Jake.
Yeah, which is how... all the rest. I'm late.
Me too.
They rose together.
Hey.
Anger forgotten, she crossed over to hug him.
Don't worry too much. The more I get to know her, the more I realize how self-reliant she is. Then add she has us, the FBI, and the local police on her side.
A rabid dog with a human brain. That's what Jake called him.
That sounds accurate.
And something, Miles thought, to worry about. Chapter 23. Every time Morgan thought she'd found the sweet spot in her workout routine, Jen devised some new form of torture. Today's pyramid of deadlifts, kickbacks, military presses, and biceps curls in the goddess position ranked as the worst yet. She sweated her way to the top of the pyramid, indulged her inner camel in a 30-second, all Jen allowed, water break, then did her best not to weep her way down again. Getting strong, she lectured herself. Getting strong enough to punch Roswell in the throat. And after the last vicious rep, she set down the weights. But did it end there? No, it did not. She suffered through 12 agonizing minutes of core with crunches, bicycles, the detested inchworm, and more, until her abs burned along with the rest of her. Breathless, limp, done, she lay on the mat, eyes closed. When will I stop hating it? Helpfully, Jen tossed her a gym towel.
Why are you doing it?
Behind her lids, Morgan's eyes rolled. To get strong, be strong, stay strong.
And it's working. You've doubled your weights and reps since you started. Packing some nice guns these days.
Morgan turned her head, opened one eye. With it, she studied her arms. Sort of.
Very nice guns for your frame and body type. Now hydrate and stretch.
Smiling, Jen held out a hand.
Body by Jen. I'm liking what I see here.
Morgan clasped hands, groaned her way to her feet. This body by Jen feels like it's been pounded with 1,000 tiny hammers.
Hydrate and stretch,
Jen repeated.
And it won't. You've come a long way. Keep it up. Hey now. Jen, I've got a free hour. And the world shudders on its axis. I know, right?
In her black shorts and tank, Nell grabbed a pair of 15-pound weights.
I'm squeezing in some fun.
She took her stance, started with a swimmer's press, and sent Morgan a look.
You look like you've finished the fun.
I'm done. Done in. She's a monster.
I wear the badge with pride. Stretch,
Jen said again, her beaded braids swaying as she walked away to find another victim. Morgan started her stretches and scowled at Nell in the mirror wall. Show off.
A badge I wear with pride. I was hoping to run into you before your shift. Mom just told me the Friedman event, that's Sunday, wants another bar.
They already have 2.
And now they want 3. 1 for mixed drinks, and instead of the second for wine, beer, and soft drinks, they want to split that. 1 soft bar, 1 wine and beer bar.
I'll ask Bailey to take it. Smoothly, Nell switched to Crazy Eights.
Is she ready?
More than for a wine and beer bar. It's a good way for her to solo at an event. I'll let you know. If she can't take it, I'll see if Nick wants it or can switch shifts with me and I'll take it. Bex has her Friday night art class, and I wouldn't ask her to miss it unless we're stuck. Trisha's on vacation until Saturday.
I'll leave it to you. How are you?
With her hands clasped behind her back, Morgan drew them down and let out a sound that signaled relief. I think my bones are burning.
Keep stretching, and that's not what I meant.
I haven't heard anything for a couple of days. The last I did, they found the car he stole when he dumped the first one at the airport in Omaha. He ditched that. He'd switched the plates at a truck stop in South Dakota. They think he might have gotten a ride from there heading west, as they had a possible sighting in Wyoming they were going to follow up on.
So he's still running, and in the opposite direction from here. That's a good thing.
I'm trying to think of it that way.
I'd try that too. I don't know if I'd succeed.
Switching to 12-pounders, Nell started triceps extensions.
How's the new security system working out?
The ladies love it. Go figure. As she stretched her own triceps, Morgan had to admit, as usual, the burn had turned to warmth, and her fatigue to smugness. They baked Miles a damn cherry pie.
I love cherry pie. He did not share. It was intrusive of him, Morgan. Miles doesn't intrude unless his feelings outweigh his pretty rigid sense of stay out of it.
I get that. And along that line, how are you doing with your triangle?
I have a triangle?
You, Jake, Miles. With a laugh, Nell set down the lighter weights.
I'm doing my best to enjoy one, ignore the other. And along that line, why don't we all go out to dinner? Make it a foursome. Maybe next Sunday night when you're off.
Oh. After rolling her shoulders, Morgan lowered into a runner's stretch. When Nell picked up the heavier weight again for another set of shoulder presses, Morgan wondered how Nell could lift steadily without breaking a sweat. Wouldn't that be a little awkward?
I don't think so. I think it would be good for Miles to see me and Jake as a couple.
Are you?
I think we're cautiously approaching that destination. I can set it up. Keep it casual.
Have Miles grill, Morgan suggested. He likes to, and it's not only casual, it fits the dynamics. Friends and family.
That's brilliant. I should have thought of it.
Maybe ask Liam to join with a date. That turns the triangle into a hexagon, I think.
Really brilliant. I'll set it up.
Let me know.
Now, I'm done with this hellhole for another day. Listen, when you have time, drop by Après. I have a couple of candidates for the fall specials to run by you.
I'll do that. Keep the ideas coming, Morgan.
I've got an endless supply. She headed out, deeply considered the elevator rather than the steps, and weighing guilt against convenience, turned toward the steps. Miles came down them.
Is Nell in the fitness center?
Showing off with her 15-pound weights.
Good. I need to go over something with her, and she'd have blown me off if I texted while she's lifting.
He angled his head, studied her with those amber eyes.
You look good.
Are you serious?
Almost always. You're kind of rosy and dewy.
It's called sweat.
It looks good on you.
To her complete surprise, he moved in, cupped her chin, and kissed her. A long and serious kiss.
Really good. I need to catch Nell.
He strode off, leaving her standing at the base of the stairs holding her gym bag. And within the eye line of the spa check-in staff, who pretended not to notice. Morgan spent most of Friday afternoon working in the garden with her ladies. A brief storm the night before had the weeds pulling up like butter, and reminded her how the blasts of thunder had waked her in Miles's bed, and how the two of them had rolled together like that thunder even after the storm passed. She glanced over, watching her mother deadhead roses. How she hummed to herself as she worked. How content she seemed. As if those years of uprooting, moving, searching had all come together here. This time. This place. Swiping sweat from her forehead, Morgan sat back on her heels. How does it feel to be Audrey Nash again? Just right. I guess Albright never really fit me, or I didn't fit Albright. Who knew it could be so easy to take back what was mine all along? Now she glanced over. You did. How does it feel to be Morgan Nash? Like I've closed an old door and opened a new one? I didn't expect that, not really. Like I didn't expect to be happy here. Oh, Morgan. I came because I had to. And that first night, Mom, everything in me felt so dark and hopeless, sort of frozen in place just like the winter. Now, moving toward the end of summer, it's the opposite. I'm heading toward 30 and living in my grandmother's house, but I feel light and hope and movement. These past months have shown me who you are, who Gram is, and who I am. I like who we are, we Nash women. So do I.
Time for a break,
Olivia called out as she carried a pitcher of sun tea to the patio table.
That sun's fierce, and no complaints because winter's long and cold, but it's fierce. Time for a break.
I hear that. Morgan started over while Olivia set her hands on her hips.
I don't think this yard has ever looked better. The things you added, Morgan, brighten up the bright. I'm going to take time to sit and enjoy it while it lasts.
Audrey sat, pulled off her hat and fanned herself with it. No complaints, but whew! We're due for another storm tonight, and this one might cool things off a bit. Morgan thought of storms and Miles, and smiled as she poured tea. I like a good storm. I wouldn't mind it cooling off a little. Miles said to bring my hiking boots tonight. You haven't really taken the time to hike. You always liked going with Pa. Audrey took the glass of tea, rubbed its cold surface over her cheek before drinking. I'm glad you're doing something fun, something that isn't work. Even gardening's work.
I have a suspicion Morgan and Miles find something to do that's not work. And, Olivia added, I bet it's not a frisky game of gin rummy.
Besides that, Audrey said with a laugh, it's important to have shared interests when you're with someone. Besides that, she said again before Olivia could speak. I made a mistake there. You and Dad didn't. You shared so many things. The Colonel and I, well, we just didn't. Morgan and Miles share interests. Gardening, the resort. They both like dogs, and now hiking. And you're having your first dinner party as a couple on Sunday. I don't know if I'd call it a dinner party. It's dinner, and you'll have fun. I feel like I'm deserting both of you, spending so much of my weekends over at his house.
Don't be silly.
Olivia waved that away.
Your mother and I like knowing you're with a good man. And you need to spend time with people your own age. Make friends. Friends are part of the roots too, baby, and keep what grows happy and healthy. Mom and I have our monthly book club, yoga classes, the shop, now the cafe. It's fun to grab lunch with a girlfriend. We both make time for that. And tomorrow afternoon, we're heading over to Tom and Ida's potluck cookout, where we'll eat too much and gossip the day away.
Olivia sighed with pleasure.
We're not old fogies yet who need looking after.
And we have the magic doorbell. I love that thing. Shaking her head, Morgan glanced at the back door camera.
I know. I don't understand it, but I know you do.
Spreading her hands, Audrey smiled at Morgan. I got an alert last week and watched FedEx deliver a package to the front door. It's like a secret window.
The sun's fierce. The gardens are beautiful. That damn frog makes me smile every time I look at it, and we're all going to get our party on. That's a good deal, girls. Let's embrace it.
Morgan promised herself to do just that. Embrace it. On a busy Friday night at Après, she enjoyed the work, the crowd, and looked forward to a Saturday hike, a Sunday gathering. We're going to switch, Bailey.
Sorry, what?
I'll take the back bar.
Oh, but
I'm right here if you need help, but let's see how it goes for an hour.
Are you sure?
I wouldn't say so if I weren't. Morgan nudged her forward, stepped back. You've got the stick. And she did fine. Just fine. So Morgan let the hour run to 90 minutes. That's the way it's done.
I forgot to be nervous.
You've only got a few weeks left before you go back to school, so let's have you do 2 hours for your next shift with me. Now take a break. You earned it. Satisfying, she thought as she filled orders. Satisfying to teach somebody how to do a job and do it well. Not for a career, not in Bailey's case, but to earn a solid paycheck until she forged that career.
You let her handle it. Opal stopped by the bar. You got out of her way and let her handle it. When I'm wrong about somebody or something, I say so right out loud. I had you wrong.
There might have been some of that on both sides.
Yeah, might have been. 2 summer specials, fizzy water on ice, double Bombay tonic.
Coming right up.
I've got a nephew, just turned 21. He's working in the lodge kitchen the last 6-7 months. Doesn't much like it, but he works. If he wanted to train at the bar, would you take him on?
If Nell approves the change, I'll take him on.
Good.
She didn't expect to see Miles until she got to his house, but he walked in at closing.
Worked late.
I'll say.
We'll get your bag out of your car. You can ride with me.
Then my car's here where I'm not.
We'll get it tomorrow. You've got your hiking boots?
As requested. She shut off the lights on what she considered an excellent shift. I got a call from a friend today, she told him as they walked out.
Oh?
Sam. He and Nina, they'd gotten serious. He loved her. Was on the brink of asking her to move in with him when it all happened. She stopped at her car, took out her bag.
You've kept in touch?
Yeah. And he has dinner with Nina's family at least once a month. He wanted me to know he's met someone. In his car, he waited until she'd strapped in.
Is that a problem for you?
No, God, no. He's been seeing her for a couple of months now, and it's, well, gotten serious. So he wanted me to know. He's a really good guy, Miles. I'm happy for him. It's been nearly a year and a half. That hit me. It feels longer in some ways than in others, like yesterday. Her name's Henna. She's a paralegal. She has a cat named Susie she spoils. Likes old movies, like really old black and white movies, and reading thrillers.
A lot of information,
Miles commented. Once he got my initial reaction, he really went on and on about her. So I'm happy for him. Oh, she also skis, so he's going to bring her up here next winter, stay at the resort. Introduce us. God, I hope I like her. I'll fake it if I don't, but I hope I do.
You're predisposed to like her, so unless she's not anything like what he told you, you'll like her. Any problems tonight?
The opposite of problems. How she loved these late-night drives through the quiet dark while the world slept, the air blowing in the open windows, an owl calling somewhere deep in the trees. A busy summer Friday night, she continued. I took the back bar with Bailey for about an hour and a half, and she handled it. Oh, and I had my first repeater. I mean, for me. This couple who stayed at the resort last March, back for a week with their son, his wife, and their 2 grandkids.
You remembered them?
Their faces. I blanked on the names, but I got the faces, so enough to say welcome back. And since they charged the drinks to the room, I could look up the names. James, Jim, and Tracy Lowe.
They've been coming twice a year since their son, that's Manning, was in college. Manning met his wife Gwen at the resort on one of their summer trips. They got married here. Sentimental. Their kids are Flynn, must be around 6, and Haley, about 4.
As he pulled into the drive, she shook her head. And I think I bank data. I got some of that when they came in for their nightcap.
The resort runs on loyalty and personalized service. The Lowe's have been twice-a-year guests since I was in high school.
As they walked to the door, Howell let out a trio of barks followed by his signature howl. Better than an alarm system, cameras included.
The offer to take him's still open.
When Miles opened the door, the dog stood, dancing in place, then rushed to Morgan. Did you miss me? Did you? Yes, you did. While she lavished Howell with love, Miles locked up for the night.
Do you want anything?
Just this sweet dog. And, tilting her head, gave Miles a sidelong look. Maybe you.
The dog's got his own bed.
So saying, he scooped her up, tossed her over his shoulder. It made her laugh as Howell muttered and dashed for the steps in front of Miles. Well, this is new.
Just getting you off your feet after a long shift.
Is that it? Most men would have gone for the romantic sweep instead of the over-the-shoulder.
I'm not most.
So I've noticed. You know, your house looks good even upside down. He carted her to the bedroom, where the light came from cloud-misted stars and a 3/4 moon, and dumped her on the bed, covered her with his body.
How do you like it now?
I've grown fond of this particular view. As she studied him, and he studied her, she ran her hands down his back, then up again.
I like mine better.
Eyes still on hers, he brushed her mouth with the lightest kiss.
You've got a face.
I definitely have a face.
It's a damn good face.
Now his mouth brushed hers, lingered a little longer.
I thought so the first time I saw it.
Behind the bar?
No, the first time. At your grandfather's memorial.
Oh, I don't think I saw you. Honestly, I'm not sure I saw anyone. It's one big blur.
Everything showed on that face. The grief, the guilt, the wish you could go somewhere else, anywhere else, alone, and deal with it. And I remember I wondered if I saw that because I felt exactly the same.
He kissed her again, just a little deeper, just a little longer.
The next time I saw that face, and that was behind the bar, I saw something else. Something under the friendly, efficient bartender. He switched to the pulse in her throat, pleased to feel it start to race. I saw grit mixed with vulnerability. Just fascinating, that face. I like seeing it when I've got my hands on you.
I want your hands on me. He closed his over hers and used his mouth, just his mouth, to arouse.
They'll get there.
He released one hand to flip open the buttons of her shirt, then slowly followed that gap down with his mouth, then roamed up again. This time the kiss spun out and out and out until he felt her go lax. He hadn't taken enough time with her, he thought. Not with the late nights, early mornings. Now he would. He flipped open the front hook on her bra, the deeply cut white lace he knew she wore for him, and trailed his fingers over her, light, 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 while his tongue skimmed over hers, while her hum of pleasure spilled into him. And he looked as he took that time with the crisp uniform, the black and the white in disarray, with her skin trembling under his mouth and hands, aroused. As he eased her zipper down, his mouth took her breast, but gently, gently. No rush, no hurry as his fingers slid down to tease, only to tease even as she arched up against them, even as the hum in her throat became broken sighs. As he traveled down her, sliding those trim pants over her hips, pressing his lips to her belly, he found it unspeakably erotic to be fully dressed, while he peeled those layers away from a body that shuddered with need under him. He took her up, watching her, that face, as he met those needs. She quaked under him, shuddering, just as the first flash of lightning turned the room white, and on one of her broken sighs came his name. Thunder followed after. He took her over. She let him. And with surrender she found power. She could take what he gave her until the pleasure of it shook through her like the sudden gusts of wind at the windows. Her body felt as liquid as the rain, as if she could pour through his hands if he willed it. Under those hands she rose up, where the world ran hot and the air thick, then floated down to the impossibly soft and warm. When he levered up to drag off his shirt, she pressed her hands to the hard, strong wall of his chest. There, though he took his time, such exquisite time, his heart raced. That face, he murmured, and it moved her to hear his voice breathless. I like how it looks when I'm inside you. I want you inside me. Lightning flashed again, illuminating her as she reached for him. He covered her, and he watched her as he slid, slowly, inside her, and held there as she flew up again, as she tightened around him. Miles. Easy. He murmured it as he took that exquisite time. While the storm raged, he gave her that time, to build again, to break again. Then he took her hands in his, took her mouth with his, so linked, joined, they broke together. He lay over her, more content than he could remember being in the whole of his life. The storm, already passing, tossed the last drops of rain at the windows. Where lightning had flashed, moonlight returned. From the library, the clock that had been his great-grandfather's struck 3. He lifted his head to look down at her, and yes, saw contentment there. That face, he said again, and watched her lips curve. Chapter 24. She slept like a rock and woke to the scent of coffee. Time to get your ass up. After blinking her eyes open, she stared at Miles. He stood beside the bed, fully dressed. What time is it? Get your ass up o'clock. Taking her hand, he pulled her up to sitting. Why do women do that? He wondered, when she dragged the sheet up with her. I've seen you naked. I've seen your breasts, which I've observed are very nicely proportioned to the rest of you. Because, she said, and left it at that. Then she saw the mug on the nightstand. You brought me coffee. I brought you something pretending to be coffee. Knock it back. Get up. You've got 30 minutes. How long have you been up? Long enough to grab a shower, drink actual coffee, get dressed, and make whatever it is you drink in the morning. Okay, I can do all that in 30. No problem. And I appreciate you bringing me coffee even if you don't respect it. Where's Howell? He's out on patrol. 30 minutes, he said as he walked to the door. I have to make a couple calls. In 30, because she considered it a challenge, she walked downstairs. She wore her hiking shorts and boots, a blue t-shirt, and a red ball cap. She'd hitched on a light backpack holding bug spray, a water bottle, a traveling first aid kit, a bag of trail mix, along with what she considered other essentials. She found him in the kitchen, downing another cup of coffee. "All set?" He turned, looked at her.
What is it about women in boots and shorts? Sunscreen? Bug juice?
"Covered and coated, with more in my pack." She went into the mudroom for the leash. "We are taking Howl."
Yeah, he's expecting it.
After Miles shrugged on his own pack, they went out the back. And when the dog spotted the leash, he sat where he was, looked deliberately away.
He considers the leash insulting.
"Of course he does. As if you wouldn't be a good boy," she crooned as she went to him. "The very best boy. But we can't take you on the adventure without it." He suffered the indignity.
We'll take the car.
"Oh, I figured we'd hike the trail about a half-mile from here." Since she had the dog, Miles grabbed her free hand.
The Birch Trail's a good loop, and when we're done, we can pick up your car.
"Works for me. I'm bound to be rusty," she said as they piled into the car. "I haven't been on a serious hike in a couple years. Time to get back in gear there so I can hike in the fall when the leaves change, and that won't be long. I've never been here in the fall."
Tourists jam the place.
"Which is good for the resort and the town."
Yeah, but the trails get crowded. We'll have some company today. Summer brings them too, but not like September and October.
"I'm looking forward to it. Not summer ending, but seeing the fall." After he parked next to her car, she got out, shouldered her pack again before getting Howl out of the back.
It's a 5-mile loop, Miles told her, but there's a cutoff to shorten it to 3.
"I can handle 5. Another challenge.
We'll add to that walking down to the ropes course, zip line. The trailhead's right there.
I rented a bike in the spring a couple times, so I could tour the resort that way, get a better sense of the layout. I really thought about buying one, but it's just too far to bike to work, and too late to risk biking home."
You don't have to get a bike just for transportation.
"No, guess not." But she couldn't justify just because expenses. Not yet. Anyway, the way things are laid out, the walking trail around the lake, the hiking trails, at least the ones I've seen signposted, then the zip lines, climbing wall, the cute little playground area, it all makes sense. I stopped in at the adventure outlet, obviously, for the bike. Also smart to make it so easy to buy or rent gear, and right within sight of the ski lifts and runs. Then there's the lake. She stopped to look out at the blue water dotted with kayaks and canoes. The mountains, green as their name, reflected on it. I've never kayaked. I guess you have.
Sure. We'll squeeze it in some weekend.
It's something. To have all this at your fingertips, really?
My great-grandparents bought the land and built the first lodge, the first couple cabins, because of the lake and that view.
You're lucky they had that foresight. And what your family's done with it. Building on it, yeah, but with respect. When I biked through, I'd spot a cabin, but it looked like it grew there. Howl, forgetting the insult of the leash, strolled and sniffed his way along the walking trail. Word is you're going to transition to electric shuttles.
Yeah, by the fall peak. We're putting in more charging stations.
Also smart. They came in sight of the ropes course, tucked in the trees. Morgan shook her head at the guests climbing, balancing, swinging high above her head. I can see doing that, she said as Miles steered her to the trailhead, when the zombie apocalypse hits, or the inevitable invasion by aliens hell-bent on exterminating the human race. It might be necessary to build rope bridges and walls, learn to balance on swinging tires and wood planks. But until then, she shifted her pack. I'll stick with hiking trails for my adventuring. And this is why, she added, as they started the climb through the birch trail that gave the trail its name. It's beautiful. Already beautiful.
It gets better. Let me know when you're tired of handling the leash.
We're fine. I'm going to take 1,000,000 pictures, so be prepared for it. like now.
Oh, I remember this. Wild lupin.
When she crouched down to frame the spears of purple, Howl licked her cheek. Miles waited, patient enough, each time she stopped to capture some spotted joe pie weed or whatever she found interesting in the bark on birches, old-growth maples. They passed a group heading down, were passed by another couple heading up. He liked her company, liked she didn't chatter endlessly but could appreciate the quiet and the song of birds. He hadn't made enough time for this lately, he admitted, for just walking through the hills and forest he loved. She stopped, held up a hand. Wait, I hear... Is that a waterfall?
Around the next bend in the trail. It's small but scenic. Little White Falls. Resort property ends there, so we have the cutoff to loop back. Or we can take the longer that runs through the national forest. It gets steeper.
Definitely the longer, but I want to see the falls. They tumbled down, dashing into the river below and foaming white against the weak tea brown. It's beautiful. It's like music. And it sparkled over the rock, beat water against water, so the river showed its floor. Where the shade spread, moss-carpeted limbs turned the light soft. Yet the sun struck the tumbling water, bright as a laser. The couple who'd passed them took a couple selfies, then turned to take the trail back down. A group of 3 rose from a low rock ledge, then continued on up the trail. Miles took the leash so she could pull out her phone yet again. While she got her pictures, he pulled the collapsible cup out of his pack, poured water into it. A grateful howl lapped it up. He glanced up in time to see her take their picture as he crouched down to offer the dog a second cup. Sorry. Couldn't resist. I tossed an old plastic bowl in my pack. The cup's better. She lifted her face to the sky. This is the most perfect spot. I hate selfies, she said, looking back at him.
I'm with you on that.
But it's a waterfall, and I'd like to make an exception to my no selfie rule.
Go ahead.
It includes you. It's a waterfall, Miles, and the light's perfect. So please, just this once. He should have known it would happen, just as he accepted refusing made him a jerk. He didn't mind being a jerk, but he'd mind more spoiling the moment. He stepped over to her. Thank you. She held out the camera, turning it until she got the angle she wanted. On 3. Don't scowl.
I'm not scowling.
To solve it, she turned her face just enough to press her lips to his cheek. When his lips curved just a little, she took the picture.
What happened to on 3?
That was better. Look, she brought the photo up. We're adorable. And I'm going to do more of this. She pocketed the phone. That's my solemn vow in front of the magic waterfall. They continued up. It did get steeper, and Morgan supposed she had Jen's relentless workouts to thank for the fact she climbed without muscles twinging. A group of teenage boys bounded by like antelopes, cackling like hyenas.
It's all fun and games, Miles commented, until somebody breaks an ankle.
What were they, about 16? The age of indestructibility.
Where were you at 16?
I honestly can't tell you. I used to keep a book to write down the place and the dates. After the divorce, we kept moving around so much I kept writing it down. Then I tossed it, which was stupid, when I went to college. Done with that. She flicked her hand as if tossing something away. But it was mostly a minor temper tantrum, and I regret it.
Your mom probably knows if you ever want to put places and times together.
Maybe, but... She went speechless when the world opened up. Oh, God. You didn't tell me.
Makes a nice surprise. Not a half-bad view.
It's glorious. A world of mountains, valleys, hills, rivers spread out in vivid greens, tender blues, the sturdy gray of rock and jutted outcroppings. The soft peaks as they rolled on spoke of age and endurance. I'm here, and have been long before, will be long after. She could see the folds and cuts of land and water, The rise of trees, the climb of trails, all so clear under the wide bowl of sky. And like a gift, the white tumble of a distant waterfall. A painting, she thought, unframed and open to anyone who stood at this spot. She wondered how it looked when fog crept through and rose in mists to blur the hills, or when the trees turned vivid in the fall, or the winter spread its bright, blanketing white. Today it said summer, with life at its peak. The silence was music. "I have to do it again," she turned to him. "Sorry, but it's too perfect not to." She held up the camera. "It's your own fault. I don't even care if you scowl." She slid an arm around his waist, angled the camera. When she'd taken the shot, she pointed at Howl. "Your turn. Sit down. Good dogs, sit." She crouched down to frame him in, with his eyes full of happy, head angled in anticipation. That might have been the moment, Miles would think later. Just the moment when he started to slip. Watching her convince the dog to pose, and damned if he didn't, with her absolute pleasure in the moment, in the place, in the quiet soaring like the hawks overhead. The moment when she looked up at him, glowing, simply glowing, while surrounded by the world that had always been his. Then she stood, put her phone away, and took his hands. "Thanks. You couldn't have picked a better day. A better trail."
That's a killer in the fall.
He nodded toward the view. "I bet. But right now it's just so full of summer." Looking out again, she tipped her head to his shoulder. "Fall's bounty, winter's waiting, spring's beginning. But summer, it's fruition." The silence broke as voices carried up the trail, so he moved on. Putting the moment aside, he walked with her and the dog. "Now you've done it," she told him as the track wound downward. "I'm going to have to make a lot more time for this. Even an hour now and then on a day off. How do you feel about camping?"
I feel humanity's progressed through work, innovation, necessity, and luck since they were cave dwellers or pioneers, and I respect their efforts and value those efforts toward indoor plumbing, thermal windows, sturdy mattresses, and broadband. I don't see a reason to choose to ignore those innovations and sleep in a tent.
That would be a no to camping. I'd say it's nice that I also have a healthy respect for progress and innovation. But I bet you know how, which would be handy in the event of that zombie apocalypse or alien invasion. "And that's a bear," she said, stopping dead when one crossed the path about 2 yards down. "An actual bear."
He's not interested in you.
But Miles took the leash as Howl began to mutter and wag.
Brown bear. Usually not aggressive. We're not taking another selfie with it.
The thought never occurred. It's a bear. It's a really big bear. But it lumbered its way into the trees.
We'll give him a minute. You hiked with your grandfather a few times, right? You never crossed paths with a bear?
I did not. He told me what to do, what not to do if we did. I remember being disappointed we never saw one. Now I wonder why.
We have some wander onto the resort now and then, especially around the cabins.
As they walked, she looked toward the direction the bear had taken, but didn't see a sign of it. I'd probably be excited to see one if I were sitting inside a cabin. He shrugged.
They were here first.
It made her smile at him. "Dear Diary, today I saw a waterfall, stood and looked out over miles of mountains, and had a bear walk by."
Do you do that? Keep a diary?
No. Who has time? But if I did, I'd add in the bear. "I'm going to stop by the bakery after we pick up my car, get something for dessert for tomorrow."
Nell's doing this cake thing she does.
Nell bakes?
Sometimes. Plus, I'm grilling. You're doing the potato thing. She's not about to be outdone.
I like that about her. The way she competes. It has to be challenging being sandwiched between two brothers.
Maybe it's challenging to be the oldest.
Is it?
Not really. But it could be.
It's not, because when it comes down to it, you're a team. There's one of your cabins. Look how it's all nestled in there with rockers on the big front porch. I didn't realize we'd circled back so close to the resort.
Nearly back where we started.
I see that now. They crossed the little bridge over the narrow stream, and the trail opened up to the ropes course. She spotted Liam carting a couple of harnesses over to a bench.
Good hike?
He called out as they crossed to him. It was wonderful. Waterfalls and vistas and bears. No takers this afternoon? She asked as she scanned the empty course above.
We're booked for a private run.
He held out a harness. What? Morgan clasped her hands behind her back. No.
Just the thing to cap off a hike.
No, it's not. It's just the thing to make you squeal like a 5-year-old or curl into a ball and whimper for your mommy.
You're not afraid of heights.
Miles picked up a harness, began to strap it on.
Not the way you stood up at the lookout.
No, I'm not afraid of heights, but...
If you were, we'd skip this.
I'm not afraid of heights, but I have a healthy respect for gravity.
You won't fall. See this?
Liam held up the harness, showed her the carabiner on the belay system.
You clip this on and it locks. It can't unlock until you physically unlock it. You'll always have at least one safety line attached at all times, even when you're standing on a platform.
I question why I'd stand on a platform up there.
It's fun! If she's afraid.
Miles let that hang, started to remove his harness. Afraid is a strong word, and one she knew he'd used on purpose. Wary. I prefer wary.
What are you going to do when the zombies swarm?
Miles asked her. Die a horrible death, then spend the rest of my zombie existence eating brains. Damn it, this is an ambush. She grabbed the harness. Show me how this thing works. As he hooked it on her, Liam smiled into her eyes.
This'll hold easily 3 times your weight. We're both going to be up there with you, but first, I'm going to go over the basics right here on the ground.
I like the ground. Liam was thorough, and the basics didn't seem too complicated. What about Howl? Miles hooked his leash to the leg of the bench, set out water in a chew stick.
He's fine,
he said, and handed her a safety helmet. She wasn't that competitive, she thought, but found herself climbing to the first platform behind Liam with Miles behind her. On the platform, with Howl far below, Liam went over the belay and safety system again.
The bridge will sway some as you step on those wood crosses, but you're hooked on.
You go first.
Sure. I'll wait on the next platform.
He might as well have walked across a solid stone bridge 2 feet above a lazy stream, Morgan thought as she watched him.
You're fine,
Miles said from behind her. She spared him one dubious look, held her breath, stepped off the platform. It swayed all right, but she kept her eyes on the second platform, even when Howl howled from below. She didn't fall, and didn't end up dangling in humiliation.
You did great! Want to go across first this time?
No, second's fine with me.
Remember what to do?
Yeah, I've got the not falling part down solid. She watched Liam walk over vertical logs that seemed unnecessarily narrow and spaced unnecessarily wide, then glanced back to see Miles cross the bridge with the same ease as his brother. Show-offs, she decided, and carefully unlocked her first carabiner, switched it to the next wire, gave it a nice testing tug before she did the second. The logs swayed too, but the idea of freezing halfway across kept her moving, kept her stretching a leg out to step from one to the next. The fact she swallowed a couple of squeals before they sounded boosted her confidence. There were narrow wood swings that swayed, a rope net to traverse. Liam let out a hoot of approval as she managed them.
You've got it! We could sign you up on crew!
No, she thought as she made her careful way over a long vertical log, then what was essentially a tightrope. Definitely no to that. She climbed a rope ladder, felt her abs sing as she swayed and balanced over the course of tires. But the trapeze got her. She watched Liam grip it, swing like a circus act from perch to platform. Her heart hammered. Her muscles trembled. This was work. but she gripped the trapeze, sucked in her breath, and pushed off. And it was like flying. For a second, maybe two, like flying with the air on her face, her body, as the song said, defying gravity. When she landed on the last platform, her laugh rang out. That! She threw her arms around Liam before she turned to where Miles waited on the trapeze perch behind. Who knew? And that, he knew, was the moment. She stood, face flushed with the effort, with the sudden delight, her arms still around his brother. Her smile could have lit the world. He didn't slide out of affection into love, didn't slip from attraction into forever, but fell long and hard. No safety system could have stopped the fall. It left him breathless, stunned, and a little bit pissed off. So he'd think about it later, he told himself. Later, when he'd cleared his head, and she wasn't right there distracting him. When they'd started down, he swung over, then joined them on the ground. Fun, right? More than I expected, she told Liam. A lot more than. Want to go again? There's time before the next group. I wasn't sure how long it would take you, but you're a natural. Once is enough, absolutely. There's the zip line, the rock wall. Get out of here. Laughing, she gave him a shove. Those are definite no's. Next time, zip line. It's such a rush, and you can see for miles. You're a maniac. Your brother's a maniac, she said to Miles. I'm going to free Howl. She's great, Liam began when she walked away, then shifted his feet. Look, I wasn't hitting on her or anything. I know that. And let me add, as if she'd go for it. Well, you look a little pissed, so... No, not that, and yeah, she did fine. I really like her. I mean, sure, in general, but for you. I like her for you. So do I. Miles unhooked his helmet, while the dog greeted her as if she'd been to war. And maybe that pisses me off a little. Liam just slapped his shoulder. You'll get over it. The pissed part, I mean. Maybe. Thanks for doing this. I figured she'd be more comfortable with you than one of the adventure crew. It was fun. He took the harness from Miles. She's gutsy. You gotta give her gutsy. Before we go over, any more on that asshole? Nothing definite. They're still following leads out west. Maybe Oregon. Maybe he'll run out of room and take a dive into the Pacific. I could live with that, but it's better if they find the bastard. She's never going to be all the way steady until she knows he's locked up. He can't run forever, Miles. Nobody can. No, Miles thought. But that was the problem. Sooner or later, Roswell would stop running and try again. At home, he lured her into the shower. Not just because he wanted her, and Christ knew he did, but with the hope the sex would clear his brain, return his balance. It didn't. When she went to work, he wandered around his house, wondering how it was she filled so many spaces, even when she wasn't there. He went into his office, looked out of the turret view that had so captivated her. He sat, worked a while. That filled spaces too. But he kept returning to those moments. The moment at the lookout when he'd felt that slip. Then the moment on the ropes when he felt the fast fall. And other moments, he admitted. The first time he'd seen her working behind the bar. That little click inside him he'd ignored. Watching her drive away in that rattletrap excuse for a car and wondering. Just wondering. Seeing the way she worked out in the gym because she was determined to get strong enough to protect herself. A lot of moments, up to the one he'd stepped outside and seen her standing in his front yard with her tub of cookies. So what now? Beside his chair, Howell muttered his opinion. I don't need your advice. She's got you wrapped, or you've got her. Hell, I guess it's mutual. He sat back, closed his eyes. So that's just the way it is. Absently, he laid a hand on Howell's head and realized his little brother had it right. He'd pretty much gotten over the pissed part.
She'll be home in a couple hours.
And that was the way it was, too, he realized. She'd be home, and he'd be waiting when she got there.
You might as well do your last patrol.
They went down, and while Howell did his last patrol, Miles poured a glass of cab. Thought of her. Waited for her to come home. Chapter 25. The bitch had ruined his life. Gavin Roswell stared at the never-ending rain outside the window of the crap motel, stuck off the back roads in Oregon, and thought of sunny Mexican beaches. He thought of luxury hotel suites with down pillows and terrace views of sunsets over blue water, of champagne nestled in silver ice buckets. He thought of how it felt to simply snap his fingers for service, and of strolling sun-washed streets knowing he could have anything he wanted. Everything he was entitled to. Morgan Albright, or Nash, as she called herself now, had taken that from him. Temporarily, oh yes, temporarily. But she'd taken from him. He could feel the fucking federal agents breathing down the back of his neck. Literally feel their breath when he woke in some lumpy bed in some dingy room. Woke in a cold sweat in the dark, afraid and disoriented. He'd taken to leaving a light on because the dark had too many moving shadows. He couldn't shake them, couldn't quite shake them. No matter how often he told himself they'd never look for him, never find him in some dump of a room in the rain-soaked back of beyond, he felt them inching closer. Twice he'd hacked into the state cops system, once in Idaho and again in Oregon, and found to his fury and his fear they'd updated his description. The sketches didn't hit home, but hit close enough to force him to change his look again. He'd restyled his hair, added a beard, both shaggy and nondescript brown. He wore glasses with cheap black frames and hated the face he saw in the mirror. With the help of makeup, the lines around his eyes had deepened, and his skin carried the pallor of a shut-in. He'd already gained weight from all the fast food and lack of hotel fitness centers. He changed locations and vehicles every other day. Rusty pickup trucks and rooms that smelled of must. And the bitch lived her life on the other side of the country, laughing at him as she sat in that big-ass house. He heard her laughing, even when he left the light on at night. He imagined killing her countless times, in countless ways. But those sweet, sweet dreams shattered to shards when he heard her laughing, when he felt the breath hot on the back of his neck. It couldn't go on. It wouldn't go on. He needed a place. Luxury might have to wait, but he needed a decent place where he could huddle in for a couple of weeks, maybe 3, a month. A place with a decent shower, where the rain didn't pound headaches into his skull. A place where he could think, plan, prepare. He'd head south. South into Nevada. The desert heat would bake the mold out of his brain and warm his blood again. He'd leave now, tonight, under the cover of dark and rain. Excitement rose up as he thought of it. South, toward the sun, while they looked for him in the soggy northwest. But west first, toward the coast. Dump the banger he'd stolen only the day before. Get himself a truck. He could leave the fucking feds some breadcrumbs, so it looked like he headed north toward Washington State. But he'd double back south. South, toward the sun, where he could think, where he could plan. Now he smiled out at the rain as he brought Morgan's face into his head. Sitting in that big-ass house, thinking she'd beaten him, thinking she'd won. Enjoy the rest of your summer, bitch, because I'm coming. Now he was the one who laughed. Miles reached for her when he woke Sunday morning. When he found the space beside him empty, he opened his eyes, studied what had become her side of the bed, at least on weekends, and realized he didn't like that empty space. He'd gotten used to having her fill it, gotten used to the way she slept. On her left side, one hand under the pillow as if she held herself in place. Annoyed, and more annoyed to find himself annoyed, he sat up and noted the dog had deserted him too. He got up, pulled on a pair of gym shorts with the vague idea of working out after coffee, better yet, after sex. Downstairs, as he walked toward the kitchen, he caught the mutter of the great room TV. One of those home improvement shows, he identified. The woman loved HGTV. And there she was, in baggy shorts, a baggier t-shirt, standing at the counter she'd littered with bottles, whole and juiced-out lemons and oranges. His grandmother's big cut-glass pitcher glowed a deep, almost purple red with whatever she'd mixed in it. Now, with one eye on a bunch of people ripping out ugly, shit-brown kitchen cabinets, she sliced an orange.
What are you doing?
Still slicing, she glanced over. Morning. Why, I'm waxing my surfboard, of course.
Huh.
He went straight to the coffee maker. I'm making sangria. The flavors need time to blend. I was going to make it when I got home last night, but you had other ideas, so I'm getting it together now so it'll have blending time. He looked over his shoulder as he reached for a mug.
I had other ideas this morning.
That got a smile as she dumped the orange slices in the pitcher and picked up a lemon. That'll have to wait. We have a dinner party to prep for. Coffee. Coffee. Coffee, he thought as the scent of it brewing made him yearn.
It's not a dinner party.
She'd said the same, she remembered. But now she embraced her lady's definition. We're having people over for dinner that we are making. Hence, dinner party. And I know I'm more wound up about it than you are, but I don't get to do this kind of thing often. Mostly at all. The last time, she slid the lemon slices in, started on the lime. The last time was when Nina and I made dinner for Sam, and the man I thought was Luke Hudson. Today's going to wipe that one right off the books. It mattered, he thought. What he considered just a casual summer evening with family mattered to her. For so many reasons. He stepped away from coffee, stepped to her, wrapped his arms around her.
Is that the biggest pitcher you could find?
He felt her laugh, felt her relax. You're thinking that while Nell may have one glass out of solidarity, the guys are going to stick with beer, because your balls may shrivel up if you drink something you consider too fussy and girly.
That wasn't my exact thought.
Sangria's neither fussy nor girly, but a perfect summer adult beverage. And in a few hours, you'll learn my sangria's exceptional. He stroked a hand along her spine before going back for coffee.
Not fussy, says the woman who's decimated a decent-sized orchard and has multiple bottles on the counter.
One of the many secrets of my sangria is fresh juice. When the doorbell rang, Morgan put down the knife.
I'll get it,
Miles told her. I'm fully dressed. You're fully not. He held up a hand to stop her before picking up the remote and changing the channel to security.
It's my mother. Why the hell is she knocking?
He switched the channel back and started out of the kitchen as Morgan looked down at herself and said, Shit. When he opened the door, Drea lifted her eyebrows. Sleeping in?
Why didn't you just come in?
In case you were sleeping in, or otherwise occupied. She handed him a basket of peaches. The Millers are up from Georgia.
How many bushels this time?
2. So I'm divvying up. I know you're seeing Liam and Nell later. You can share.
Maybe. Jesus, come back. We're in the kitchen.
I don't want to get in your way.
In the kitchen,
he repeated, and started back.
Morgan's making enough sangria for Barcelona. We have peaches,
he said as he set the basket on the counter.
You can't possibly want to stuff them in there, too.
I went red wine and citrus, but if I'd known... Morgan plucked one out, lifted it to her face, and drew in the scent. They're gorgeous. Thanks, Drea. Thank the Millers. Second cousins on my side. They grow peaches in Georgia. And your sangria's what's gorgeous. I'd offer you some, but it hasn't had time to blend and wouldn't be right. How about an iced cappuccino? That sounds like a lot of trouble. It's really not. While Morgan carried the pitcher to the refrigerator, Howell raced in from the mudroom, wagged his way to Drea for a greeting. There he is! Drea bent down to pet. If she wondered what it meant, how easily Morgan worked in her son's kitchen, while he stood in ratty gym shorts drinking coffee, she tucked it away. How was the hike? It was great. Morgan brewed the espresso, got out a bowl. I didn't realize how much I missed hiking until I did it again. And the ropes course? You mean the ambush? Tossing her hair back, she whisked half and half, sweetened condensed milk, and a little vanilla with the coffee. More fun than I expected. Have you ever done it? Family pride demands, and once was enough. Are those coffee ice cubes? Morgan shook the bag she'd pulled from the freezer. Why dilute a good thing with water?
She says, who adds a little coffee to her milk and sugar,
Miles pointed out.
And maybe I want an iced cappuccino.
I'm making enough. She got out 2 tall glasses, added the ice cubes, poured the coffee mixture over. Drea took 1 sip, then another. Maybe you should come live with me.
And I'm wondering why this is the first time I'm having this.
You drink black coffee, Morgan reminded him. Really hot black coffee. I figured I'd make these for tonight, post-dinner. We should probably do something with all these peaches, right? Like make something for later. Miles pointed at his mother.
She says we have to share.
Well, that would be sharing, and there's a lot of them. I don't have a clue. Peach cobbler, Drea suggested. Even less of a clue. Cobblers are cobblers because you cobble them together. Quick and easy. Not a stretch for somebody who just made a couple of iced cappuccinos in under 2 minutes. Beverages, no problem. Food's trickier. I can show you. Really? I've got time before I deliver peaches to my parents, then go home and make coffee ice cubes. And you're going to text me whatever you did in that bowl. Deal.
I'm going to go work out.
Miles deserted the kitchen, and he thought how she fit. Just fit in his life, as if the rest of his life waited for her to slide right in. By the time he'd put in a solid 90 minutes in his home gym, showered off the sweat, dressed, he found his mother gone. Peaches filled a bright blue bowl on the counter in a seriously sparkling kitchen. I made a peach cobbler.
Okay.
No, this is big. I made it. She pointed to the baking dish cooling by the stove. Your mom just said, now add this, do that. I made a dessert from scratch. We'll have to warm it up again before it's served, she said. Maybe with a scoop of vanilla ice cream.
Okay. I'd have given you a hand with the kitchen.
Your mom helped. She wouldn't take no. She said your dad's going to worship her when she offers him an iced cap after dinner tonight, so we're even. I really like your family, Miles.
So do I, more than most of the time.
It shows. I poked around, she continued. I hope you don't mind, but it's too late if you did because I already poked. And I found these wonderful dishes. I forget what they're called. All different colors.
Fiesta ware.
That's it. I thought we could use them tonight. They're fun and casual. And what his grandmother always used for backyard parties, he thought. And you have perfect glasses for the sangria. Short, thick, colored stems, and napkins in bright stripes. I thought... She broke off when he pulled her in and kissed her. I take that as a yes.
Use whatever you want.
I think we'll skip the Waterford and fine china. I know I'm obsessing, at least a little.
At least. Morgan.
She smelled of peaches.
Let's sit down a minute.
All right. Wait, it's nearly 2. They're coming around 6 for cocktails.
That's 4 hours.
Yes, but I have things. A lot of things. I saw this summer table setting idea on HGTV I want to try.
Of course you did.
So flowers, vases, and candles, and all of it. I'm in charge of the potatoes, then there's serving dishes. And I have to get myself together so I look good.
You look good.
Please. I'm still dealing with the shame of this outfit when your mother dropped by looking like the cover of a magazine with the caption, Casual Summer Chic.
Are you going to be like this anytime people come over here?
I hope not. But I think I have to get over this hump successfully. It's your house, your siblings, the chief of police. It's a big hump for me.
Okay, then. What's next?
She let out a long sigh. Thanks. He shrugged it off as she went to get the napkins to practice some clever fold for the table look she wanted. It could wait, he decided. What he wanted to say to her could wait. And he'd take more time to think. It took damn near the 4 hours for her to satisfy herself with every detail. Flowers, candles, napkins. Her focus remained intense, though she chatted away while she prepped her potatoes, while he marinated chicken, the vegetables he'd roast, made the barbecue sauce. And again, as they worked together, it struck how well she fit. How her anticipation of the evening had him looking forward to it all more than he'd expected. She put on a dress. She sure had the legs for it. Just a breezy number in pale, pale green that made him give thanks for summer. At last, when she stood outside, giving her tablescape a last critical look, she nodded. It looks good, right? It all looks good.
It ought to. You know, you spent all that time fancy folding the napkins, tucking a nasturtium in each one precisely, and people are just going to open them up.
The nasturtiums are pretty and edible, so there's that.
There's that. I'm getting a beer.
Or, she said as he started toward the copper tub where, at her insistence, he'd nestled beer and wine in ice, you could sample the sangria.
I thought it was still blending.
It's had 6 hours, so that'll do. Just a sample, she said as she headed inside. If you don't like, you don't like. He looked down at the dog, who looked up at him.
I just want a damn beer. I folded frigging napkins. Dragged out the ironing board I barely remember I have so she could press the table runner that's going to end up with barbecue sauce on it. I deserve a beer.
Howell muttered back, and Miles heard sympathy. Maybe solidarity. She carried the pitcher to the table with the copper tub, the glassware, cocktail napkins, flowers, more candles. I added some club soda just now for a little sparkle. She poured 2 fingers in a glass, walked over, and offered. Just see what you think. He took a sip. Scowled. Not good?
No, I'm irritated because it is good and I wanted a beer.
You can always have a beer, she said, and kissed his cheek. He heard Nell's voice from inside. We're here! I'm putting dessert on the counter. Crap. Morgan actually slapped the heel of her hand on her forehead. I made cobbler. I forgot she was making dessert. We'll leave the cobbler inside.
Hell no. We'll have both. It's fine.
Nell stepped out with Jake. She, too, wore a summer dress, and Miles did his best not to imagine Jake had thoughts when he'd seen Nell in it. She stopped, stared at the table. Well, wow! Just wow! She looked over at Morgan. It all looks so happy. Oh, is that sangria? Let's have some. Jake, if Morgan made it, it's going to be great. Miles thought he caught Jake's longing glance toward the beer, but he said, I'm game. By the time Liam arrived, they sat around a third table drinking sangria. He brought a slow-eyed, raven-haired beauty named Dawn. It took Miles about 10 minutes to judge she didn't fit. Nice enough, but not someone who'd slide in when Liam was ready. Or when he wasn't. On the other hand, he couldn't say the same about Nell and Jake. He knew them both too well to ignore what he saw with his own eyes. They worked. Liam kept the ladies entertained while Miles started the grill, and Jake joined him.
You'll hurt her, Miles said. She'll hurt you. People do along the way, can't help it because people. And that's between the two involved. That's life. Yeah, but if you hurt her, I'll have to kill you. What choice would you have? Exactly. Right now, she's running the clock. That's fine. I've got plenty of time.
Jake glanced back at the table.
And when her clock runs out, I'll be ready. So how much did you have to do with all this? Table looks like a magazine. I was slave labor. You've got it bad, son. I've got it. Can't say about her yet. Roswell.
Once again, Jake glanced back and kept his voice low.
They think he's heading to Washington State. The federal task force, the local Leos, they're all over it. Doesn't matter. As long as he's loose, it's hanging over her.
He heard her laugh, shook his head.
But not tonight.
When they sat at the happy table with its flowers and candles, its food and drink, he thought again. Not tonight. Nothing hanging over her tonight, because she was in the moment, sliding over her particular hump. Laughing with Liam, engaging Dawn in conversation about Impressionism, Dawn's particular interest. She talked baseball with Jake, about anything under the sun with Nell. He knew some of it was an innate skill, a tool of her trade. But it sprang from simply enjoying people and listening to what they had to say.
All right, Miles, you've definitely mastered the Jameson secret sauce.
Nell nudged her plate away.
You're head chef next family meeting, if I recall correctly, and I do. I vote for pulled pork. You can handle it.
I'll vote for that, and these potatoes,
Liam added.
Those are Morgan's specialty.
One of two, she put in. If my ladies have anything to do with it, I'll eventually add at least one more.
Your ladies?
Dawn sent Morgan a quizzical smile. My mother and grandmother. We share a house.
Oh.
She took a delicate bite of chicken.
You live with your mother. I thought you worked at the resort.
I do. It's been fascinating and enjoyable to live in a 3-generation household. Though she obviously tried, Dawn kept digging the hole.
I'm sure your grandmother must feel safer knowing you're in the house. Being elderly, I mean.
Miles caught Nell's eye cast to the sky, but Morgan just laughed. You'd better not let Graham hear you call her elderly. She and my mother go to yoga class every week, and the couple of times I joined them, I could barely keep up. They own and run Crafty Arts and Wine Cafe.
Oh, I've been in there. It's wonderful. I think I've met your grandmother there. She's very sharp.
Morgan lifted her glass but didn't hide the smile. She's all of that. No, Miles thought. The raven-haired beauty didn't come close to a fit. The sun settled in the west before dessert time rolled around. Confession, Morgan began. I forgot you were bringing dessert, Nell. Then your mom came by with peaches.
You made something?
She walked me through a peach cobbler.
A dessert-off,
Liam declared, and Nell shot him a look.
No, it's not a competition.
Isn't everything?
Morgan threw in with Nell. No. We'll consider it your lucky night and you get 2 desserts. Would anyone like cappuccino? Hot or iced?
I've never had iced cappuccino. You won't regret adding it in,
Miles told Jake.
Do you have skim milk?
To her credit, Morgan smiled at Dawn again. Sorry, not on hand.
Maybe just a half a cup. Hot.
You've got it.
I'll give you a hand.
As Nell rose, she patted Jake's shoulder as a signal for him to stay at the table.
She's young,
Nell said when she and Morgan were in the kitchen.
Just a tad younger than her age.
She is, and didn't mean any offense. She comes from money, you can tell. And nothing wrong with that.
Hope not, because me too.
She's had an excellent fine arts education and is enjoying her last summer before she takes her first real job at an art gallery in Chicago, though she really wanted New York.
You got more out of her than I did.
She's an easy read, and she's a very nice girl. Still a girl, but not a mean one. Neither she nor Liam will give each other a second thought when she moves to Chicago next month.
No, they won't.
You and Jake, on the other hand, give each other a lot of thoughts.
More than I wanted to, until I did. For a cop, his edges are pretty damn smooth, and end up smoothing mine.
Plus, if you'll excuse me for noticing, he's got a great ass.
He does. It's hard not to notice.
Okay, she said when Morgan pulled the cobbler out of the warming oven.
That looks great. Just like my mother's.
She step-by-stepped me. Yours looks great. What is it?
Cherry dump cake. Don't be put off by the name. You dump cake mix over cherries, add a little this and that, bake it, and done.
I could do that. I could actually do that.
I'll text it to you. Are those are coffee ice cubes? That's brilliant. Give me one.
Morgan obliged her, and Nell sucked it like a popsicle.
God, I could mainline these. Why didn't I ever think of doing this? I'll get the desserts. You deal with the coffee.
Successful desserts led to lingering before the good nights. Stars swept across the sky when Morgan sat out with Miles.
How's that hump?
He asked her. Smooth and level, thanks. It was fun. Was it fun?
It was. Even the new and soon-to-be-forgotten girl had fun. You could have squashed that for her. You didn't.
She didn't mean to be critical. She was surprised. It never occurred to her a grown woman, several years older than she is, would choose to live with her mother, much less her grandmother. Liam obviously didn't fill her in.
It's your business, not hers, so no, he wouldn't.
I appreciate that. And I appreciate you putting up with me today. I know I was a pain in the ass.
Yeah, you were.
He liked her quick, easy laugh.
You should make it up to me.
I can try. What did you have in mind?
What I had in mind this morning when you were too busy being a pain in my ass.
I see. She rose, then straddled him on the chair. I guess it's the least I can do.
It won't be the least when we're finished.
He rose with her, so she linked her long legs around his waist. We should call the dog in.
He has to finish his last patrol. He knows how to get in when he's ready.
Can we do this again sometime?
Absolutely not,
he said as he carried her inside.
If I have to fold napkins.
You can be excused from that duty.
In that case, I'll give you a chance to persuade me.
Miles. She nuzzled at the side of his neck, sparked little fires in his blood. You're so good to me. He intended to be. Chapter 26. 10 days after Gavin Roswell left a crappy motel room to drive into the rain-soaked dark, Beck and Morrison worked in a less crappy motel room while rain pounded the night. They'd pinned maps on the walls, marked trails they'd followed, trails local PDs and stadies had followed. They'd highlighted confirmed sightings in red, possibles in yellow. Along with the maps, they had photos and descriptions of stolen vehicles they'd traced to Roswell, separated them into recovered and not recovered. They had photos of the last motel room in Oregon, statements from the not very interested desk clerk, statements from the goggling with interest waitress who'd served him the fried chicken special in the rinky-dink diner squatting beside the motel. They had the statement of the clerk at the Quick Mart, who'd smelled of pot and despair, where Roswell had bought a 6-pack of Coke Zero, a family-size bag of salt and vinegar potato chips, and half a dozen Reese's peanut butter cups. They had the Rattletrap Ford pickup, flat tire, no spare, with his prints all over it, abandoned on a back road outside of Fall City, Washington. And the description of a Dodge Ram reported stolen from a driveway less than half a mile from the Ford. All leads pointed north. We tracked him back to the motel outside of Alpine in Oregon because of the Mini-Mart stop. Got him on camera there. Beck paced back and forth in front of their makeshift evidence board while Morrison worked on their nightly report. Beck wore a sleeveless tee and drawstring cotton pants that served her for these late-night sessions and for sleeping. In the past 3 weeks, they'd had a scant 48 hours back in Baltimore in their home office, including 2 nights in their own beds. In lieu of a desk, Morrison used a side table about the size of a manhole cover where he tapped away on his laptop. His reading glasses, picked up at a Walmart after he sat on his last pair, kept sliding down his nose. Why'd he go into the Mini-Mart? Morrison looked up, over the half-rims.
Because he wanted sugar and carbs for the road.
It's under 10 miles from the motel. The motel has vending machines, but he doesn't get his fix there. He goes into the mart, and he damn well knows they'll have the camera on checkout.
Mostly luck we hit on that wit in the first place.
Can't argue there, but it led us to the motel, and it gave us the truck he ditched in the parking lot in Malala. Still Oregon, but clearly heading north. Major airport in Salem, but he doesn't ditch it there, so we find it pretty damn easy. Morrison rubbed his eyes, made the cheaters bounce.
Nothing about this is easy.
But look, north, she began tapping the map. Clear trail. Yeah, it winds a bit, but always north. Into Washington, and it sure as hell looks like he might be looking to slip over the border into Canada, or find a way to get to fricking Alaska. Morrison took the cheaters off, tapped them on the knee of his faded dad jeans as he studied the map.
We're not digging up the breadcrumbs. We're just picking them up along the way.
That's right. Has he gotten that sloppy, Quentin? Do we think he's dropping clues like rose petals for us?
Could be. He's rattled. We know he's rattled. Staying in dumps, driving pieces of shit. Porking up, too, according to witness statements. He's rattled and running. But...
Now Beck nodded. But... She sat on the side of the bed, folding her legs under her. I've had this feeling, and it's getting stronger. He's playing us. That truck we found yesterday, it's like a goddamn neon sign pointing north. Morrison rose now, stretching his back till it cracked. Oh, how he missed his extra firm mattress in Baltimore.
After he missed with Morgan, Morrison began, he went essentially a year without a kill.
That we know of, Beck qualified.
That we know of. Going by what we do know, he hasn't had a kill since Myrtle Beach. He'd picked up the pace there, Arizona, New Orleans, Myrtle Beach. 3 kills inside 6 months.
He had to make up that lost time. That lost year. She stepped to the big map, tapped Arizona. He planned this one, took his time, getting back in the swing.
But Dressler in New Orleans, that was of the moment, impulse, a loss of control. That was release, so sloppy.
He had to follow up, get his rhythm back. He took some time, yes, with the victim in Myrtle Beach, bagged a solid payday. But still, Quentin, without his usual precision. Slipping up on the tracking in the Mercedes, back to sloppy. He lost that precision, what he thinks of as his elegance, with Nina Ramos.
And now he's slowed down again. He lost most of his fancy tools, all the IDs he'd generated, and he's been on the run since Missouri. So he's rattled, out of his element, screwing up. But...
Again, Beck nodded. He's also pissed off. And who's to blame for all of it?
Morgan Albright. Nash.
Morrison corrected.
And us.
And us. He could get a little payback having us chase the wild goose.
Do you think he's going after Nash?
No. She shook her head.
No, not when he knows we're on his trail. He has to feel us behind him.
Do you?
No. He is rattled, T, so he needs time to settle down, to plan it out. Somewhere in that sick brain of his, he knows he's made mistakes. She's the big one.
He picked up the bottle of ginger ale he'd set on the floor by the table, since he didn't have room on it with his laptop and paperwork. Sipped, winced a little as it had gone warm. He sat again, turning the chair to face her. Her room smelled of the travel candles she always burned. They habitually worked in her room as she claimed his smelled like a gym locker. She wasn't wrong. So he sat, stretched out his legs, let the scent, peonies, he realized, like in his mother's garden in May back home, quiet his brain. Because she knew how he worked, Beck sat quiet, said nothing.
We should contact Chief Dooley and the resort security just so they sharpen their eye.
Agreed.
But he's not a subtle guy. It's black and white with him. If he's leading us north, And the more I think about it, the more I think you've got something.
He's going south, Beck finished.
Yeah, hell. He'd planned on Mexico. We got that from his room in New Orleans. Maybe he's finessed a passport. But that's a long way to travel.
You're thinking closer. So am I. Listen to that rain, Quentin.
I swear I'd kill for some real sunshine, some heat. I'll bet your left eye he would, too. Left eye's my weak one. South, then. We've got enough coverage up here to follow your nose south. First light?
She looked toward the curtained window, listened to the rain.
If there is any. We'll find some.
And we'll find him.
He's not going to slip through, Quentin. And he's not going to get to Morgan. But I'm worried he'll get another before we get him.
She shook her head, her shoulders.
Fuck it. You know what I'm going to do once we have that bastard?
What's that?
After I kiss you on the mouth, deal with it. I'm going home to my long-suffering saint of a husband and making a baby. Is that right? Bet your left eye. One thing this case has taught me? Life is for living. Let's catch this motherfucker and start living. I can get behind that.
He closed his laptop, gathered his things.
I'll finish this in my room. Let's get some sleep.
Gavin Roswell, now a.k.a. Leo Nesser, soaked up the desert sun. He felt renewed, refreshed, rejuvenated. Even the lousy motel room didn't harsh his buzz. He'd trimmed his hair, still shaggy but more careless than unkempt. He'd combed lightener through it, drawn it back in a stubby tail. He'd worked on the beard until it was mostly stubble with a little soul patch. A self-tanner had turned the pallor into a mild glow. He liked the look with green contacts and John Lennon glasses. Sort of a vagabond artist type with the Birkenstock sandals and frayed jeans. He'd gone up a full size in the jeans, but he'd soon take care of that. His head told him a paunch, even a fake belly, would add to the disguise. But he wanted his body back. He took long walks in the baking heat, carting a sketch pad and a camera. Vegas called to him like a siren with its swank hotels and crazed nightlife. Even Reno whispered. But he stayed away. Hiked sun-blazed canyons. He'd melt those pounds away. And amused himself picturing the feds slogging through the rain and gloom in the north. He'd left a trail a blind man could follow before he'd pushed the stolen Fiat into a lake, watched it sink. They'd find it eventually, but eventually would be too late. At night, he researched. He needed a place, and the canyons and desert would provide. Plenty of off-the-grids in this wide world, and plenty of asshole prepper types bullshitting online in chat groups. He only needed one. He took his time. If he intended to spend a few weeks, maybe even months in some weirdo's cabin, he had to make sure he found the right one. Someone without friends or relatives who might check on him. Someone who took prepping seriously enough to have a good supply of food, water laid in, a decent roof overhead. He joined conversations under the handle Nowhere Man, asked for advice, stayed out of arguments. Advice led him to other groups, and other groups to more local pickings. He researched the pickings, took the hikes and drives to get closer looks when possible. He ate burritos, greasy fries, and hacked. He ate chips. The road had given him a serious addiction to chips he couldn't shake, and drove to another flop motel. He invested in a drone, flew it in the canyons, and got some decent aerial videos of a couple of the off-the-grids. When he had it down to 2 most likely, he dug up the occupants' names and researched, and decided no contest between the 47-year-old retired Marine gunny, who looked as if he could eat boulders for breakfast, and the 53-year-old widow with ropey arms who went by the handle Prep for Jesus. Jane Boot and her husband James had settled in the nowhere between Gabbs and Two Springs, Nevada, 12 years before. Apparently 4 years ago, he'd died of cancer they couldn't pray away. Jane lived on. She kept a goat for milk, some chickens, butchered her own pigs, and had a smokehouse for the meat. She believed fanatically in the rapture, in commies who ran all branches of the government, and in inevitable war that humanity would wage against aliens, either terrestrial or extra. She devoured posts on QAnon sites faster than he ate chips. Jane and the not-so-recently departed James stood as anti-vaxxers, anti-government, anti-gay, anti-everything that didn't include God and guns. A certified nutcase in Roswell's opinion, with no children, one sister who had long since disavowed her, and internet access. She'd had a dog, but she'd buried him alongside her husband the year before. Roswell expected she'd be well armed and more than willing to shoot an intruder dead as Moses. But he'd figure it out. He lost 3 pounds, 15 more to go, and his confidence built as he hacked into her accounts as smooth as a knife through soft butter. She had a truck, of course, and from the ledger she kept on her computer, took a bi-monthly trip, either to Gabbs or Two Springs, to sell eggs and goat's milk and trinkets she made from cheap beads and tanned pigskin. Gross. She didn't use Amazon, UPS, or FedEx, and had an iron gate and lines of barbed wire with plenty of keep the hell out signage guarding her dirt road and 5 dusty acres. But she had a cabin, a shed, a well and indoor plumbing, and solar for power, something her handy husband had seen to before he took his dirt nap. Otherwise, Roswell would have risked the Marine. He flew his drone. He watched. He waited. One day he watched her go to the shed, and this time she drove out in the truck. At last! He watched her, like a vulture overhead, haul jugs of milk, cartons of eggs out of the cabin and into the coolers in the bed of the truck. Then she hauled out a crate, probably the trinkets, and loaded that in. She had a shotgun and what he thought was a rifle in the gun rack in the back, and a gun of some sort strapped to her side. She shut the shed door, snapped it secure with a padlock before going back to the cabin. Another padlock on that door. In her dusty boots and jeans, she looked skinny as a snake, but he'd bet she had some strength in her. With the drone, he followed her as she drove down the dirt road, spewing up more dust. But he called it back before she reached the gate. Since her last ledger entry listed Gabbs, he guessed she'd head east to Two Springs. He got back in his truck and pulled out a map, as if consulting it if she turned his way. It took time for her to reach the gate, unlock it, open it, drive through. Then get out, shut it, lock it again. Then she drove east, and Roswell knew his luck had changed. He waited 10 long minutes before assuring himself she wouldn't double back. He couldn't just bolt-cut the padlocks or she'd know. But he'd spent some quality time in his motel with padlocks and lockpicks and WikiHow. He didn't find it easy, and by the time he'd finessed the first one, the sweat rolled. It took him nearly a half hour to open all 3, but he opened the gate. He went back for the truck, drove through, then locked up again behind him. He'd thought this part through in the hours keeping watch or sitting in that motel room. He needed to get his truck well out of sight. He drove around the house, had to all but shimmy it through the side and the lean-to where the goat stood in the shade. It scraped the paint some, but what did he care? He drove it back to where she'd strung several lines of barbed wire, to where sagebrush huddled. He'd figured the angles from the drone. She wouldn't see it if she drove to the shed, not with the house and brush blocking it. If she crossed to the chickens, she would. But he'd be on her if she did that. She had a lean-to at the back of the house, over another padlocked door, and the three-legged stool she used when she milked the goat. Every damn window had shades pulled down tight, so he couldn't get a peek inside. He got one of his water bottles out of the truck, went to sit on the stool in the shade. He'd hear her coming in that rattle-trap truck. He might as well relax a while. He played with his phone, drank water, wished for an air-conditioned suite at the plaza. No, a water view. The cacti and sand, the sheer canyon walls made him yearn for the water. The Casa Cipriani, if he stuck with New York. Or he could imagine the Pacific. Post Ranch Inn, Big Sur. Or... And here she came. Rattle, rattle, clunk, clunk. About damn time. He got up, used his ears first, since he couldn't risk his eyes. He heard the truck stop, and yes, there it was, the creak of the shed. Now he waited for the truck to shut off, the door to creak shut. He had to take her from behind, planned on coming up on her after she unlocked the cabin door. She'd have her hands full. She always bought fresh fruit, some vegetables on these trips. He heard the door shut and the snap of the padlock. Heard her boot steps approach the house, so he slipped around the shed side of the house and pinned to the wall, sidestepped down. Then her boot steps stopped. He risked a peek. Her back was to him, her arms holding the crate with cloth bags in it. A carrot top poked out of one. She looked down, and he saw it too. His tire tracks, his footprints. She dropped the crate, reached for the gun at her side, and he was running. She'd pulled the gun, started to spin toward him when he barreled into her. Like hitting a bag of bones, he thought, as the gun flew. They landed hard enough he heard her head crack against the side of the narrow front porch. But it didn't slow her down as she jabbed an elbow into his gut. He didn't see the knife until it sliced down his arm. But the pain, the smell of his own blood brought on the rage. He gripped her knife hand, twisted. He felt her wrist snap like a dry branch underfoot. And he rode her high-pitched scream as he pounded his fist into her face. "You cut me!" His voice was like her scream as he pounded again. "You bitch! You whore!" Her screams turned to gurgling moans as he beat her head against the edge of the porch. She stopped gurgling. She went silent, went still. Now she only stared at him as he shoved up and clamped a hand over his arm. Blood slid down, dripped off his fingers, stained the dirt as hers did. She'd opened him up 6 inches between shoulder and elbow. "I'm going to have a fucking scar thanks to you!" Furious at the thought, he kicked her, then stomped her. "See how you like it, you stupid old cunt!" He knew she couldn't feel the pain he wanted to give her, knew she'd been dead since before the first kick, but he couldn't stop. Not until the effort and heat combined to make him dizzy. He picked up the keys she'd dropped along with the crate and left her there as he walked up and unlocked the door. She'd have medical supplies. Any prepper would. He crossed the living area with its sway-backed sofa, single chair, and into the kitchen. Double the size of the living area, it had long counters, butcher block, probably the work of the handy husband. Open shelves ran along the walls, packed with canned goods, jarred goods, dry goods in glass jugs. An old cabinet, maybe handmade, had a first aid kit, boxes of gauze, bottles of peroxide, antiseptics, alcohol, pain pills, bandages, the works. He cleaned the gash in the kitchen sink. It stung like fire, bled in streams of red. Then, gritting his teeth, he dumped on peroxide, and that stung like the fires of hell. Tears coursed down his cheeks, but he kept at it, used butterfly bandages to close the gash, slathered it with antiseptic, wrapped it in gauze. He drank cold water straight from the faucet. She had Excedrin extra strength, and he downed 3. Then he walked out and stared down at her. He'd be damned if he'd bury her, but he couldn't leave her there. She'd start to stink. Plus, he didn't want to look at her. Or risk somebody else with a drone taking a look. He dragged her around the house. She left a wide smear of blood in the dirt, but he didn't give a damn. When he got to the barbed wire, he went through her pockets. Disgusting, but necessary. He found a small wad of bills, more keys, an old pocket watch, and a penknife. He got the bolt cutters out of his truck, cut the wire, and dragged her farther away across the brush, into it. Vultures and crows, he thought. They'd take care of the rest of her. He drove his truck back, unloaded it onto the porch. He'd never leave anything behind in a room again, so he had all he needed. He carried the bolt cutters to the shed, dealt with the lock. A little gold mine, he thought. More provisions neatly shelved, tools, animal feed. No room for the second truck, but no worries. Carrying the bolt cutters, he walked back to the house, sneering at the blood path. He hauled up the crate to take the groceries in. Waste not, want not. A glance at his throbbing arm showed he'd bled through, so he changed the gauze before snapping the bolt on the door in the kitchen. He expected some sort of laundry space, but stood surprised and smiling at the locked room. She may have lived like a hermit in a cave, but she had a lot of tech. Solid tech, and he'd make good use of it. In addition to the electronics, she had a banquet of solar tools. Fire starters, flashlights, chargers, water purifiers, some sort of mini foldable solar oven, a spare solar generator. Invasions, commies, civil war, or rapture, he thought. Prep for Jesus had it all. Including what he thought was an AR-15, or whatever the hell those whacked-out mass shooters loved, hanging on the wall next to a picture of Jesus. He wandered like a boy in a toy store and spotted the safe. Isn't that a nice surprise? He wanted a shower, wanted to change, unpack, settle in, but tossed all that aside and began to hunt for the combination. He did find a laundry space, an ancient washer, no dryer, a bathroom that would have to do, the single bedroom. More pictures of Jesus, a tattered "Don't Tread on Me" flag pinned to the wall. In the closet, in a metal box with yet another padlock, he found papers. Old letters, copies of birth certificates, marriage license, the deed to the land he stood on, and the combination for the safe. He went back, and since they'd bolted the safe to the floor, sat on the rough wood, followed the combination. Inside, he found cash. Smiling to himself, he sat there on the floor and began to count. $36,362. He threw back his head and laughed. Jane, you dead whore. Thanks for the tip. He got his shower, then dealt with his wound again. Put on fresh clothes. Her towels were sandpaper, and a glance at her sheets said the same. He'd make a trip into Two Springs. It was closest and nearly twice as big as Gab's. Buy new, Egyptian cotton, some decent soap, with her money. He tossed her clothes into the crate, and damned if he didn't find more cash. Just a couple hundred hidden here and there, but cash was king. Since all the work stirred his appetite, he got a nice fat plum from her recent shopping spree. The goat was bleating, the chickens cackling, the pair of pigs snorting. He'd enjoy the fresh eggs, but damn if he'd milk a goat even if he knew how. And he didn't know how the fuck to butcher a pig. Still, if the stupid animals starved to death, he'd have to deal with it. To ward that off, at least for now, he went back to the shed, dug up the feed for the goat. He even pumped out water for its pail.
I'm a frigging ranch hand, so I guess I'd better rustle up some grub.
He found eggs, and plenty of them, and in a chest freezer, pig meat. Chickens that would no longer lay eggs. Rounds of bread marked with the dates. Bitch made her own bread, for God's sake. He didn't know how to cook any of the meat, but that's what Google was for. Right now, he'd settle for eggs. A hunt through her supplies netted him plenty of canned goods and a couple of bottles of good whiskey. He scrambled up some eggs, a little singed, but they filled the hole, had them with what remained of his bag of chips and 2 fingers of good whiskey. While he ate, he made a list on his phone of what he needed when he went to Two Springs. Sheets, towels, soap, some good wine, cheese, flatbread crackers, more chips. Maybe some dip to go with them. After dinner, he sat on the porch and realized, despite the burning arm, he felt relaxed for the first time in weeks. Weeks and weeks. Part of it came from the kill. He'd felt just a little of that tingle, even though he'd killed her too hard, too fast. Like the eggs, it filled the hole. And the rest? Knowing he had a place, had the time. They'd never find him here. Why would they even look? He was sun. They were rain. They'd still be chasing their tails when he was ready to finish with long-legged Morgan. That time would come. But now? He thought he'd pour another whiskey and play with the toys dead Jane had left him. After all, he was now home sweet home. Chapter 27. Since Miles had his family meeting/dinner on Sunday, Morgan slept in on Sunday morning, then spent some time in the garden with her grandmother. It amused her when she realized they both wore floppy-brimmed straw hats, sunglasses, shorts with big pockets, and battered high tops. "We look like a couple of hippie farmers, Gram." "I come by my look naturally. You're just a copycat." Morgan tossed more deadheads in the bright purple tub. "Mom always looks like a model for something you'd call Gardening in Style magazine. That skill missed me entirely. I didn't know she was working today." "Darlie woke up with a stomach bug, which I figure is a euphemism for hangover. She's a good girl, a good summer hire, and deserves to party now and then." "You and Mom are good bosses." She swiped at some of the August sweat as she looked around. "You know, I'm never going to be satisfied with a tiny yard now. I'm thoroughly spoiled between playing here and at Miles's house. Nina started it, and we really did make our little yard pretty. But now I'm going to want rock gardens and shade gardens and cutting gardens. And Zen frog fountains." "Absolutely. Vermont winters are long, so I want every bloom and blossom I can squeeze in for spring and summer and right through the fall." "You're staying?" Surprised, Morgan glanced back. "Where would I go?" "Anywhere you want, my baby's baby. I can hope it's here, but that's for me and your mother. You didn't have much choice coming here, but you've made the best of it. Now you've had half a year or so to settle in and get a feel, so staying's a choice." "It is." Hunkering down, Morgan tugged up a few stray weeds. "I didn't know what I was going to do when I got here. You made that room for me, you and Mom, and I didn't know what to do about that. Then I got the job at the resort. It's not what I planned all these years. Not my own place, but it's my place." She shrugged, looked up. "I've had all these moments with you, with Mom, at work, alone in this wonderful house. I've seen how you and Mom live together, as friends as much as family. And realize I blocked myself off from that because I had something to prove." "And did you? Prove it?" "I did. What happened with Gavin Roswell was all about him, and really nothing about me. I worked hard, and I made a life because I wanted to, because I could. But I was missing this, Graham, this moment right now, because I was so determined to do it all myself for myself. I was missing really knowing you, really knowing Mom, and that means missing really knowing me. doesn't it? Smiling, Olivia reached down, gripped Morgan's chin, gave it a gentle wiggle.
You get your good sense from me.
Mom's soft, isn't she? Softer than you and me?
Always has been. The glass is half full for Audrey, and more waiting to be filled up the rest of the way. That doesn't mean she doesn't have spine.
I never saw it in her until I came to stay here.
She held me up when your grandfather died.
Olivia looked over toward the wood shop because she could, and always would, picture him there.
She was my rock when the world fell out from under me. Took over the shop for weeks. I was going to sell the business.
I didn't know that.
I couldn't see past the next minute, much less into tomorrow. The love of my life, gone in a minute, and how could that be? But she wouldn't let me give up. Kept holding me up until I found my feet again. She let you go, Olivia said gently, because you needed to go. And that took love and strength.
Then Olivia sighed.
He fucked her up. Let's just say it and move on. The Colonel fucked her up good and proper. But she found her feet again. So have you. We're Nash women, after all.
We are, so I'm going to tell you, woman to woman, Nash to Nash, I've thought about leaving because of Roswell. Because if they don't catch him, and he comes after me again, he'll come here. You and Mom are here. Before Olivia could speak, Morgan held up a hand. And I know what you're going to say. The Nash women can handle it, and him.
That's exactly right.
A finger poke into Morgan's belly emphasized the point. And I believe that. I want to stay here. So many reasons why, but I couldn't if I didn't believe that.
Good.
Straightening, Olivia stretched her back.
Now I'm going to poke in and ask if one of those many reasons is Miles Jameson.
He's definitely in there. It's one day or mostly one weekend at a time, but he's in there.
Is that enough for you? The one weekend at a time?
I didn't expect to have that. That's on me, too, Morgan added as they moved around the garden. I didn't really make time for dating, much less relationships. I was so focused on the goals.
Not a thing wrong with focus or goals.
No, but if you can't adjust? Being here's shown me I don't have to do it all myself, by myself. I can have a fulfilling career and a real life at the same time. I can work hard and still have time and room for family, and for being with someone who makes me happy.
Found your feet. You don't have your mother's, or what was your mother's, fairy tale view. You're not looking for someone to sweep you off those feet. But that doesn't mean you don't love, and love hard.
I didn't plan to be in love with him. On a sigh of her own, Morgan pushed the brim of her hat back. Like a lot. Be attracted to. Enjoy being with. I was with a guy in college.
I should hope so.
With a laugh, Morgan rolled her eyes. Graham, I'm saying that's what it was, that list. Like, attraction, and joy. There were 2 others along the way who made that list. Then I stopped making time, making room. Then there was Miles.
And this time it's different.
Yes, for me. For me, she repeated. The attraction? That was bang, right from the jump. I mean, look at this guy. The like didn't take long. For someone who claims he doesn't much like people, he sure knows how to look out for them. The enjoy being with? Just wow. This time Olivia laughed. The love just snuck up on me, little moments by little moments.
Best kind there is.
Is it?
I was going to bang your grandfather like a hammer to a nail, she remembered,
and laughed at Morgan's muffled snort.
But he snuck up on me. Love snuck up on me.
When she looked over at the wood shop, she could all but see him standing in the doorway, grinning at her.
Then one day he said, Livy Nash, nobody's ever going to love who you are like I do. Let's get married. I'm all set to say, are you crazy? But yeah, let's do that. came right out of my mouth. He had a plan, Steve did, and pulled me right along into it, and made me glad he did every single day.
Wasn't it miraculous, Morgan thought, to have someone love who you are and never stop? I like a plan. I must get that need for a plan from Pa. And this wasn't the plan. Plus, Miles and I had a sort of agreement before we got started, so I'm okay with the one weekend at a time. It's enough. He won't crush my heart. He's not cruel, he's not cold. Whatever happens, I'll handle it because I've had those moments. And this is home now. Apres is my place. I'm going to tell you something. Then we're going to go cut a couple armloads of those hydrangeas. After that, we're going to put them all over the house, then sit ourselves down with a tall glass of lemonade. Okay, tell me. When you love someone, and love him hard, and you're ready for him, you go after him. If he doesn't love you back and love you hard, if he's not ready for you, that's his loss. Love's brave, Morgan. Love stands up. That sounds true. Because it is. It's solid truth. I'm just getting used to being in love with him. Knowing I am. I guess I have to work on being ready. When you are, you'll know what to do. You're no coward. Let's go cut some flowers. They arranged those magic blue hydrangeas all over the house. But instead of lemonade, Morgan got out ingredients and bar tools. I need some help. Mixing a drink? I'm not above a drink before 3 on a Sunday afternoon, but you're the expert in mixing. Not mixing, tasting. Followed by judging, then choosing which of the 3 wins for our fall special. Just 2 sips, because I'll use different liquors in the choices. Mixing liquors is a fine way to get Darley's stomach bug. Been there, done that. I thought I had it down to 2, then I came up with another, so you'll judge 3. Did you have Nell or Drea sample? Too busy all around. Plus, this way I can take Nell the one that wins. Rubbing her hands together, Olivia sat at the counter. Let's have it. Okay, first up starts with a nice dry Riesling, then pear brandy. Pear's the spa fall deal. The pear eau de vie, water of life. I've got that much French in me. It's pear brandy, and gives the Riesling a nice kick. Who doesn't like a nice kick? Enjoying herself, Olivia rested her chin on her fist to watch. It already looks pretty. It's going to look prettier. A little orange curacao for zest, some honey syrup for sweet, and 5, not 4, not 6, dashes of bitters for that touch of licorice. It sounds as pretty as it looks. If we go with this, I'll serve it in the classic Cary Grant champagne glass with a thin slice of pear as garnish. When she'd finished, Morgan held out the glass. 1 sip. Consider. Let it sit. Then 1 more to judge. Oh, hey, here's Mom. Perfect timing. 2 judges. Didn't expect you until 4, Olivia commented. Darley recovered with apologies. What are we drinking and why? We are Morgan's official judges for the fall specialty drink. Olivia sipped, considered as ordered. That is very, very tasty. She sipped again. Excellent. And I'm not a big fan of the pear. I am, and I could use a drink. We were absolutely slammed this morning, Mom. A group of day trippers, 23 of them. 2 sips, Morgan told her mother, because there are 2 more to come. Oh, that's really good. Sweet, but zingy. Am I really only allowed 2 sips? It was a morning. We had 2 sisters from the group who got into an argument, the edge of a serious fight, over who would buy Lacey Cardini's secret garden for their mother's birthday. That Cardini painting's priced at $8.75. Olivia pumped her fists in the air. Woo! I convinced them to split it, but it took work, and every ounce of diplomacy I own. Once I make the other 2, you sample and judge. I'll make your favorite. What are you making now? I'm going to sit down. This one has a vodka base. I'm muddling pear, simple syrup and nutmeg. Martini glass for this one, chilled. Now the vodka, some tuaca, and B&B, Benedictine and brandy mix, well shaken. So you're going to taste vanilla, citrus, but herbal notes that say fall. Garnish, she said as she poured and did so, with 3 thin crescents of pear unpeeled. Olivia sipped. Our girl knows her stuff. I can see the leaves changing. Let me. Audrey snagged the glass. Time to start the fire. It's just lovely, Morgan. I don't know which I like best. Don't decide yet. We've got one more in the running. This time I'm muddling pear, peeled, honey, and lime juice into a thick syrup. It already sounds good, Olivia said. Bourbon makes it better. She poured it into the shaker, added ice, capped it, shook. All of them seem like a lot of trouble. Morgan smiled at her mother. That's why they're special. She poured the drink into a wide-mouthed lowball glass. We top it off with some ginger ale for effervescence, garnish with a pear slice. You go first this time, Audrey. I don't usually drink bourbon, but I'll try it. One sip and she closed her eyes, said, I think I hear kids at the door trick-or-treating. My turn. Olivia's comment was, well, well, well. Okay, consider all 3, and if you need another sip, go ahead. I want you to hold your hand below the counter, then lift it up with your fingers signaling 1, 2, or 3. There is no wrong answer. Obviously, one of them goes out of the running. Amused, Morgan watched them take one more sip of each candidate. Hands down, fingers ready. And reveal. Number 3, both of you? Really? It was hard to choose, Audrey admitted, but that last sip did it for me. They all say autumn, but I thought that one almost sang it. I leaned toward 3 myself, so it's unanimous. Well, that was easy. From this side of the counter, anyway. And as the oldest in this panel, I'm taking the winner for myself. I'll make you one, Mom. No, both the others are terrific. I just have to decide which one to claim. I'll take the middle one. Middle ground, that's me. And I can't believe I'm sitting here drinking a cocktail at 2:45-ish in the afternoon. I was going to make bread. And we still have to make dinner. Let's drink cocktails and order pizza instead. Audrey laughed at Morgan. That sounds really wonderful. What do you say, Mom? I say, cheers. While the Nash women sat on the patio with cocktails, the Jamesons sat around the dining room table holding their family meeting. Nell studied her tablet.
All right. Last item on my agenda is Apre's specialty cocktail, virgin option, and coffee for the fall, which we'll introduce right after Labor Day. Morgan hasn't decided on the cocktail, but assures me she'll have that for my approval early next week. For the coffee, she's going to do what she calls coffee incomparable. Get it?
Har, Liam said.
It's a combination of coffee, poached pear, cinnamon, cloves, and so on. I said complicated. Then she made me one. I'm sold. I thought we'd bold and italicize the pear in incomparable. We can price it at $4. It's clever, Drea commented, but she's a clever woman. We've got the Stevenson wedding in October, and the bride's using pears in her decor. I'm going to ask Morgan to come up with a signature pear cocktail, something other than whatever we use for après, and nudge the bride toward it. Has she told you what she's going to offer, Miles?
No. She hadn't told him about the coffee either, which didn't sound like something he'd say sold on, but he didn't doubt it would sell. They did talk about work some, he thought, while his mother gave her events report, but when it came down to it, their time together was compressed. That's how they'd worked it, so far. He pushed it off, tuned back in, reminded himself this was work, and not the time to think about Morgan. But wasn't she right here, in the flowers she'd put on the table Saturday morning? The table passed from his mother to Liam and fall activities. Nature hikes, photo groups, team building, kids' weekends, fall packages. And from there to fall landscaping, to fall maintenance, safety checks, seasonal inventory. Once business concluded, food took center stage. He'd made the pulled pork as requested. A lot of damn trouble in his book, but it spared him from doing anything else for the family meal. And Morgan was there, too, as she'd told him the Sunday forecast called for a perfect afternoon and evening. So he should use the colorful dishes again. And damned if she hadn't sat at the counter and fancy-folded a pile of napkins and made another big-ass pitcher of sangria. This looks so pretty. After one look at the table, his mother gave him the eye. I sense a feminine touch.
Apparently Morgan has a thing about napkins. And sangria. I'm going to try it.
His grandfather poured a glass.
One for you, Lydia?
All right. I don't think I've had any since we went to Spain. What's that, 10 years ago?
Must be. Don't know what I think about poached pears in coffee, but this is damn good. Tastes like summer, and it won't be here much longer. Well, look at that. Rory's taught Hal to fetch.
Morgan had, Miles thought. And that damn dog still wouldn't go after a ball for the one who provided him with room and board. She was here, in the damn dog, in the stupid napkins, in the flowers on the table. The woman was everywhere. They ate pulled pork, his father's coleslaw, his grandmother's potato salad, corn on the cob his grandfather tossed on the grill. After, since he'd made the main and that excused him from cleanup, he drew his grandmother aside.
Got a minute?
I hope I have more than one. Let's take a walk. The grounds look especially nice this summer. You're the best gardener out of my grandchildren.
I guess the landscape training stuck.
Apparently. She put an arm through his as they walked. I had lunch with Olivia Nash last week. She tells me Morgan's added to their grounds as well. A Zen frog fountain. You helped with that?
I was just the muscle. I love this place, Grand. I don't tell you that often enough.
I see it. And that's plenty. You want the ring. He stopped, stared down at her.
How did you know that?
My darling boy, I know you. We all know you. She leaned a little closer. I promised you the ring when you found the one you wanted to wear it. She may want her own.
No.
He shook his head.
It'll matter to her that it's from you, from family. It'll matter. But I don't want to take it unless you're sure.
Lydia looked down at the wedding set she'd worn more than 50 years. She slipped off the one with the square-cut diamond that topped the band. What matters is you're sure, and I see you are. I'm wearing the pledge and the life that goes with it. I'm giving you the promise of that pledge. Do you want to tell the others?
I figure to wait until I know what she says.
For a smart man, you can be very thick. They already know. I can't tell you what she'll say because I don't know her heart. Not all of it. I can say she's a very lucky woman. Lydia put the ring in his hand, closed his hand around it.
It may not be what she wants. Not the ring. The package.
You'll have to find out, won't you? Life's a series of leaps. Now, let's go tell the rest of us what they already know. He didn't have to say a thing. Not when they walked in and he saw his mother's gaze go directly to his grandmother's left hand. Then watched her eyes fill.
Oh, don't do that.
I'm entitled. Oh, Rory, our baby's getting married.
I don't know that. Wait. Good thing I didn't hit on her.
That changed quick panic to derision for his brother.
Yeah, that would have worked out for you. We'll never know now. Good job, man. She's a winner.
Mick took Lydia's left hand, brought it to his lips.
My own darling. Good job, us. Everybody please back up. If she says no, nothing changes.
Just shut up.
Nell moved in to hug him.
First, she won't. Next, what are we going to do? Fire her? She's not only the best bar manager we've had, but she's a friend of mine now.
Then his father wrapped around both of them, murmured in his ear.
Don't get down on one knee. Not her style. I wasn't planning on it. Listen, I mean it. Everyone back up. I have to ask her, and until I do, nobody says anything.
The ring of the doorbell saved him.
I'll get it.
He should have waited, he decided. Asked her first, then asked for the ring. Now he had his entire family chomping at the bit. Then he opened the door to Jake, and everything else took a back seat.
Sorry, I'm interrupting. Rang the bell because I know it's family meeting day. We're done.
He knew. Of course he knew.
Roswell. Somebody else is dead. Not that we know of, but I'm on my way to update Morgan. I asked the feds to let me do it. I wanted to give you a heads up first. Might as well give it to everybody. Want a beer? I'm going to consider myself on duty.
The buzz of conversation died away when Jake walked in with Miles.
You have news,
Nell said quickly.
More of an update. I stopped by on my way to Morgan's. Let's all go sit down.
Rory gestured to the dining room. When they had, Jake set his hands on the table.
They've been following Roswell's trail north, well into Washington state. It looked like he might plan to try to get into Canada. The thought process was he'd try going east once he'd gotten over the border, then cross south again into Vermont. Was, you said? Yes, Pop.
Jake turned to Mick.
Beck and Morrison, the leads on the FBI's task force, the ones who I have to figure know him best, suspect he's been baiting them. Leaving a fairly easy trail so he can double back, head south. I've got to say, they convinced me. They've gone south. The rest of the task force is in the field. The local authorities are still looking north, and they're keeping a close eye on border crossings. Why south?
Miles demanded.
Sum it up. He's out of his element, using off-brand motels, shit-can vehicles, and he hasn't had a kill since South Carolina. I'm sorry, he said immediately. That sounds callous. It sounds realistic, Lydia disagreed. Morgan's part of the resort family. And more, she added with a glance toward Miles. Mick and I have done some reading on him and on his type. He needs the rush of the kill. He rarely, if ever, rapes. The kill is his release and his power. That's it, Grand, exactly. They figure he knows they're close. Too close for him to risk that kill. Too close for him to risk what he really wants.
Morgan, Drea murmured.
Morgan. But if he can throw them off, and that's part of the rush for him too, he can regroup. And south, the exact opposite, is how they see it. He likes the sun, and they've had a hell of a lot of rain along this trail. So they're going to look in Nevada, Arizona, California. They calculate he'll get cocky if he thinks he's put one over on them. More important to those of us sitting here, they don't believe he's headed this way. Yet. We'll put resort security on alert. Yeah, and trust me, Miles, Westridge police already are. It's a lot of area to cover, Liam pointed out. Nevada, Arizona, California? You could add New Mexico, Utah? It is, and I wish I could tell you something more definite. But if they're right, or even if they're wrong and he's trying for Canada, he's not here.
He'll change his look again,
Nell said.
Likely already has. But he's put on weight. About 20 pounds, and they've got him on a mini-mart camera. They sent me the feed, and I can tell you it's wearing on him. And that's one of the things, the mini-mart. He didn't have to go in, just bought some junk food, and they tracked him back to the motel he left. Vending machines, right there. He'd know about the camera, went in anyway. Didn't try to avoid it. He wanted them to see him, Miles concluded. That's how it reads to them, and it reads to me, too. We appreciate you coming to tell us, Jake. You're going to talk to Morgan and her family now? Yes, sir, he said to Mick.
Go. Drea put a hand on Miles's arm. Go. You should be there. We'll finish up here. Feed Howl.
I will. Thanks. I'll ride with you, Jake.
Come by my place later, Jake?
Nell asked him.
I'll do that.
Miles said nothing until they'd gotten in Jake's car.
Are you leaving anything out? Nothing except what I could read between the lines. They think he'll kill first chance he gets when he feels he's shaken them off. And he's got a head start.
When no one answered the door, Miles felt his nerves start to fray. Their cars, all three, sat in the drive, but no one answered the door.
Let's walk around back, Jake suggested. It's a nice evening. They could be sitting outside and didn't hear the bell. It would send an alert to their phones.
They'd barely gone halfway around when he heard the laughter. Giddy female laughter. And the weight in his gut dropped away so fast he might have staggered. And there they were, all three of them, with a pizza box on the table. Cocktail glasses. If he wasn't mistaken, all three were just a little bit drunk.
Ladies,
Jake began. Audrey let out a squeal that turned into more laughter. Oh my God, you scared 10 years off me.
Rang the bell. I guess you didn't hear it. Or have your phones handy.
No, Her laughter died, and she closed a hand over Morgan's arm. Baby. Say it fast, Morgan said. Please.
They don't have him yet, but he hasn't killed anyone else they know of. I do have an update.
Okay. Morgan rubbed her hands over her face. Sorry. I guess we all left our phones inside. We've been drinking. Fall specialty drinks. Quite a lot, really.
Pull up some chairs,
Olivia invited.
We can all handle our liquor when we have to. Information's power, Morgan. We have the power here.
They listened. Miles said nothing while Jake ran it through, just watched Morgan's face as she took it all in. Nevada, Arizona, in August. She kept her hands folded on the table. That's not just sun, that's brutal sun and heat, isn't it?
Never been, but yeah. The hope is he'll believe he's shaken loose, treat himself to a fancy hotel. He doesn't look good, Morgan. I can show you if you want. They gave me the go on that.
Yes, I would like to see. Jake pulled out his phone, brought up the feed, then handed her the phone. Oh, I wouldn't have recognized him, not right away. He looks older. Not just the hair, the facial hair, he just looks older. And the weight. He looks puffy. He looks crazy, Audrey said as she looked over Morgan's shoulder. But it shows, and it didn't. It didn't.
I'd like to see. Olivia held out a hand. So there he is. He knows the camera's on him. She glanced up at Jake. We have security cameras in the shop. I've seen some think about a little shoplifting, look at the cameras, pretend they aren't looking, aren't checking. I agree.
He's lost a lot of the style. And again, I don't just mean the hair, the weight. He had style, confidence, charm. And I know now he used those as weapons. But he doesn't seem to have them anymore.
Beck and Morrison agree with that. And like any addict, he's jonesing for a fix. He's not coming after you when he's in this shape. That's their take, and one I agree with. But we're going to keep a close watch. That's a promise. He rose. If you have any questions, if you want to talk to me about anything, you call me. Any time of the day or night.
Thanks. Morgan looked at Miles. Are you staying, or do you have to get back?
I'll stay a while. Thanks for the lift, Jake. Anytime.
When Jake left, Audrey shifted to Miles. We had a contest to pick the fall specialty drink. She kept her smile bright, her eyes direct. Not an easy choice, and we've taken our task seriously. Morgan, why don't you go in and make Miles a glass of the winner? He has a vested interest, after all.
I do.
Understanding, he looked at Morgan.
That'd be great. I've heard about your planned desecration of coffee, so that's a pass for me. But I'll take the drink. And don't forget your phone.
Sure. Just give me a couple minutes. She looked off, he thought. Between the alcohol and the update, just a little off. But she got up, went inside.
What do you want to tell me? Miles asked when Morgan was out of earshot.
Not tell. Ask. Take her home with you, Miles. She needs to get this out of her head. If she stays here, she'll end up in her room with this preying on her mind. Mom? Take her for a walk with the dog. Take her to bed. Distract her. Though he hadn't planned to, Miles took the ring out of his pocket.
I have a distraction in mind.
As Audrey pressed a hand to her lips, Olivia's eyes narrowed on the ring. That's Lydia's engagement ring.
Good eye. It'll be Morgan's if she'll have it.
Oh, no, you don't. She pointed at Audrey. Don't you start and make me start. She'll see and misinterpret. And he's sure as hell not going to give her that here and now. Suck those tears up, Audrey Nash, and we'll have a good happy weep when she leaves. Okay. I'm so happy. Miles, I couldn't be happier.
We'll see what she has to say.
Audrey, put those sunglasses back on. We had 3 contenders, Olivia began. Here she comes now, so you can judge for yourself. He took the glass Morgan offered, studied it.
It's got visual appeal. What's in it?
She managed to smile. Try it, then guess. Because he thought she needed it, he played along.
Bourbon,
he said after he sampled.
Bourbon, ginger, and the pear comes through. Honey?
Very good, and some lime. What do you think?
I didn't make the cut to judge the other 2, but it's good. Says fall or winter. What are you calling it?
It's basically a prickly pear, not the fruit. In fact, it doesn't use prickly pears. Some slight adjustments to that, and I'm thinking maybe pare it down?
Should work. Nell will like it.
That's the hope.
She claimed to like your coffee sabotage. It's nice out here. That frog doesn't quit. Makes me wonder where I'd put something like that.
I need to get up in your attic. He sipped his drink, watched her.
Do you?
There's bound to be all sorts of things up there. You could use a mirror, some old piece with an interesting shape behind the daylilies in the back. Conversation equaled distraction. It wasn't his best thing, but he could manage.
Why would I put a mirror in the garden?
Light, reflection, interest. You've probably got more than one up there.
Maybe. Let's go look.
Now? I didn't mean now. I should go, Audrey said. Between the pizza and the cocktails, I feel an early night coming on. You and Miles run along. He hasn't finished his drink.
Good thing.
Setting it down, he rose.
Because you've finished more than one, so I'm driving and you're not. I rode with Jake, so this solves how I get home.
Taking her hand, he tugged her to her feet. I don't have...
You've got stuff at my place. You got your phone now?
Yes, but...
Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Oh, we will. Audrey shot out a brilliant smile. We'll see you tomorrow, baby. She held it while Miles pulled Morgan away. Then let it go. Oh, Mom, my girl. Our girl. Chapter 28. I didn't clean up the bar, Morgan complained. I take cleanup duty.
So you get a night off. How big a mirror?
He took her keys, nudged her into the car. What? Oh, I don't know until I see. Jesus, we had a lot to drink.
I noticed. It's the first time I've seen you drunk.
Not drunk, but definitely not fit to drive. We weren't going anywhere. She rested her head back. They were having such a good time. We were. I swear Graham could drink both of us under the table, then under the floorboards. And she was on her way to doing just that. She was a complete wild child, Morgan continued. Did you know that? I had some sense before, but holy shit, no real idea. They just seemed like, grandparents. She went to Woodstock. She dragged my grandfather to Woodstock. The Woodstock. She claims she smoked pot with Janis Joplin. Maybe she's making that up, but who knows? And now she lives in that big old beautiful house and runs 2 businesses and makes roast chicken and pound cake. You have to wonder.
Wonder what?
What twists and turns take a woman like Graham from Woodstock and Janis Joplin to this? She gestured at the town as they drove through. To West Ridge, Vermont. To starting a business, going to yoga class and book club meetings. To being not just content, but happy. Satisfied. Anyway, we were having a really good time.
I noticed.
He'd give her grief about not having the phone with her later. You didn't have to come with Jake, but I'm glad you did. And I hope my ladies do have an early night and don't worry about all this too much.
You saw that video. And you had it right. He's lost his edge.
My mother was right, too. He's crazy. You could see the crazy. He'd buried the crazy in Marilyn Miles. I never saw it. No one did. He played darts and trivia and bought rounds, talked gaming with Sam. No one saw the crazy.
Now he can't hide it anymore.
After he pulled into his driveway, Miles turned to her.
That's going to make him easier to catch.
I hope so. I'm buzzed enough to whine. I want it over. I just want it over.
I'm not buzzed, and I want it over. And that wasn't whining. I'll tell you when you're whining.
That made her smile. You would. He got out of the car, came around as she got out her side. And from in the house, Howell howled. Inside, he greeted Miles with a mild stare, a quick wag. Then greeted Morgan with a rush of adoration.
Maybe it's the way you smell, Miles considered. It's pretty appealing.
Well, thanks. Who's a good boy? Did you have fun today? I bet you did. Did your big brother give you some of that pulled pork?
I'm not his brother. I'm his landlord.
Don't pay any attention to him. Let's go up to the attic. Won't that be fun?
Let's wait on that. I want to talk to you.
She straightened up and, he noted, made her face absolutely blank. All right.
We should sit down.
With the dog all but pasted to the side of her leg, she went with him, took a chair.
I was going to do this a different way. I hadn't figured out the way yet, but different than this. But I figure you being slightly impaired gives me a distinct advantage. And why are you sitting there like you're waiting outside the principal's office?
I'm not. Just say it. I'll deal with it.
Fine. I'm in love with you.
Her face stayed blank even when she blinked. What? What?
You heard me, but I'll say it again for clarity. I'm in love with you.
I have to sit down.
You are sitting down.
I have to stand up. She stood, then immediately sat again. I'm dizzy. It's not the drinking. Miles,
just be quiet.
Impatience wrapped around the words.
You talked all the way over here, so be quiet. I'm not done.
Since she didn't know what to say to that, she said nothing.
I didn't plan on it, and I didn't see it coming. Should have, but didn't. I can't claim it crept up on me, not when it kept hitting me in the face over so many things. The way your hands move when you're working, that's ridiculous, but there it is. How your brain works, how your heart works, how your body works. All of it.
Because he focused on her, he didn't notice when Howell walked over to him, leaned against his knee.
But the knockout punch wound up at the waterfall, then started coming at the lookout, and it knocked me flat at the end of Liam's goddamn ropes course. So I'm in love with you, Morgan. It wasn't in the plan, and it wasn't part of the deal we made. But it wasn't a deal so much as guidelines. I'm moving outside the lines, so now deal with that. I'm still not done.
He took out the ring in his pocket.
We'll get married.
He said it matter-of-factly, the way he might have said, we'll watch a movie. She stared, and her mouth moved, but it took a minute for it to form actual words. That's your grandmother's ring.
Does every woman recognize a diamond at 6 feet? Since I'm in love with you, and we're already outside the lines, we'll get married.
She stared, then dropped her head between her knees.
Christ, do you really have to get sick now?
Not sick. Need to breathe. Stay over there and let me breathe. She waved a hand in the air as if to push him away, though he hadn't moved.
If you want poetry, I can probably still recite most of The Raven. And I've got some Yeats in me.
Shut up! Did you get that ring from your grandmother because of Jake? What Jake told you before you came over?
I asked her for it before Jake got there. On their 50th wedding anniversary, she told me to ask for it when I'd found the one. When I was sure. When I was ready. You're the one. I'm sure. I'm ready. Get on board, Morgan.
Before, she murmured, and lifted her head. Not because of. The fact he scowled at her leveled her heart rate.
It's not a force field against psychos. It's a ring. It's a symbol. It's a damn question I wish you'd answer.
She swiped at her face. You didn't ask a question. You made statements. Wait. She held up a hand before he could speak. It's funny. Just this morning, Graham and I were working in the garden, and I ended up telling her I was in love with you. It did sneak up on me. I didn't expect it, didn't look for it. I've never felt it before, but I knew what it was. I thought you wanted to tell me you thought we should slow things down.
That was stupid.
Was it? Maybe. Blame the vodka. That was the second contender. I stuck with that. Never had a real taste for bourbon. He kept watching her and smiled. King of the jungle.
What?
Your eyes. They might have been what started the whole thing for me. Or your sparkling people-pleaser personality. We'll go with the eyes, she decided when he laughed. Tiger eyes, I thought. Lions are king of the jungle, but whatever. That ring. I can't begin to say. You'd offer me that ring because I understand the power and meaning of that symbol. That particular symbol.
I've been advised not to get down on one knee.
Please don't, you'd look ridiculous. And just stay over there for right now so I can try to be coherent. Marriage. Miles, I saw for myself how cold and wrong my mother's was. And one of the reasons was me. A child, she corrected before he could protest. Any girl child, anyway. So it's important we know how—
I want kids. That's where you're going. And plural. I don't care what type. I want kids. I want family. With you. It's a big house. We could fill it.
Now tears swirled. I want that so much. With you.
Let's get the rest off the table. If you want to open your own place, you'll leave a major hole in the resort. It's still your choice, and I'll stand by your choice. So will the family if you're worried about that. But you should understand, Après is yours anyway.
She'd planned and planned for so long. Then everything had changed. And now? Après is what I want.
Okay. Good. You'll have to start coming to family meetings.
Really?
It's part of the package.
He hesitated, so briefly she might not have noticed. But she did.
It's a big package, Morgan.
I like big packages. Your family must know because you have that ring.
They know. So does yours.
You told my ladies? Of course you did. Overwhelmed, she swiped at more tears. Just sit there, okay, until I get this under control. I don't want to blubber when you put that ring on my finger. Not that ring.
Then hurry up.
Roswell.
No.
His tone went sharp as a saber.
Don't bring him here. He's not in this. This is you and me.
You're right. Did you really do this now because I'd been drinking?
Yes.
God, I love that so much. Even though you didn't actually ask, the answer would be yes, impaired or stone sober. You can get up now. She rose when he did and held out her left hand.
When he slipped the ring on, he gave it a wiggle. It's a little big for you. We'll get it sized.
I could just do this.
She closed her hand into a fist.
Forever.
Yeah, that'll work. I'll go in late tomorrow. We'll hit the jeweler's when they open. He took her fist, kissed it. It should fit, because you do. He slid the ring off, then onto her index finger. There. That does work. Wear it like that until tomorrow.
Problem solver, she murmured, and pulled his face to hers. The kiss warmed everything in her, lit up everything inside her. She had love, and the promise to make a life with love. No, she wouldn't bring Roswell into it, but she knew now, without a single doubt, she'd do anything and everything to defend the life they promised each other. You could tell me again.
Tell you what?
She cupped his face. Miles.
I'm in love with you. You might as well know I've never said that to another woman. You're the first.
It's my job to make sure I'm the last. I love you, Miles. You're my first, too.
He rested his forehead on hers. Then I've got my own job to do.
Then he scooped her up.
I say we seal the deal.
Yes, please.
I think we should do that where we started.
She laughed as he carried her toward the sofa. Another thing I love about you. So sentimental.
Practical. Couch is close.
Practically sentimental. He tumbled with her to the couch.
Quiet now,
he said as he tugged off her shirt.
I'm busy finalizing a deal.
In the morning, with the thrill still so strong, she waited while the jeweler measured her finger, measured the ring. When Miles offered to buy her what he called a stopgap, she nearly teared up again. No, I can wait. It's worth waiting for. You might want to select your wedding bands. The saleswoman, all smiles, beamed at them. We could have those sized for you as well. I hadn't thought of that. Should we do that? Are you going to want a ring?
I ought to get something out of it, Miles decided. Keep it simple. Keep mine simple. Plain band, no stones. Like that.
We could both get ones like that. You could? The jeweler kept beaming. But if I could suggest, with a gorgeous vintage engagement ring, an heirloom, you might consider a vintage band. We have a few in this case over here. And with that, she lured Morgan to the locked display case. Oh, they're just stunning. But Miles had seen just where her gaze landed and pointed.
That one.
Miles, an excellent choice. Wasting no time, the woman unlocked the case. It's from the same era as the solitaire, platinum setting, a double eternity band, 2 carats total weight so the solitaire won't outshine it. They'll complement each other.
See how it looks.
You should do the honors. No fool, the woman handed the ring to Miles. Good practice. And it looks like a perfect fit. You have the hands for it, those long, slender fingers.
Looks good on you.
It would look good on anyone. But
you don't like it?
It's gorgeous. Of course I like it. Anyone would. But you don't have to...
We'll take it. And the other one. The men's one.
Oh, God. Fast, she thought giddily. Lightning fast, but so right. I might have to sit down again.
You can handle it. Now give it back. You don't get to have it until the deal's final.
I'll box it for you. Such an exquisite choice. And we'll see if we have your size in the men's band. You can have something engraved on the inside. No charge.
No, we'll just...
Get his size, and he can buy the wedding band. Then you go away, Miles. Go to work, Morgan told him. I buy your ring. That's how it works. And I get to decide if I have anything to say inside it.
I'm the one who'll wear it.
Yeah. She tugged him down, kissed him. And you're going to be stuck. And she knew just what she wanted engraved. A deal's a deal. From the jeweler's, she went straight to Crafty Arts. She saw her mother first, chatting with a pair of customers. Then Audrey saw her. stopped, and when she read her daughter's face, began to bounce on her toes before she dashed over to grab Morgan into a hug. It happened. It happened. Oh, let me see. Where's the ring? It had to be sized. Just a half size down. It'll take a few days or so. But I have a picture. She has a picture. Can I tell? Can I say? I have to. You have to let me, she said as Morgan started laughing. This is my baby girl, and she just got engaged. Every woman in the shop applauded, and several walked over to look at the ring. I only have a picture. It's being sized. She held up her phone. What's all this ruckus? Olivia demanded as she came down the stairs. She walked straight to Morgan, kissed both her cheeks. He's a good man, and almost deserves you. Mimosas on the house, staff and customers. We're going to toast to a brave new start. Roswell hated fucking Nevada. He hated the goddamn desert, and he hated the filthy, ugly shack he was forced to live in. He hated the puckered, scabby scar on his arm. Most of all, he hated the solitude, the isolation, the constant nothing. He had eggs, Christ knew, and he was sick of them. He had to cook for himself and clean up after himself, and he was damn sick of that, too. He'd opened cans, lots of cans, and even tried frying up some chicken parts from the freezer. It turned out scorched outside, too pink inside, and he hated that, too. He did better with rice, carefully following internet instructions. He'd made a few burgers out of what he hoped was ground beef, but he didn't have any buns. He'd gone through the fresh stuff his dead hostess had provided, lived on eggs, cans, and boxed food, and knew he'd have to make another trip to get some food he could just heat up. And some snacks. So what if he hadn't taken off the rest of the weight? Maybe put some back on. So the fuck what? When he had his life back, he'd get back in shape. He didn't have anything to do but eat, do his research, play with the tech toys, watch TV on his laptop, and eat some more. He'd forgotten to water the goat, so he'd had to drag the dead, useless thing back with the woman. What was left of her, and what was left stank so much he'd nearly lost his breakfast. He'd bought the sheets and towels, but without a dryer, the towels dried stiff. So he'd make a list, make a trip. Food, numero uno. And he was running low on liquor. Maybe he could get a decent meal when he didn't cook or wash up after in Two Springs. Nobody looked for him in this godforsaken desert, but he'd be careful, keep to himself, though he yearned for voices, movement. He missed having conversations, knowing most of what he said in them were well-crafted lies. He caught himself talking to himself, tried to stop, but like the chips, he just couldn't. Make the list, drive in, get a meal, buy supplies, drive out again. He mumbled to himself as he paced around the house, one that had become a cage, except for that side room. So he went into it, as it always settled him down. He'd pulled down the Jesus pictures because he didn't like the way some guy who got himself nailed to a cross stared at him with what looked like pity. He sat, a man carrying extra weight in his face and belly, one who smelled of sweat, dust, and clothes poorly washed. Roots showed in his dyed hair. His nails needed clipping. We'll just do a little check on our good friend Morgan. Let's see what that skinny bitch is up to. He tracked her usual charges, payments, groceries, insurance, gas, the monthly payment to her greedy grandmother, and frowned over a charge for $700 and change at a jeweler in Westridge. What's all this, Morgan? Getting extravagant? We can't have that. No, we can't have that. Not while I'm stuck in this hellhole. Time for a little reminder. Time to touch base. He sat back, drumming his unkempt nails on the rough wood table. Let's see. Closing his eyes, he nearly nodded off in the chair before he shook himself awake, scratched his belly. He used her account, ordered some slutty clothes. She was a whore, after all. Then went to another site and another to order whatever caught his eye. Garbage bags because she was garbage. Room deodorizers because garbage stank. Always keeping the purchase under $500. He had so much fun he kept at it. Hit an online florist for a funeral wreath and filled out the card. Morgan, always remember. That ought to do it. Yeah, that ought to do it just fine. The fun worked up an appetite, so we went in, opened a can of chili. He didn't bother to heat it up, but ate straight out of the can. Another few weeks, that's all. Just to make sure. Make damn sure. Head east before much longer. Maybe catch some of that Vermont foliage, that's the ticket. Catch some of that color, right? Catch it, kill her dead. Kill her dead and close that deal. Collect that debt. He tossed the empty can toward the trash, licked the fork. Get what she owes me, and it's smooth sailing again. She's bad luck, that's what she is. Brought me bad luck. With his belly full, he decided to take a nap. He'd make that list, go into town tomorrow. He didn't feel like cleaning himself up now. Tomorrow was good enough. Tomorrow meant one more day closer to taking care of business. As he lay down on sheets he'd sweated through the night before, Beck and Morrison made a pass through Gabb's, then drove to Two Springs. They'd checked both outlying motels, the single 12-room hotel in town, shops, eateries. They sat down with the local cops. It took most of the day and produced not a single hit. At the end of it, they sat in a little restaurant where the air ran blissfully cold and ate surprisingly good enchiladas. We're not wrong, Quentin. I swear we're not wrong. There hasn't been a sign of him in Washington since we started south. Not seeing anything this way either. Not yet. But it still feels right. Maybe he's gone well and truly to ground. Taking a frigging sabbatical. Or we're not altogether wrong, but he headed east. Montana, Colorado, Arizona. Let's do this. We give this another day, get a couple of rooms, work the problem again, get some sleep. Start fresh tomorrow and go into the National Forest. Brief the park rangers. We get nothing, we take a break. I want to sleep in my own bed with my husband. Another day, he agreed. We could use a break. Clear the mind, maybe find a new angle. It's starting to feel like chasing our tails, T. I think we were right about him baiting us up north. I think we had that right. I just don't know if we've got this right. Not a damn sign of him. One more day. A break. Then back at it. Since we're staying, let's have a beer. I can get behind that. At the resort, well before her shift, Morgan knocked on Lydia's door. She knew the matriarch was in, just as she knew word had already spread. She'd wanted to wait until she had the ring on her finger again, but since word spread, she opted for now. Come. She opened the door. Could I speak with you a minute? I have a meeting with Nell coming up, but I wanted to speak to you first if you have time. All right. Come in, sit. It gives me a chance to tell you Mick and I are very pleased. Thank you. Thank you for that. But more, I want to thank you. I had a very coherent and heartfelt speech. I practiced, but it's just gone. I can't tell you what it means to me that you'd trust me with the ring Mick gave you. The one you've worn all this time. I promise you I'll cherish it, and I'll do everything I can to be a good partner to Miles. He wouldn't have asked me for the ring if I couldn't trust you. I wouldn't have given it so willingly if I didn't know you'd cherish him. I will. I do. The ring's magic. That sounds silly, but it doesn't. Lydia's signature red lips curved in a warm, warm smile. Not to me. And it makes me very happy knowing you'll wear it since you feel that too. The Nashes and the Jamesons. I find I'm not surprised. Your grandmother and I are going to have a great deal of fun harassing you and Miles over your wedding plans. I asked, and he told me you planned to stay, managing Opry. Yes. Then you'll be expected at the September family meeting with a report. Nell can help you with the basic procedure. I'll be there. She rose. Thank you for everything. Come see me once the ring's sized. I'd like to see it on you. I will. Oh, and Morgan, I liked that you brought out the fiesta ware and the clever folds of the napkins. Little details make a home. You've already started. Chapter 29. When Morgan walked into Après, Nick greeted her with a bone-crushing hug. Congratulations, best wishes, whatever the hell it's supposed to be. I'm so happy for you. Thanks. I'm so happy for me. Let's see it. Hey! Where's the ring? Those deep brown eyes reflected bafflement and insult. WTAF! He didn't give you a ring? It's being sized. Oh. His face ran the gamut from relief to approval to disappointment. I guess I'll have to wait till it is to catch the sparkle. I have a picture on my phone. Show! Wait. He shot a mile-wide grin to a stool-sitter who'd cleared his throat. Sorry. What can I get you? We'll try 2 of the special cocktails. Coming right up. My friend, she's my boss, too, just got engaged. We're pretty excited. So did we! The woman on the next stool shot out her left hand and the ring on it. He surprised me with this at dinner last night. Congratulations, it's gorgeous. Drinks on me, Nick, Morgan told him as he made them. That's really nice of you. Solidarity. Her ring's getting sized, Nick tossed out, but she has a picture. Oh, we'd love to see. Wouldn't we, Trent? Sure. He looked a lot more interested in the drink, but did his duty and looked at Morgan's phone. But his fiancé gasped. It's stunning! It looks like an heirloom. His grandmother's. Holy sparkle. Nick set the drinks down. We'll talk later. Nell reserved a table outside for your meeting. I'd better get to it. Congratulations again. Enjoy your drinks. On her way outside, servers waylaid her with more congratulations, more hugs. It felt, Morgan thought, very much like family. She'd barely taken a seat when Nell rushed over. Late. I hate to be late, but it happens. It's like 2 minutes. Late is late. I need caffeine. Can Nick do an iced cappuccino as good as you? Of course he can. Great. Hey, Barry, iced cappuccino. 2? She asked Morgan. Why not? And I missed lunch. How about we split a cheese plate? I need something since I'm going to sample your potential fall specialty cocktail for approval. I like cheese. Great. Thanks, Barry. Now, she began immediately, we'll get to the business portion, but first, I want to hear everything. About what? Nell gave Morgan a long, hooded look. Please. All I got from Miles was, yeah, he gave you the ring and it's getting sized. I want details. How did he ask you? He didn't, really. He more told me. Nell sat back, face covered with the unsurprised disgust only a sibling can manage. Of course he did, the romantic fool. But that was after he told me he loved me. He did that part really well. Okay. Willing to withhold judgment, Nell picked up the sparkling water Barry had already served. Start at the beginning. Well, the beginning really began when my ladies and I tested out the 3 finalists for the fall cocktail. Enthusiastically. Oh boy, I'm going to enjoy this. And she did, laughing her way through half an iced cappuccino and a portion of a cheese plate. All right, he gets some points. And you're happy. We're all happy. I hope you know that. I am, and I do. So when and where? Have you decided? In broad terms. I asked for spring, and he said fine, as long as I move in with him by the new year. He wants to end and begin the year with me. Okay. Cracker in one hand, Nell held up the other. Major points for that. On Miles's scale, that's virtually sloppy romance. Spring. The where? I know we could get married here, and it would be wonderful, but it's not business, but it edges that way. A little. But more, I'd like to get married at his house. Your house? Nell reminded her.
It would be your house, too, and I think that's perfect if my opinion counts. A spring garden wedding. What does Miles think?
He said, "Whatever you want is fine."
You don't actually believe that. Say you wanted him to wear a lilac morning coat to coordinate with the lilacs you carry.
I'm writing that down just to see his face. He doesn't want to be poked by every detail. I'd say as long as I don't want that morning coat or horse-drawn carriages, and I don't, all good.
It's good you know who you're marrying. You should also know Mom's going to want to get her hand in. So am I.
I'd be crazy to toss away experts, especially when I know I'm going to want and need help.
Say that again,
Nell tapped her phone.
so I can record it for the future.
I want and need help planning the wedding, Morgan obliged. Signed, Morgan Nash. Okay, that's on the record. Knowing Miles, he'll want Jake and Liam to stand up with him. In fact, that's the one clear answer on all this he gave me. Nell, would you stand up for me? Reaching out, Nell gripped Morgan's hand.
God, I was hoping you'd ask. I'd love to.
I'm so glad. How do you feel about puce? Kidding, she said when Nell's mouth fell open. I expect to see a replica of that expression if I test Miles with lilac morning coats. I know I have to pick colors, but I swear whatever they are, flattering is key. Do you think it's weird I'd like to ask Jen to be an attendant, to balance it out?
I think it's perfect. Delicate question while we're on it. Your father?
No. That came easy and without regret. So many reasons no. I'll send him a note, but not an invitation.
Do you want someone to walk you down the aisle?
Yes, my mother and my grandmother. As her eyes filled, Nell held up a hand again.
Okay, I'm no soft touch, but that got me. More perfect and so lovely, Morgan. Have you told them?
They cried. We all did. And it was perfect.
We're going to have so much fun with this, and it will be perfect. Nothing's going to spoil it.
After nudging her cup aside, Nell took a breath.
We won't say his name. Not here and now. But I'm going to assume Jake gave you the update.
He did.
Morgan, you became family to us when you took over Opry. That's how the Jamesons work. You're only more so now. We've got your back, your front, your sides. Anything we can do, anything you want us to do, it's done.
I didn't know just how much I wanted family until I let myself have family. I keep coming back to that. And in that spirit of family, I'm going to ask, you and Jake, any thoughts?
A lot of them, since you ask.
Nell looked around the tables, at people having a drink, a bite to eat, relaxing as the summer day turned to summer evening.
He waited, and that was really smart of him to wait until I was ready, or close to ready, whether I knew it or not. I'm not ready quite to take the leap you and Miles are. I want to give it a test run. That's me all over. Live together first. He's got a nice place, but I like mine better.
She shrugged, picked up her water glass again.
Mine's closer to my work, his is closer to his. And the practical part of me knows that he's chief of police and being closer to town's important.
Find a house you like between those 2 points. Then it's not Jake's place or Nell's, it's Jake and Nell's.
Buy a house together? That's really smart. A compromise and commitment all at once. He'd like that. I'd like that. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I'm going to like having a sister.
So am I.
Okay, sister, go make me a drink, and we'll get down to business.
Across the continent, Roswell drove into Two Springs early to avoid the heat of the day. A joke, he thought sourly. The heat never left. But he wanted to get this trip over with. Get those new towels, some fucking food, some decent booze. He wanted to hear voices, even if they came from stupid desert rats. The town wasn't much. He'd call it a hovel. But it had stores, including a barely decent market, a few tired excuses for restaurants, 2 bars with a liquor store attached to one of them. The Western Rube version of a sheriff's department, that didn't worry him. and a huddle of houses on the outskirts someone with a sense of humor might call the burbs. It lay a few miles from the western edge of Humboldt-Toyabe National Forest, which held no interest for him, and sported views of the mountains. Close enough for bored day trippers or crazed hikers and campers to pay a call, so some of those shops ran to souvenirs, camping and hiking gear, and plenty of guns for sale. He might not be a fan of the gun, but he'd caught sight of snakes more than once. He'd tried shooting the hell out of them with the handgun he'd taken off dead Jane, tried her shotgun, and the rifle he'd found in the cabin. And tested out the AR-15, which obliterated the snake and scared the crap out of him. He put that one back on the wall, stuck with the handgun. She'd had a shitload of ammo, but he'd wasted some of it on the damn snakes, then shooting the shit out of a cactus just to hear the noise. He'd written down the kind of ammunition for the handgun. Wouldn't hurt to pick some up. Since he'd woken hungry, he'd eaten half a dozen eggs and the last of the bacon he'd found in the freezer. Jane had marked it. Helpful. But he'd had to slice it himself, so the slices were mostly too thin, too thick. He'd just buy some damn bacon. And sausage. And whatever else caught his eye and appetite. He bought towels first. No Egyptian cotton in 2 stupid springs he'd discovered before. But he settled. He bought a new frying pan since he'd burned the one at the cabin, then tossed it as far as he could toss. He hit the liquor store. Beer, wine, whiskey, vodka, mixers, tonic, and hell, why not tequila? "Having a party?" the checkout clerk asked with a little ho-ho-ho like fricking Santa. Roswell stared at him, lip curled. "Yeah, I'm the life of the party." "Bet." Avoiding those eyes now, the clerk bagged the booze, handed over the change. After loading the supplies in the truck, he went for the ammo. He bought 3 boxes of hollow points for his inherited Colt 45, and thought, "Yee-haw, I'm a gunslinging son of a bitch." From there, he hit the market. Chips, cookies, candy, frozen fries. Why hadn't he thought of that before? Bacon, sausage, frozen pizza. The pizza made him think of Morgan. "Bitch'll get what's coming," he muttered, and the woman standing 2 feet away headed in the other direction. Frozen dinners. Heat and eat. Cheese, milk, cereal, bread, butter, lemons for a nice tequila shot. Bananas. Potatoes, because anyone could figure out how to bake a damn potato. He filled 2 baskets before he was done. At checkout, the clerk started ringing him up. She had a face as round as a pie with glasses that kept sliding down her nose. It irritated him so much he imagined punching her right in those stupid glasses, just driving them into her eyes so they bled.
Looks like stocking up,
she said cheerfully. He spread his lips in what he believed made a friendly smile. "That's right. Stocking up. Man's gotta eat, doesn't he?"
"Yes, sir."
She kept her eyes trained on the items.
"He sure does."
He carted the bags out, loading the frozen stuff in the cab where the AC, such as it was, could keep it from melting on the trip back. He loaded the rest, found himself nearly out of breath with the effort, the heat. He unscrewed the cap on the bottle of Coke he'd bought in the mart and brought it with him as he got behind the wheel. Another good glug, and he nearly choked on it as his breath caught. As he started the engine, he glanced in the rear-view mirror. He lost his breath again, and in the heat still baking the cab, went ice cold. He saw them, just walking out of a diner-type place, the place where he'd have had breakfast if he hadn't been too hungry to wait. But it couldn't be. A mirage, a trick of the light. He rubbed his eyes under his sunglasses, but they remained. And moving his way. The fucking feds. Those assholes, Beck and Morrison. Right here, walking down the planked sidewalk. Panic had his ears ringing, his eyes watering as he hit the gas. He beat his hand on the wheel as he drove. How? 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 The truck rattled and shook as he pushed it as fast as it could go. Because they were right behind him. Right behind him. He had to get back fast to Dead Jane's place. He'd broken his new rule and left clothes, equipment, cash, too much to lose again. He'd broken the rule because they shouldn't be here. Why had they come here? When he reached the gate, leaped out, his legs nearly gave way under him. Fear had him sweat-soaked, shaky so his fingers fumbled with the padlock keys. But he got the gate open, drove through, and gathered himself to lock it behind him again. Just in case. He tore down the drive, struggling to clear his mind enough to think, just think. He'd take the old woman's truck. A beater, but a better beater than this one. And maybe somehow they'd tracked what he'd been using. He'd locked the cabin. Safety first, so had to deal with those locks. Inside, he ripped through, shoving laundry he hadn't done with laundry he had. His own breath sounded like a windstorm as he gathered up his equipment, disconnected some of hers to take. The money, the IDs he'd completed. The guns, the ammo, the knives, including the one the dead bitch had stabbed him with. Chickens clucked and clacked as he ran to the shed, dragged the door open. He tossed tools into the bed of the truck, the clanging echoing as he threw in his bolt cutters, a pickaxe, a hatchet, a hammer. Dust flew as he drove to the shack, tossed bags, suitcases, briefcases into the bed. He forced himself to take more care with the equipment, stuck the handgun under the driver's seat. The rifle and shotgun went in the gun rack. Let them come. He'd shoot them to pieces. He needed water. Food. When he remembered all the food he'd bought, rage leaped into the fear. He ripped open the door to the other truck, dragged out frozen dinners, frozen pizza, milk jugs, heaving them into the dirt. Time and money wasted. As he raged, he screamed. As he screamed, something already cracked broke inside him. He stood, looking around him at milk glugging onto the ground, at the dented boxes of pot pies and fried chicken and gravy, the Dove bars and extra sharp cheddar, and began to laugh, and laugh, and laugh so hard tears ran down his cheeks. He chuckled to himself as he transferred the other groceries, the liquor, the towels, from one truck to another. Fuck it. Fuck this shit. He was done with it. Time to close the books. Time for a reckoning. Time for a bitch to pay the goddamn piper. The time's come, the walrus said, he muttered as he bungee-corded one of Jane's tarps over the bed of the truck. He started to get into the truck, then decided what the hell. Walking over, he ripped open the box of Dove bars, yanked one out, tore off the wrapper. He ate it while he drove to the gate. "Adios, Jane," he called out while he filled his mouth with ice cream and chocolate. "Thanks for fucking nothing!" He unlocked the gate, drove through, and tossing the padlock keys out the window, started the drive east. As Beck and Morrison walked across the street to their car, the grocery store clerk stood outside the market smoking a Marlboro to settle her nerves.
Hey, you're those feds, aren't you?
Ma'am?
Morrison stopped at the passenger door as he'd lost the toss to drive.
Special Agents Morrison and Beck.
Deb said there were feds poking around yesterday about some crazy guy. My day off.
She took a long drag.
Had my own crazy guy just a bit ago. Crazy eyes. Bought enough food for an army battalion. Gave me a look, a smile that turned my blood cold.
Is that right? Beck felt a little hum. Walked over. We left a sketch of the man we're looking for with the manager. Have you seen it?
Nah, I clock in, do my job, clock out, mind my own business like everybody should.
Would you mind taking a look now? Beck opened her briefcase, took one of the sketches out of a file.
Guess I could. I'm taking my break because Crazy Eyes shook me up some.
She took the sketch, shoved at her sliding glasses, shook her head.
Nope, this guy had shorter hair, sort of dirty blonde, what I could see of it. And he
Pausing, she frowned.
Wait a minute. I guess maybe. It's the eyes, those crazy eyes. But this one didn't have a beard so much as a lot of scruff, and I think he had more weight in his face. But those eyes.
How about his height? Morrison asked. How tall would you say?
About 6 foot, maybe just under.
Did he say anything?
Yeah, he said how a man's gotta eat. I said stocking up because he had 2 full baskets of food, and he said how a man's gotta eat.
Did he have an accent?
Didn't sound like he's from around here.
She shrugged and smoked.
More like back east, I guess. It maybe could be him, I can't swear to it. But something wasn't right about that guy, that I can swear to.
Did you see what he was driving?
No, sorry. Usually I'd have called for Tiny. He stocked shelves to help him load up, but I didn't. Just wanted him gone. Never saw him around here before that I noticed. At least I never checked him out before. Mustn't live too far, I'd think, as he bought a shitload of Frozens.
Though she was reluctant, they got her name and contact.
What are the odds?
Morrison wondered. Good enough to do another quick check. If you're Roswell, somehow got a place close enough to town to come in to buy food, what else do you stock up on?
If I'm holed up here, I'm going to buy a whole lot of alcohol.
Yeah, you would. Let's follow the feeling, Quentin. Show his picture one more time at the liquor store. When they walked into the liquor store, the clerk looked up from a paperback novel. Not the clerk from yesterday, Beck thought. Younger brother, maybe.
Help you?
FBI. Special Agents Beck and Morrison. Beck held up her badge. The clerk slid off his stool.
Oh, hey.
We're looking for someone.
As long as it's not me.
Beck offered her best smile. No, not you. This man. The clerk took the sketch, shifted from foot to foot.
That's funny. Sort of.
What is?
He kind of looks like this fellow who was in here about an hour ago. Around the eyes, he does. And yeah, the mouth, I guess. I didn't like him.
No? Beck leaned in just a little. Why?
Okay, he bought enough stock I could have closed the door for the day, and my brother, he owns the place, wouldn't have known because the daily take would be more than it ever is. But he had mean all over him, the vibe, right? And he bought so much, I just said how it looked like he was having a party. He gave me a look made me wish I'd kept my mouth shut. I think this is him with shorter hair. What did he do?
Did you see what he was driving?
I looked out, saw him loading the boxes of booze in a pickup. Old Chevy, rusted out red. Hey, what did he do?
But they were already out the door. It's him, Quentin. I swear I feel it in my guts.
Let's bring the sheriff in on it. He's got a place. You don't buy all that food and booze for a damn road trip or when you're in a motel.
He could have hostages. Not his style, but there are homes and small ranches within a half-hour's drive of Two Springs. Or maybe there's a place that's been abandoned. Frozen food means he has refrigeration and a stove or a microwave. Coming into town, making at least 2 stops, means he feels safe. As they moved, fast, to the sheriff's office, they scanned the streets.
He could still be here,
Morrison said,
but that's unlikely. Frozen food
is going to melt pretty quick in this heat. He has to be close. The sheriff's office had an outer room with a dispatch desk and 2 more for the pair of deputies who both worked part-time. In the back, it held 2 cells, a unisex bathroom, and a makeshift counter for a hot plate and the coffee pot on it. The AC whirled madly and sent the smell of bad coffee everywhere. Sheriff Niederman, a raw-boned, sun-baked man of about 45, had his own office, with the door open.
Well, FBI.
He stood from his desk.
Didn't expect to see you again. Lucy Wigg from Two Springs Market and Kyle Givens from Givens Liquors and Beer just identified Gavin Roswell from our sketch. He was in both places this morning. Well, hell. Are they sure of that? Sure enough, he stocked up on food, including frozen products, and alcohol, which indicates he's found a hole close by. Close enough. We need to start a search. We'll sure help with that. I've got one deputy out on a call, and I'll bring the other one in. I'll notify State. Have some head in here. He's driving a red Chevy pickup. Older model from what we're told. You know the area, Sheriff. Let's have some best guesses. Let me make those calls and think on it.
When he had, he spread out a map.
These houses, here, here. Few and far between, maybe, but people will notice a stranger. Different story when you move out here, or into the mountains. Hard scrabble ranches, hard scrabble people who live that life because they don't want people around. And you'll have your preppers, survivalists, anti-every fucking thing types. They wouldn't set out the welcome mat for him. Or us, come to it.
Leaning to that, who lives alone? No family. Too much trouble, Beck said to her partner. Easier to take down one person. He'd want privacy if he decided to dig a hole.
There's Riley, former Marine, piss and vinegar in one package.
Niederman tapped on the map.
His place is a damn fortress. And there's Jane Boot. Her husband passed a while back, but she's stuck. Comes in, sells eggs, goat's milk about once a month. Tough as nails. Prepping for war or the rapture, whichever comes first. The woman,
Morrison said.
He'd go for the woman before he'd take on a Marine.
Let's go find out.
I'll lead the way. She's got no phone, doesn't believe in them, and she's got her place gated and barbed wired off. I've got bolt cutters in the truck. If she's back there milking that damn goat, she is gonna be pissed.
20 minutes later, they pulled up at the open gate. Niederman angled his truck across it to block any exit, then stepped out. He picked up a set of keys, shook his head when Beck opened her window.
No way Jane would leave this gate open. Keys on the ground. Son of a bitch.
Do you have body armor, Sheriff? He tipped back his hat.
Yeah, son of a bitch,
he said again.
She'd never leave the gate open. Let's suit up. Call for backup. My partner and I will take the lead from here. He's our quarry.
He aimed a hard look at Morrison.
If he hurt Jane, he's mine now, too.
After they'd put on vests, they drove through the gate.
He's not here anymore, T. He got a whiff of us. That's what this means.
Face grim, she kept driving.
There's the red truck, and groceries all over the ground. Front door open. That outbuilding door open. Somebody had a temper tantrum,
Morrison muttered.
Looks like it, but let's not get shot being wrong.
She drove between the outbuilding and the cabin, and using the car as a shield, they got out.
Gavin Roswell, this is the FBI. Come out with your hands up.
No sound but chickens clucking, pigs rooting. She picked up a rock, tossed it to draw fire, and nothing stirred. She tossed another so it banged against the house.
Okay, Quentin. Let's clear it.
They came out of cover, stayed low as they ran to the door. He swept first, went in high as she swept and went low. The place smelled of sweat and dust and looked like the scene of a bar fight. They cleared it and the shed.
She has a Ford Ranger pickup, 2015 or 16, I think, and I'll confirm that,
Niederman told them.
Blue, a medium blue, and I'll get the plates. Would he have taken her with him?
That's very doubtful. He rubbed the back of his neck.
I'm going to look around for her,
he told Beck.
And the goat.
He had to see us this morning. He had to see us, or why run like this after buying all the food? Beck had to stop herself from kicking the melting packages. He came out of the market and saw us. Or he'd loaded up already. Likely that. He got in the truck, drove here, did this, got what he wanted, and went.
Running again, T.
Because they both needed it. He put a hand on her shoulder.
He's running again. Running scared and mad with it. Let's get the alerts out on her truck. She's back here,
Niederman called out.
And the goat. Jesus, what's left of them's back here. He just dumped her on the ground, he said when they joined him. Just tossed her on the ground for the scavengers.
Chapter 30. Morgan opened the door for Jake on a sultry mid-morning that begged for storms. Come in. Should I make coffee? Are we going to need it? He shut the door behind him.
Why don't we go for something cold? Your ladies around?
No, they're at work. Whatever he'd come to tell her, it was bad. She felt the bad crawling under her skin. I don't think the sun tea's finished yet, but we've got Cokes.
That'll be great. Morgan, are you okay hearing about Roswell from me? You can contact the FBI if you want it straight from the source.
I appreciate you taking the time to tell me yourself. Steady, she thought. Look how steady her hands were as she filled glasses with ice. The panic days were over. He killed someone else, didn't he? I can just feel it knotted in my stomach.
Yes. Why don't we sit down here and I'll tell you everything they gave me. I'll tell you what happened yesterday in Nevada.
Nevada. So they were right about him going south. I like knowing they were right. It's something. As he told her, Morgan sat back, stunned. I can't see it. I honestly can't see him living in some prepper's cabin in the middle of nowhere. I can see him killing her, and I'm sorry for it, but the rest?
You broke him. That's my take on it. You broke his streak, and that broke him. I'll give credit to the FBI and Beck's solid instincts, but she and her partner would be the first to admit hitting that town the same morning Roswell came in for supplies was just blind luck.
And they think he was there a couple of weeks?
Close to 3. They've tracked his victim to her last trip into town. It's not unusual for no one to see her for a month, even more. They have her coming in to sell eggs, milk, some leather goods. She bought supplies, gassed up her truck nearly 3 weeks ago. And they've tracked Roswell back to a motel about 30 miles away, up until the day she went into Two Springs.
I see.
She was active in online groups, preppers, survivalists, religious fringes. As they see it, he kept that up, off and on, but they tell me they can see subtle differences in her posts and responses starting 19 days ago, the night after she went in for supplies.
Jake hesitated, then went on.
They'll do an autopsy of the body and may be able to determine when she died. Morgan, every person they interviewed that had any contact with him yesterday stated they saw something wrong in him. He either couldn't hide it or didn't bother. She had guns, Morgan. A shotgun, a rifle. They found spent shells scattered around. And she habitually carried a Colt on her hip.
A lot of good that did her.
The point is, he took them. He left an AR-15, so we can be grateful there, but he has the rest. And he bought ammo for the Colt when he went to town. He's never used guns before.
He's not the same as he was before.
The profilers agree with that. Everything they found at that cabin says he's lost control.
Because he considered them friends, because she would become a kind of sister to him, Jake reached for her hand.
Their thinking is he'll have no choice but to come here.
Part of that's a relief, because you're always waiting to hear the door creak open, to see the monster leap out. It's always there, Jake, no matter what I do. It's like some rodent tunneling holes under a garden. It looks settled and pretty, but it's all just waiting to collapse. She looked down at her drink, then up into his eyes. You're worried since he took the guns, he'll just shoot me when I'm going out to my car or running errands. He won't. He can't. It's too fast and final.
He's not the same as he was,
Jake repeated. No, but you can't change who you are at the base, in the core. He needs to hurt me, to see me afraid. He has to pay me back for everything that went wrong for him since Nina. After giving herself a shake, she reached for her drink. I can't believe I only knew him for a couple of weeks, and I see him so clearly. The idea of him living the way you said for weeks? No. He has to pay me back for that. Killing me isn't enough unless I suffer first.
I can agree with you and still worry I'm wrong.
He took everything from me, Jake. Everything but my life. And look, she spread her hands. Not even 2 years later, I'm okay. More than okay. I have a home, family, a man who loves me. I have a good job, a good life. I have friends. He's the one who lost. He's the one who's running and desperate. Killing me quick won't make up for that. It's personal. As the doorbell sounded, she automatically pulled out her phone to check. It's flower delivery. She passed the phone to Jake. His eyes went cool before he rose.
I'll deal with it.
It took her a moment to gather herself and follow him. She knew a funeral wreath when she saw one. At the door, while Jake questioned the stunned delivery woman, Morgan studied the wreath and its message. Morgan, always remember. She would, she thought. She would always remember. Because he knew changing the plates wouldn't be enough, Roswell bought a paint sprayer, some pea green paint, and on a stretch of desert road, coated the blue of Jane's truck. It looked like shit, and he had to spend time wiping paint off the head and taillights, but his ride no longer matched the description. He figured it would hold for a while, especially given the Yahoo cops in this part of the world. He couldn't risk motels, no matter how crap-worthy, so drove straight through, into Utah. Drove from day into night, fueled by rage and fear and caffeine and carbs. Time to reestablish good habits, he decided, so drove to the airport in Salt Lake to take a much-needed nap in long-term parking. He woke, hot and miserable, before dawn, but decided his luck was back in when he spotted a minivan, complete with a baby on board sign, that must have parked while he'd taken his siesta. Easily 15 years old, he estimated, but whistle clean. It took him more than a half hour, but he got in, disabled the alarm, got it started, hadn't lost his touch, and transferred everything from the truck to the van. It had 200,000 miles on it, but it would do the job. Get him into Colorado, a halfway decent motel. Not hotels yet, he warned himself. A hot shower. Time to groom, eat, sleep, and map out the best route to Morgan. With Miles, Morgan closed the bar on Friday night. Beck called me a few hours ago. He stopped what he was doing.
And you're just telling me?
We were busy. You were busy. And now's as good as then. A security guard spotted the truck he was driving in long-term parking, Salt Lake City Airport. He'd tried spray painting it, but the blue bled through. It took them some time to identify what he'd taken from there. A red minivan, a Kia, I think she said. He'd covered a lot of distance, but they tracked where he'd stayed, at a Days Inn in Colorado.
Why don't we sit down?
No, I'm good. I'm good. He dumped the van in a Walmart parking lot in South Dakota. He carjacked an SUV at gunpoint, tied the owner, a 60-year-old woman, with bungee cords, gagged her, shoved her into the van. He knocked her unconscious, gave her a concussion, but he didn't kill her. That's something. They're following up what Agent Beck says is a very credible sighting in Minnesota, and she doesn't think he'll keep the SUV long. Doesn't believe he'll risk trying for any of his contacts to trade it. They've got the airport in Minneapolis on alert.
Is that it?
That's it for now.
Morgan.
He took her hand, the one that wore his ring.
This means something.
It means everything.
And busy doesn't, he added.
When they tell you anything about this son of a bitch, I know about it. Not after busy. I know about it. No wait time allowed.
Just like you text me every night you're not with me when you get home. Like that, this isn't negotiable.
You're right. I'm sorry.
I don't care about sorry.
No, you don't. Smiling, she laid a hand on his cheek. But I'm sorry anyway.
You could move in with me now.
I wouldn't feel right or easy leaving the ladies alone. Not when it really does look like he's coming.
I can move in with you.
He would, she thought. He'd hate it, but he would. The house is as secure as it can get. And tomorrow I'm going to ask Jen to give me some self-defense refreshers. Listen to me, okay? Because I've thought a lot about this. Maybe he could have killed me before. I wasn't prepared, and still maybe not. He killed Nina, but he took her by surprise, and she was sick, and she was tiny, Miles. But now I am prepared, and he won't surprise me. And I'm stronger than I was. More? I'm pissed.
All of that's good, Morgan. And still.
The police are patrolling the street. I've got a deputy following me home from work every night. I expect we'll have a cop or a fed camped in the living room if he gets as far as the Vermont border.
If he gets that far, I'm camped there with them.
Deal. And don't be mad, but I need him to come. I need this over and done. I want to look at wedding dresses and bouquets, decide on what song we want for our first dance, and pick just the right shade of lilac for your morning coat.
You're going to do all of... What? No.
I was saving the lilac to throw you off. This seemed like a good time. Now let's close Roswell away and go home.
Fine. No lilac.
Well, if I go with peonies with lilacs, maybe just a little one for a boutonniere. Then I start thinking about delphinium and sweet peas or tulips and spirea. Don't get me started.
Of things I want to do, getting you started on bouquets comes close to dead last.
Outside, he took her hand again and thought he could smell the first real hint of fall in the air.
How about Stand By Me?
You want to watch a movie tonight?
Not the movie. The song. First dance. Because I will. And you damn well better do the same.
Her stress dropped to make way for the gooey she felt inside. You have been thinking about wedding stuff.
The stuff occasionally crosses my mind.
I accept your song nomination. It's a really good one. If you'll accept the lilac sprig if I go there.
Just a sprig?
She held up her thumb and index finger to indicate small.
I can sign on to that.
She turned into him, wrapped around him. I love you, Miles.
Another thing you damn well better.
Later, while they slept, Roswell crossed into Wisconsin driving a Dodge pickup he'd bought for cash off a used car lot in St. Paul. He'd made some plans. Morgan dealt with the packages that came, the charges to her account, reported them, and kept her own log of them. As September arrived, she sat down with her ladies. I know this worries you, but that's what he's trying to do. Worry us, get under my skin. But what all this says to me is he's desperate. Desperate's dangerous, Olivia pointed out. Yes, and I won't be reckless or careless. He's been driving for days, barely stopping. They know what he's in now because he bought a pickup for cash in St. Paul. The FBI's working with the credit card company. I'm not using the card for anything. And they reported a new charge yesterday. For what? Audrey demanded. What now? He must have heard about the wedding. He ordered 24 black roses. With a card? Don't sugarcoat it, Morgan. I'm not, Graham, I'm not. It just said, no wedding, one funeral. It's not smart, she hurried on, because her mother went pale. Just not smart. All these digs. Every one's a warning when he should be keeping it quiet. There's more. Let's have it. All at once, Olivia told her. They've got security feed of him on the car ferry crossing to Michigan. He must have had the truck professionally painted, changed the tags, but they caught him on it. He's blonde again, no beard, still carrying the weight. It's like he's leaving them a trail again, Audrey murmured, like he did before. It does, and they're considering that because they've tracked him heading south and into Indiana. Why do that? Now Olivia rose, paced around the kitchen. Why not cut over to Ohio, skirt the lakes, and keep going toward Vermont? I don't know, Graham. I talked to Agent Beck for a long time. They have theories. He's trying to throw them off again. He's looking for a place where he could hide for a few days, catch up on sleep, wait them out. Wait me out. Clean himself up because they say he looks rough. What they know is he drove at least 200 miles out of his way, if he's coming here. And I know they're practically on top of him. Not good enough. They agree. I can hear Agent Beck's frustration. I didn't want to leave for work without telling you. Right now he's over 1,000 miles away and possibly taking another time out. I have to ask you to shift gears because I have to leave for work in a couple minutes. I want to show you the dress I found. She pulled up her phone, swiped for the site. Oh, Morgan, it's beautiful. Simple, sleek. Morgan felt her muscles relax at her mother's approval. Audrey knew what worked. I wanted simple. Gorgeous, but simple. And you found simply gorgeous. I love the lines with just the subtle flare of the skirt. But you're not buying a wedding dress online. But you said, the style's very you and very spring garden wedding. But you're not going online for your wedding dress. We'll make an appointment at the bridal shop in Westridge next week. It's a lovely place. You need to ask Miles's mother, grandmother, sister, and Jen. Oh, but a lot of people, a lot of opinions, yes. Audrey patted her hand. But it's an important right. And you need to touch the dress. Try it on, be sure. I can always send it back if... How about this? When she wanted to steamroll, Audrey mowed them down. If you can't find what you love, what you want, what makes you glow, you can order the one online without a peep from me. And I'm buying the dress. Mom, please let me. Now her eyes filled. I want to so much. I want to give you that. Don't argue, Morgan. It's rude to refuse a gift that comes with love. This wedding is our gift, your mother's and mine. It's not who's paying, baby of my baby. It's about being part of the love. And I expect any argument to come from the groom's family. And we'll be prepared to compromise. That's part of the love. I already started a spreadsheet and a budget. Of course you did. Oh, she's so like you, Mom. She sure didn't get that practical side from me. Now you can toss those out and think of the fun stuff. Your colors, the flowers, the music, the guest list. We'll try for next Monday for the bridal shop appointment. That way you won't have to worry about going to work and we can all have fun. We'll talk, but now I do have to go to work. I need to tell Miles everything I just told you. Before. We made a deal. He led them south toward Indianapolis, where he'd rented a garage with a fresh new credit card. He tucked the truck inside, then took an Uber to the airport's private terminal. He'd donned a dark wig fashioned into a man bun, had taken time and care with a very trim goatee. He carried his laptop, a carry-on, and had them board his single suitcase. He didn't worry about his identification passing. He'd taken time and care there as well. He had a glass of wine on the flight to Middlebury, Vermont, and ate 2 bags of chips from the complimentary snack basket. He just couldn't quit them. Private meant no security checks of his luggage. The Colt snuggled safe in his suitcase, as did the knife. By the time they tracked him from Indianapolis, if they ever did, he'd have finished what he started. His luck would come in again. The next time he flew, he'd fly to some lovely tropical beach with a 5-star hotel. And these past horrible months would fade away like a bad dream. Something's off. Beck stood in yet another motel room, studying yet another map. It's off, Quentin. He's playing us again. You feel it too. There's no other purpose for him coming this far out of his way. He's steadying up. He's not steady, but he's getting there. He's got a plan now. That's what I'm feeling. We should head northeast. Leave this area with the agents in charge here, the locals,
and take a direct route to Vermont.
I'm feeling that. But more, she turned to him. Let's go wheels up and get there. I want to see her. See Morgan. I want to see the setup in the house, the resort again. Talk face to face with the chief of police. Go over resort security point by point. I'm getting this sick feeling again.
We'll have to clear it.
Let's do that. I want to be there.
And we can backtrack from there. I think he ditched the truck, T. He bought it, then he ditched it.
So do I. Let's just go there, spend some time assessing. If we're wrong, we take a hit.
We weren't wrong before.
Roswell landed in Middlebury after a smooth flight. The rental car he'd arranged waited. When he slid onto the leather seats of the Mercedes sedan, he felt an almost giddy wave of pleasure.
I am back!
Giggling, he stroked his fingers over the wheel, grinned at the loaded dash.
Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Now we're fucking talking!
He hummed a little tune as he plugged in Morgan's address on the GPS. 32 minutes sounded just fine. When Miles walked into Après, Morgan had a cocktail shaker in each hand as she engaged two women at the bar in conversation. A little showmanship, he thought, as she poured the drinks, added a skewer of 3 fat olives to each. She had a knack for it. Both women toasted her after their first sip, and she took a bow. "It's all in the wrist," she claimed, then caught sight of Miles. He walked up to the bar, but spoke to Bailey.
Last night with us.
Yes, I'm going to miss everyone. Morgan helped me land an interview at a club just off campus.
Let us know. And if you want work next summer, you've got a place here. I need Morgan for a couple minutes. Can you take over?
Sure. I had really good training.
Morgan kept the thoughts bubbling in her head as she walked outside with him. I thought you'd left for the day. Is it?
Nothing to worry about, and I'm on my way out. The feds are on their way. Or will be shortly.
Here. Why? He steered her toward the paths winding through the gardens. The nights had cooled, and the first touches of color tinted the hills.
Apparently they want to assess your security. Jake, they contacted him, he contacted me, thinks they want to get a gauge on you as much as that.
Okay, that's good. That's actually good. I'd like to see them in person. I can get my own gauge.
Jake wants them to assign an agent to Westridge, and I'll add my weight to that.
Miles, he could decide to come here tomorrow, or 6 months from now. How long am I going to be guarded and watched over?
As long as it takes. You live your life, Morgan. That's what you've done, what you're doing, and it doesn't change. He's not going to change that. But when and if he comes here, we're going to have every available resource. And I'm going to talk to your ladies tomorrow.
About what?
About me staying a couple nights a week. You're with me 3 nights, I'm with you 2 or 3 nights. It's a nice balance. We can argue about it later. You're on the clock. But it's happening.
This is the second time tonight somebody just rolled over me. I don't like it.
Can't blame you, but it's still happening. You can see the first hints of color in the trees.
He looked out and away to the rise of hills and peaks.
Time passes. Seasons change. What doesn't change and won't? You belong to me now.
Oh, wait just a...
We belong to each other. We're people who take care of what's ours, aren't we?
I don't see that as smooth a save as you think it is.
Maybe not, but it's still truth. I have to go feed the dog. You'll text me when you get home.
As soon as I wave goodbye to Deputy Howe and close the front door behind me.
Lock it behind you.
Yeah. The next thing you'll want a code or some sort of safe word.
We'll talk about where my mind went on safe word, but it's not a bad idea.
Frowning now, he thought it through.
The opposite of a safe word's not a bad idea.
Great. If I'm in a struggle with Roswell, who'd have managed to get past Deputy Howe, through the alarm system and into the house, I'll just say, hold on while I text Miles our unsafe word. Pineapple.
Pineapple's stupid.
He gave her an absent kiss on the forehead as he considered it.
Oh, pineapple's stupid? In this context. Work howl into the text.
You're serious?
Every available resource. Or I can hang out until closing. Take you home myself.
Then look under the bed and in all the closets? Even as she said it, she understood. He worried. Of course he worried when he wasn't right there. Couldn't control the situation. We'll try the other way instead. Go home, sit in your turret, and answer all the texts and emails and whatever else you didn't manage to get to in a normal workday. And if I text something like, say goodnight to Howl, come running.
Count on it.
In the kitchen, Olivia and Audrey dealt with the last of the dinner dishes and talked about what remained in the top of their minds. Wedding plans. We can look for our dresses at the bridal shop. Audrey hand-washed the wine glasses they'd used at dinner. We have to look perfect when we walk Morgan down the aisle. Or whatever's going to stand for the aisle. I still get teary that she wants us to.
No flounces, Audrey. The girl wants simple.
Simple, flounce-free, but perfect. Olivia picked up a cloth to dry the stemware.
They better pick a solid band because I want to dance my ass off. Who'd have thought, baby, that when she came here last winter we'd be planning a wedding for next spring?
We'll not only know she's happy, Mom. We'll see it. We'll get to be a part of the life she's building. I'll never take that for granted. Never.
You're going to get sloppy and sentimental on me again, which makes me sloppy and sentimental. So I say we knock it off and go watch a movie.
I'd like a movie.
I'll make the popcorn.
I'll just take out this trash. And let's pick something happy, she added, as she tied up the kitchen bag, then pulled out the recycle bin. She carried both around the side of the house, dropped the Tide bag in its can, dumped the trash for recycling in its. She never heard him. Not until his arm wrapped around her throat and the gun pressed against her temple.
Make a sound, and I'll shoot you in the head. You must be Mom. Let's go in the house, Mom.
Morgan's not here. She's not here.
I know that.
Rather than press the trigger, he turned the gun, gave her a good smack with the butt.
You think I'm stupid? Did she tell you I was stupid? Move!
Her vision blurred. Tears, pain, fear, as he dragged her to the kitchen door.
Got it going, Olivia said, making 2 bowls since you're fussy about the salt.
Then she turned, froze.
And you must be Graham. Down on the floor, Grandma. Face fucking down, or I blow Mom's head clean off.
His sneer widened into a grin.
Hey, is that popcorn?
Chapter 31. He thought about just killing them both. Not with the gun. Too much noise. But he had dead Jane's knife, and he had other ways. Wouldn't it be fun to watch her face when she came home and saw their bloody bodies? But that's what happened with... What was the little bitch's name? Who cares? It hadn't been enough. Just not painful enough. This time, he'd make her watch him kill them. That way when he killed her, she'd have those images in her head. She'd suffer, and she needed to suffer. She'd pay, and she needed to pay. He had an ugly scar on his arm. Her fault. He'd gained weight. Her fault. And just a few hours before, one of his back teeth had started aching. Her fault. Every hour he'd spent in a musty motel room, every mile he'd driven in some piece of shit truck or van, her fault. He deserved the best, had earned the best. And once he killed her, it would all come back. All his bad luck lived in her. He'd had the bitches drag the nice, sturdy dining room chairs into the living room, then made the old one zip-tie the other one to a chair. He'd had to give her a couple of smacks, but he didn't mind that. He'd zip-tied old Grandma himself, nice and tight, then used a roll of duct tape for good measure. They'd tried to talk with him, all quiet voices or tearful pleas, so he'd just slapped more duct tape over their mouths. He paced a while, scoping out the house, shoving popcorn in his mouth. When he heard the chairs rattling, he went back in. "Keep it up, and we'll see how you like a bullet in the knee. Or maybe the gut." He sat on the sofa facing them, the popcorn bowl in his lap. "When she comes in, she'll see you. That's phase 1. She'll know it's her fault. It's all her fault. Do you have any idea what she cost me? What she took from me?" As anger built up, the rage spewed out. "I've been living like some derelict, some failure, and she's living here? I bet she's got a big, soft bed upstairs. I'll take a look later. Big old house. Got some antiques, I see, some frickin' heirlooms. How come she gets that when she ruined my life? I'm here to take it back, you get that? I'm taking it all back." He reached for more popcorn, found the bowl empty, and threw it across the room. Glass shattered, flew. In a flash, his face went from fury to calm and contemplative. "Now I'm thirsty. Let's see what you've got, and if I hear a sound in here, Morgan'll find you both dead in a pool of blood." When they heard him moving around in the kitchen, Olivia shifted again, quietly, so Audrey could try to maneuver her hand, her fingers, to pull the cell phone from her mother's pocket. The hard plastic tie dug into her wrist, drew blood, but she kept trying, felt her heart pounding when her fingers brushed against the top edge. Then they heard him coming back. "You bitches are loaded." He took a long pull from a bottle of Coke. "Some nice wine in there, but I'll save that for after. I need a clear head to do my work. And speaking of loaded..." He strode over, ripped the tape from Olivia's mouth, beamed at the shock of pain that ran over her face. "This house is worth a bundle, and you've got a whole lot more tucked into brokerage accounts, business accounts. No reason in this world a woman like you should have all that. Money's a man's privilege, Granny. I'll sign it all over to you. You can walk away with every penny and disappear. Live the life you deserve. That's what they all say. If I give them the chance. I don't want you to give me a fucking thing. I take. Understand?" He closed his hand over her throat. "Understand!" When she nodded, he released the pressure. "I bet you've got a nice laptop. You're going to tell me where it is. Tell me the password. Or I'm going to get one of those plastic bags you've got in the kitchen. Put it over this one's head. And you can watch me smother her to death," she told him. When he went to get it, Audrey tried for the phone again. Bailey stayed to close the bar with Morgan. "You keep in touch," Morgan told her. "I want to hear how school's going, the job's going, because you will get it, how everything's going."
I will. Promise. I'm excited to go back, but I'm going to miss you and everyone. Maybe you can save a slot for me at the bar over winter break.
"If you want it, you've got it." Bailey took a last look around.
Summer's really over.
She's got a little life in her yet, but yeah, you can feel her starting to bow out. It'll be my first autumn in Vermont.
I didn't realize that.
Army, school, so Christmas, some summer visits. I'm looking forward to it. And to all the autumns that came after. Ready?
Yeah. Until winter break.
They walked out together. Morgan saw Deputy Howe leaning on his patrol car, talking with one of the night security team. Routine now, she thought. Cops and guards, all routine. Bailey turned, wrapped her in a hug.
Please stay safe.
That's the plan. And you, kick grad school's butt.
Also the plan.
She walked to her car. Jerry? Deputy?
Night, Morgan. You drive safe now.
Hard to do otherwise with a cop in my rear view. As she drove, she let the work portion of the day slide away, let herself think about the next. Some laundry, a hair appointment where she intended to show the stylist the type of dress she had in mind so they could strategize wedding hair. Nell had recommended a photographer, one her ladies agreed on as well. She needed to set up an appointment. She knew a lot of couples did engagement photos, but she didn't think she and Miles were that couple. And she had the selfies from the hike. The little spikes of annoyance she'd felt for him earlier had smoothed right over. He worried, she reminded herself, because he loved her. If she accepted love, and boy did she, then she accepted what came with it. Maybe she thought the unsafe word silly, but it could be something they'd laugh about years from now, while Roswell sat in a maximum security prison. He waited up for her texts. He didn't say so, but he must, as he answered them within seconds. Just, get some sleep, or talk tomorrow. Never just, good night. But he waited every night they weren't together until he knew she'd gotten home safe. She should be grateful. I am grateful. She pulled into her driveway, locked her car. Deputy Howe idled the patrol car at the foot of the drive while she walked to the door. When she unlocked it, opened it, she turned, waved, shut the door behind her, reset the alarm. She started to walk straight to the stairs and up, but a sound from the living room had her glancing over. And everything inside her turned to ice. She saw the bruises on her mother's face, on her grandmother's, the fear and grief in their eyes. Laughing like a lunatic, Roswell jumped up from his hiding place behind the sofa. "Surprise!" he shouted, waving a gun in one hand, a knife in the other. "Go ahead and scream. Go on and make a move, and I slit their throats, shoot you, and I'm gone before you hit the floor." Whatever it took, whatever it cost, he wouldn't hurt her ladies. "I'm not going to scream, Gavin. What's the point in that? And you won't shoot me. It's not your style. It's lazy." She looked into his eyes. If she looked into her mother's, she'd fall apart. "You're not lazy, and you haven't come all this way to shoot me and be done with it." "You think you're so smart." "Smart enough, but you're the smart one. You know there's nothing I can do when you have my family. As long as they're alive, there's nothing I can do." Alive. Keep them alive. It was all she had. "That's right, you bitch. You can't do anything. I'm in charge. I'm always in charge." "Hey, did you like the flowers?" "No." He'd gone back to the blonde hair, but it no longer shone, and the cut was uneven, choppy. She could see he'd put on makeup, and where he'd rubbed at it, the redness, too much desert sun, came through. He no longer looked fit and stylish, but doughy and rumpled. He had an ugly scar on his arm, puckered and puffy. She tried to remember everything Jen had taught her. She couldn't run. No one would hear her scream. She couldn't hide. She promised herself she'd fight if she got the chance. He'd played her once, she thought. She'd play him now. "You wanted to scare me. You did. You want to scare me now. You are. I can't be worth the risk you're taking, Gavin. I'm nobody." "You ruined my life." "I didn't—" She broke off when the phone in her pocket signaled a text. And the gun he held pointed, rock steady now, at her face. Slowly, she lifted her hands. "It's my phone. In my pocket. I won't touch it." "Who the hell's calling you? It's 2 a.m. "It's a text. That's a text. It's nothing. I won't touch it." He took one step back, jammed the gun under her mother's chin. "Who'd text you at 2 a.m? "Fuck with me? I'd blow her head off." "All right, please. It's my fiancé." I text him when I get home to let him know I'm home. Don't hurt her, Gavin. I'm telling you, if I don't text back I'm okay, he'll call the cops. You don't want that. I'll show you. Let me show you.
Bring me the fucking phone.
I'm reaching for it. I'm going to give it to you. But his hands held the gun, the knife. She counted on it, so held out the screen so he could read the text from Miles. Where the hell are you?
Asshole. Answer. Stand right here where I can see what you say. Fuck around and find out, Morgan.
I won't. She's my mother. I won't.
Yeah? I killed my mother. Fuck around and you kill yours.
Sorry. She kept the screen angled so he could see. Closing took a little longer, but I'm home now. Say goodnight to Howell and get some sleep. Love you.
Who the fuck is Howell?
It's his dog. Letting tears swirl, Morgan blurted it out when he jerked her mother's head back. It's just his dog. It's just something we say. He'd wonder if I didn't. Please. I did what you told me to do. The phone signaled again. Praying, her hand shaking now, Morgan held the screen for Roswell to read. I'll do that. Good night. He heard me, she thought. He heard me.
Drop the phone.
When she did, he stomped on it.
Now, unless you want my finger to twitch, step back.
Miles was out of his house and in his car within 30 seconds. As Morgan sent the text, Beck and Morrison got off the plane in Middlebury. The head of the ground crew greeted them.
FBI. Coming in late. Weather in Indianapolis delayed takeoff. Yeah, we got word on that. They sent a car for you.
He gestured, then handed them the key fob.
We'll get your bags loaded in for you. The resort's what, 25 minutes out, right? Morrison asked. This time of night, 20'll do it. Funny thing, you're the second private to come in from Indianapolis tonight. First one got out before the weather.
Wait. Beck gripped his arm. You had another private out of Indianapolis? How many passengers?
Just the one. Some dude, rich dude. Had a Mercedes C-Class rental waiting. Hey! Your bags! He shouted as they raced for the car.
Call Chief Dooley. Beck jumped behind the wheel.
I'm on it.
As he sped through town, Miles called Jake.
He's got her. What? Nathan reported in. He watched her go in the house just minutes ago. He's got her. He's inside. Get there. Wait for me. No. God damn it!
Jake dragged on clothes. And so did Nell. I'm going with you.
No, you're not.
I have my own car, so I ride with you or alone. But I'm going. This is family. Morgan did step back and kept her hands up in a gesture of submission. I know you've been through a lot this last year. Year and a half.
You don't know anything.
I know you didn't want Nina. You wanted me.
That's her name. Jesus, it was driving me crazy.
I broke your streak, and you haven't been able to live your life the way you want to since.
The way I deserve.
Yes, there's that. And I've been living mine. It's really not fair. Sure, I lost my house, my savings, all of that, but here I am. She spread her arms, stepped back again. Bring him to you, she thought, away from them. Living that life in this beautiful house. I bought a new car. But you know that. You know everything about me. You know I've got a hot fiancé, a rich one.
Diddling the boss, Morgan.
His lip curled.
It's so tired.
Not when it works. She lifted her shoulders, let them fall. And he has this amazing house. I've got a thing for houses, you know that. And look at this. She held up a hand, wiggled her fingers so the diamond glinted. Honestly, Gavin, when it comes down to it, I owe you for all of it. There I was, slaving away at 2 jobs, pinching every penny, living in that little box. Then you came along. She moved back another step. Then I broke your streak. Sent your luck right down the toilet. Had the feds sniffing at your heels. You left me messages with the locket, with the bracelet. Message received.
They should have been you.
But they weren't. You used your hands on them because that's what you need, not a gun, not a knife. It doesn't work for you unless you use your hands. It has to be personal, especially with me. It has to be intimate. That gun's beneath you, and it won't give you what you need. We both know it.
I don't need a fucking gun.
He set it on the mantel behind him.
I don't need a fucking knife.
And stuck it in the sheath on his belt. I know, Gavin. I've dreamed of your hands around my throat. I've dreamed of begging you to let me live this life I've started, one you gave me. But you never do. Now he smiled, stepped slowly toward her.
Beg me now. I want to hear you beg.
Please don't hurt me. Take whatever you want, but please don't hurt me.
I'm going to take what I want. Finally.
She sucked in air as if to scream when his hands closed around her throat. Then she did exactly as she'd been taught. She brought her knee up hard as she dug her thumbs into his eyes. And he's the one who screamed. When his grip loosened just a little, she drove the heel of her hand to his nose, watched the blood spurt, felt it on her face. Then she drew back with all she had, rammed her fist into his throat. When he went down, she ran for the gun, but he grabbed her foot, sent her sprawling. Instinct as much as those lessons had her kicking back. They screamed together when her foot connected with his broken nose. When the door crashed open, she thought it was him and scrambled up, grabbed the gun. She'd never held one, never expected to, but whirled with it. Only to see Miles standing over Roswell, fists clenched and ready. Miles! Miles, please take this, please!
Point it down, Morgan. You're okay. It's okay now.
The minute he had the gun, she dropped down to pull the tape off her mother's mouth. I'm sorry. It'll hurt. She pulled it off. Did the same with her grandmother's. I'm sorry. Stop that, Olivia ordered. You saved us. Baby, my baby, you saved us. Seconds later, Jake came in, weapon drawn, then lowered it when he surveyed the scene.
Well, Christ on a crutch. Nell, call for an ambulance.
He can wait,
she said, as she walked in behind Jake.
Nell, for God's sake.
Shut up, Miles. I'll get something to cut them loose. I'll find something.
First drawer, next to the kitchen door, Olivia said steadily, though her eyes filled with tears. And we could use some water, please.
I'll get that. He's got a knife on his belt, Jake.
Yeah, I see it. I'll get it. Feds are coming,
he said, as Miles handed the gun he held to Jake and went for the water.
They contacted me right after Miles did. Morgan, did you do all this?
She looked down at Roswell and nodded.
Good job. Are you hurt?
No.
Ladies, are you hurt?
He slapped us around some. He hurt Audrey more than me. Their wrists and ankles are raw, Jake. With the clippers, Nell crouched down to snip the ties. First aid kit. Closing her eyes in relief, Audrey wrapped her aching arms around her mother and her daughter. Mudroom cabinet over the dryer. We're okay. We're all okay. Roswell groaned when Jake cuffed him. He's not. Olivia's hand shook a little as she took the glass of water Miles offered. He came up against a Nash woman. You had his number, Morgan. She had his number. Got him to put the gun down, the knife down. Smart and brave and strong, she managed, and finally began to weep. Morgan looked up at Miles. You heard me.
I heard you.
I heard you back. I knew you'd come. She pushed up to stand, swayed a little. My legs are going.
I've got you.
He pulled her to him, held, pressed his face to her hair.
I've got you.
Beck and Morrison arrived before the ambulance, walked through the broken door. Roswell lay curled on the floor, eyes going black, nose swollen, blood dripping. Audrey and Olivia sat hip to hip on the sofa, while Nell tended their wrists.
Miles, we could use an ice bag or two.
I'll get them. I know where they are. When he heard her voice, Roswell tried to focus on her.
I'll kill you. No.
Miles moved into his sightline.
You won't. She beat you. You get to live with that. Morgan Nash beat you.
Are you hurt? Beck asked her. No, I'm all right, Morgan insisted. We're all right, she told the agents. I need to get the ice.
So we see,
Morrison said.
Good work, Chief. Not me, Morgan. She's got some blood on her and it's all his. We've got an ambulance coming, and here it comes, he added as he heard the siren. He needs medical attention. Busted nose for sure, his throat's bruised up, and his eyes bled some. Jaw might be busted. I'll go with him.
Morrison nodded at Beck.
You got the scene?
I've got it. First, I'm going to apologize for being 2 steps behind. No. Morgan came back in. That's just not true. You stuck with me all along. And if you hadn't let me know so much, I wouldn't have been able to do this. To string him out. If you hadn't been behind him, kept him running, he would have come here long before this. Long before I was ready. I can wish we'd taken him before you had to be ready. It can wait until morning if you'd rather, but I need statements. Here, Mom. Morgan laid an ice bag gently against her mother's temple. I don't know how he got in, but when I got home just before 2, he had them in those chairs. Zip ties and duct tape. Graham. She laid the second on Olivia's bruised cheek. I'll make some tea.
Screw tea. Get me a whiskey. A double.
She gripped her daughter's hand.
Make that 2.
At dawn, just as light sprinkled in the east, Morgan sat outside, drinking wine with Miles. Howell, fetched by Nell, lay sleeping under the table, one paw on her feet. They're finally sleeping. I wish they'd gone to the hospital.
No way they'd leave you or this house. And the EMTs cleared them both.
I know, I just... She tried to shove it aside. First time I've had wine at dawn, she said instead.
Long night.
That stupid, unsafe word wasn't so stupid after all.
I'd have known anyway. You didn't use any punctuation, no uppercase letters. That's not how you text.
I wasn't sure you'd notice that. Glad you did. I knew you were coming when you said goodnight. You never text goodnight.
It's not a real good one when you're somewhere else.
Reaching out, she gripped his hand, and her voice went thick. That explains that.
Try not to cry, okay? I'm worn pretty thin myself. I'm buying Jen the biggest arrangement of flowers ever known to man.
He kissed the hand that gripped his.
You cleaned his clock, champ.
I was so mad, Miles. Seeing them like that, helpless, bruised, bleeding. He wasn't going to do to them what he did to Nina. And I could see he was weak and jittery and really angry. I just had to listen and talk and gauge. I just had to be a really good bartender. She lifted her wine, sipped, then do what Jen taught me, and clean his clock.
You beat me to it. That doesn't seem quite fair.
You broke down the door.
Yeah, I'll fix it. I thought I knew how much I loved you before I got that text. I didn't. My world just dropped away for a minute. Just went out from under me. Don't do that to me again.
That's definitely not in the plans. He'll never get out. Later I'm going to call Sam. Tell him. He deserves to know. And Nina's family. Sam should go tell them in person. Then we don't have to think about him again.
I'm taking the day off. You're taking the night off.
I don't have anyone to cover the bar.
Nell will find someone to cover. That's her job. Your job right now is to get some sleep. Look after your ladies. Let them look after you. Mine's to do all of that and fix that door.
She felt a little floaty, as if she stood just an inch outside herself. You're rolling over me again.
Because you need it. You can roll over me when I need it.
That sounds like a reasonable deal. But let's watch the day come before we go in. Let's just watch it come. It's the first day. So they did. Epilogue. Flowers bloomed as if they held as much joy as she did. In her life, Morgan never expected to feel as she felt now. Thrilled, calm, steady, giddy, and absolutely sure all at once. Her mother did up the hidden zipper under the crystal buttons that stopped just above her waist. Her wedding dress, she thought, as she watched both of them in the mirror in the room Drea had designated bride's area only. Perfect. Simply gorgeous with those long, clean lines she'd wanted, and bought, with full approval, at the local bridal shop. Her mother had that one right on the nose. With it, she wore the teardrop diamond drops Miles had given her for Valentine's Day, and a single diamond bangle, for something borrowed, from Nell. She felt beautiful, and realized that was another first in her life. Not pretty, not attractive, not good enough, but just beautiful. She turned to look at Nell, who supervised everything in her pretty lilac dress with its crystal straps. Jen wore the palest of pink. She closed her eyes a moment, thought of Nina, who would have loved every second of all of this. Nina's family sat now, she knew, in the garden in one of the rows of white-skirted chairs. And she'd be forever grateful they'd come, along with Sam and his fiancé. A full circle, Nina. He's gone. Out of our lives, locked away. And we've come full circle. I love you. I'll never forget you. Drea rushed in, the mother of the groom, lovely in pale plum. We're right on schedule. Olivia, I have to say again, the flowers are spectacular. How about some champagne, everyone? Some champagne and a good deep breath all around. My boy's getting married, and my God, Morgan, you are an incredibly beautiful bride. Our kids, Drea? Audrey took her hands. Our kids. Nell, pour the champagne and let's have a drink to our kids. One more thing first. Olivia lifted the crown of flowers, those pale pink peonies woven with lilacs, and set it on Morgan's head before kissing both her cheeks. You're marrying a Jameson, and I couldn't be more pleased. But you'll always be a Nash woman. Aren't we the lucky ones? Lydia laid a hand on Olivia's shoulder. To be a part of another beginning. Drink up, she ordered. Then, Drea, let's go down and let those handsome men escort us to our seats. When they left, Morgan picked up her bouquet. Simple and sweet. Those peonies and lilacs, some baby's breath, some trailing and airy greens. She walked downstairs in the house that had become her home. Heard the music she'd chosen for just this moment. Jen sent her a wink, then walked out the doors. Nell turned. You're about to knock Miles dead. Then Morgan linked arms with her mother, with her grandmother. Here we go. They walked outside, where Howell sat like a good boy in his collar of flowers, down the aisle formed by the white-skirted seats to where Miles stood, a sprig of lilac in the buttonhole of his black suit. Behind him, the fountain they'd made together, a frog, of course, standing in a yoga tree position, sent water sparkling in the air. She saw Nina's family, Sam, Nick, The Greenwalds, Agents Beck and Morrison, so many people who'd touched her life and helped to form it. Then she saw only Miles, and he looked at her as if she was everything. When she reached him, she turned, kissed her grandmother, kissed her mother. "I love you both." They stepped back, linked hands. She stepped forward, took Miles's.
"I've been waiting for you,"
he told her. "Wait's over. Let's get started." Roots already planted, she thought, as they turned to make promises to each other. And from this day forward, they'd tend them and watch them grow. This is January Lavoie. I hope you've enjoyed this production of Identity, a Macmillan audio production for St. Martin's Press. This title was produced by Guy Oldfield. Post-production by Tim Franklin. Text copyright 2023 by Nora Roberts. Production copyright 2023 by Macmillan Audio. All rights reserved. For more information about Macmillan audiobooks, please visit macmillanaudio.com.